Yes, it is absolutely a breathtaking race that is happening right now amongst all of the leading labs. I don't see that changing at all in the future. In fact, the race might speed up. Models are being released all the time, and also new applications of how to use the models. So I'll give you an example that might get to your question. Claude for Finance and Claude for Healthcare are two recent product releases that we've done, and they specialize the way you're using the tool if you work in finance, for example, so you have access to proprietary data, you're able to do Excel calculations in a way that you need to for your job, and I think that will be the future along with increasing rounds of new releases. I don't see that changing anytime soon, and the competition is really defined by this exponential growth that we've seen to be actually extremely consistent in terms of compute capabilities, metadata we're going in the increases we've seen due to other aspects like reinforcement learning. So this is how we're going to experience technology, just an ever increasing pace of releases and then an increasing personalization for the exact use you need for the industry you're in.
Yeah.
It's competition. I appreciate your statement that hello. Yeah, appreciate your statement that there is a young population in India who are contributing too much here. But our major issues, we are tier 2, tier 3 cities. Our major issue is that we don't get these high performance computing solutions from AMD. I mean, I don't see AMD is not aggressive in India in providing, say, processor like this Threadrippers with NVIDIA cards, multiple NVIDIA cards, where we want to use the systems with, power optimized workstations with the eight processors, 8 GPUs plus 2 Threadrippers or new generation processors. I'm not getting the quote from OEMs.
Listen, we should talk after this. We'll be yeah. So I think I would just say that we are motivated to make sure that you have access to our best GPUs, and we'll continue to work at that, and we will follow up with you.
Stick around.
Yeah, thank you. But we all understand. Yes. So, we talk about AI literacy, AI access, and of course the impact. But how do you really measure that? Ultimately the theme is welfare for all, happiness of all. So far, there are metrics, and this is not enterprise value of a company. It's not GDP of a country. It's beyond that. So how do you begin to measure some of this so that, we know the progress from vision to impact, but how do you quantify that?
I'll let them jump in a second, but so I've had quite a few roles in government, both in the U.S. government and in the Australian government, and that is perpetually one of the hardest questions to answer for any government. Is how are you quantifying impact for citizenry, right, on any services that you are providing for them? So, given that we're very, very early stages in what the potentiality of this technology, or how much it can transform people's lives, I don't think that the metrics are quite there yet, because people are trying to figure out how they can enable this technology, how they can use it in sectors to accelerate people's the benefit towards their citizenry. But I'll say that from my former U.S. government and former Australian government hat. Would you like to add to that?
You have more questions?
Yeah.
One question.
Yeah, we're done. Okay. So sorry, everyone, and thank you for the eagerness for the questions. I'm happy to stay back and have a couple of conversations. But thank you to the panelists, And thank you, Abhishek, for your intervention. And thank you all for joining us today.
My question from panel is how AI will disrupt the stock market, money market, and how AI will emerge in finance sector.
Hello, I'm so sorry, just 1 second. We'll take in a picture, we'll go in outside and then you can have your conversation. Yeah, just one second. Okay.
What are we doing on this?
Okay. Nice meeting you. I'm Manoj. In fact, we are multiple processors of EMG. But this is what I find.
I didn't tell him this is doing a deal.
Sorry.
One more. Okay.
I have a request to see outside and then you can have the conversation. I'm so sorry.
Oh, thank you very much.
Good morning. So everyone here for the World Cafe. If you're here from the previous session, appreciate it if you make space for those who are here for the World Cafe.
Yeah.
You can ask my colleague.
Tenker du at du står her og snakker?
Ikke helt sikkert. Kanskje. Can you put up the slides here? Okay, we cannot see it there. Hey, good morning. You can put it up there.
Yes. Oh yeah.
Again. When is it on? Okay, but you already are late. You can start. Can we start?
Just a minute, sir. अरे यार हैंग क्यों हो रहा है ये? अरे रुक तो जाओ एक मिनट. अरे यार हैंग नहीं हो रहा. ये हैंग हो गया. हैंग हो गया.
Hey, good morning, everybody. Welcome to our World Cafe. My name is Sagar. I'm a research manager, lead a group of researchers from Sintef in Norway. So I welcome you all to this World Cafe. I don't know if you know what a World Cafe is. Yes, there's a lot of information about it in the sheets we have distributed. Mats, my colleague, has distributed around. So it will be an interactive session. So it's a good idea to not sit with your friends and sit with people you don't know. But I guess this was not something that we planned for. That will be so many. But we'll try to do our best. Anyway, so. Why is this not working? There. Why are we here? So we are here to explore the core tension between sovereignty and building across borders. So how do we trust each other so that we can build AI products, projects, AI-enabled projects that can have an impact in our society? So this is the main question we want to explore. So this conversation actually aims to bring together a very large ecosystem. So we have had registrations from different people. So we will have people from research, including myself, startups, industry, government, civil society, and also foundations. Each of them are very essential to making this collaboration across borders work. So let's use this space to listen, connect, and co-create practical pathways forwards. There's a bit of a lag. I don't know where to point this. All right. So the goal today is, so we want to have inputs from everyone. It's a collective intelligence sort of exercise to agree on how we will work together, what kind of ecosystems and enablers we can think of that can allow us, let's say I'm from Norway and you're in India, how can we work together? What are the means that can be made possible so that we can actually focus our efforts and agree on do's and don'ts and what is sovereign friendly and sovereign safe. So this is the goal. And those who contribute will also be invited to sort of be acknowledged as part of or co-author a 4-page policy brief that will be the outcome of this session. So the agenda for the today. So like I said, the World Cafe, the purpose is to gather collective intelligence So it's very important that we make opportunity for everyone to speak and give their opinions. So it's not just me talking and you listening. So it's a very sort of a flat setup here. So every table. So we have different tables here. So since we don't have tables, we will have conversations in each row. So 1, 2, 3, and so on. Mats will give out numbers for each of the tables later on. So you will start by introducing yourselves. So you become aware of your expertise on the table. And then you'll appoint the table host. So one of you will actually mediate the conversation and guide the conversation, ensuring that everyone's included. And due to time constraints, there will be no formal rotation in the room. So usually there's rotation, but we won't have that. So capture your insights in a shared QR document. Document results from it later on. Sorry. So the agenda for today is as follows. So we move from purpose to practice to action. We begin with a 4-minute lightning pitch by Alexandra Bekior, who will frame why cross-border applied AI matters now. This will set up the first discussion on interest, trust, and shared opportunities. Anil Sharma from TCS will then share works in real-world collaboration, leading to a second round on collaboration models. Pasi from Nokia will explore how to remain technologically open while safeguarding sovereignty, informing a third round. And finally, Anand Kamanwar will give his vision of AI Silk Roads, linking government, startups, and applied ventures. And finally, I'll outline the next steps for what will happen after this so that we can continue with the momentum. So with this, I would like to invite Alexandra to give her first lightning pitch. Alexandra, would you... you can do it even that, but it's up to you. Yeah, I think so.
Which is right. Good morning, everyone. My name is Alexandra Bekier. I'm talking to you from the vantage point of one of the largest research and technology institutes in Europe, SINTEF. We also have high impact collaboration here in India, as well as in low and medium income countries in the world. And we pursue a dedicated strategy to broker international networks for collaborative, solutions-oriented research for innovation, including in the dynamic space of AI. We also set up a number of deep tech startups in this space. There we go. Now, most conversations about AI focus on how smart the models are, but the bigger shift happening right now is something else. AI is becoming a coordination layer for society. It's starting to help complex systems adjust to each other, not just optimizing one thing, but balance many things at once. We're seeing this in energy, where AI helps managing electricity flows between regions with very different energy sources, renewables in one place, fossil, hydro another, and that's not just prediction, it's real-time coordination. And this idea goes beyond energy. Industry, logistics, climate response, all depends on systems that must constantly adapt to each other. So the real impact of AI isn't only that machines can think, it's that we're automating how systems interact. And once coordination becomes automated, the question is no longer just about performance. It becomes about who can participate, who can shape it, and how safely these systems work together. If AI is becoming the coordination layer, then a key question is who gets to shape the coordination? It only works when all participants have the capacity to make their own independent choices and shape their own life and future. We call it agency, not just access. It means local teams can adapt systems to their own realities, question AI outputs instead of blindly trusting them, and adjust how AI behaves in that context. And without this, countries don't take part in the coordination. They are simply coordinated by systems designed elsewhere. We can see what agency looks like at a national scale in India. India is investing in its own AI compute and developing models grounded in its own languages, data, and societal needs. That's not just technological progress, it's the ability to shape how AI works in areas like public service, agriculture, and industry. So capacity building is not a side topic, it determines who helps design the systems that increasingly connect our economies and societies. AI systems are not involved in one shared environment. They're being trained on different data, under different rules, and based on different assumptions about how the world works. That's normal. Countries have different infrastructures, regulations, and priorities. But when these systems start interacting, those differences don't disappear, they collide. And that's where risk comes in. A mismatch between AI environments can turn into systemic instability, not just because one system is wrong, but because they were never designed to work together. Take energy systems. An AI model trained to optimize a highly stable grid with certain market rules may behave very differently when connected to a grid with different constraints, supply patterns, or regulatory structures. So the risk we face isn't just bad AI, it's misaligned AI systems or ecosystems interacting in tightly connected systems. And as AI becomes more involved in coordinating critical infrastructure, these mismatches scale from technical issues to societal risks. So if misalignment creates risks, is the answer to centralize everything? No. Global coordination does not require one authority controlling all AI systems. That would just ignore local realities and reduce agency. What we really need are shared mechanisms. Shared testing environments allow systems to be exposed to conditions beyond their original context. And here I think about digital sandboxes, but also physical laboratories that we run, among others. Interoperability standards help systems understand each other technically. Cross-border validation means models are checked outside their home environment, and mutual safety principles create trust in how systems behave. Systems remain local, shaped by national priorities, etc., but they learn how to work together. And a good example is countries using joint simulation environment to test AI systems together, how they interact under stress without giving up control. It's about alignment. Let diverse systems cooperate safely. So just a little bit about what we do in SINTEF. AI impact depends on coordination, and many of our projects address this at complementary levels. READ builds coordination into operations, creating learning feedback loops. Enfield ensures that coordination is safe and sustainable, developing trustworthy and energy-efficient AI that can operate reliably across domains. Data Pact tackles the governance layer, compliance, and data spaces that allow organizations to share and use data responsibly without losing control. Edito scales the planetary level, building shared digital infrastructure so countries and institutions can coordinate decisions using common models and data. And through the EU project OpenMod for Africa, we extend this model globally, supporting open global collaborative model in that enable 8 African countries to coordinate energy and development decisions using shared tools and data. Together, this is what a real AI impact requires: systems that learn together, act safely, and share responsibly. Thanks for listening, and hopefully we find partners for new projects. If India was to join the European Framework Program for Research, that would be a fantastic enabler. Had I had more time, I could speak about similar topics on digital twins of the ocean and the intersection of environmental protection, or supply chains for critical rare earth materials, but there has to be some limits. Thank you for listening.
All right, so it's now time for the room to take action. So this brings us to the first round of the World Cafe. So you'll have about 10 minutes. So I'll moderate that depending on how much time we have left. So our guiding question for the first round is, how do we manage different interests across research, startups, government, and large firms while still collaborating effectively across borders? So at your tables, focus on trust across jurisdictions, data, intellectual property accountability, and how we can include startups and small and medium-sized enterprises. So you can start by introducing yourselves, appoint a table host, someone who can mediate the conversation and let the conversation flow. There's no formal rotation, like I said. Most importantly, everyone can and should contribute, share concrete experiences and nuanced insights in the shared document. So let's begin. So you can, yeah, okay. So you can. Yeah.
We have 80,000 people in India. 18. It's one of the biggest research and development hubs what we have. We have factories here. I mean, we have more or less all the functions. Actually, we have all the functions of the corporation here present. So we are here and we have been. We are market leader for networks. And it is very strong partnership with India.
My colleague Sadar is very keen on this international cross-border research collaboration. Are you involved in that?
We are not formally involved, and I think we should do more. We have been quite much in these telecommunications. What really is ecosystem? The understanding is quite natural. There are as many definitions for ecosystem as there are people that you are asking it from. So we are trying to harmonize that. And now I'm also running this AI Gigafactory initiative for the Northern Europe. So we have Latvia, Estonia, Finland and Denmark together, private sector and public sector, and we are going to build this biggest EU why not Sweden?
I know. But that's great. We'll have another opportunity for this. So I'd like to welcome Anil Sharma. He's the global head of TCS Coin Co-Innovation Network to deliver the next presentation. Anil brings lessons from global AI collaboration, what works, what doesn't, and how partnerships can scale across borders. So Anil, the stage is yours.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Sagar, and good. Thanks for having me here. I just want to give you a set. Can you hear me well? Okay. So I just want to give you a philosophical question. See, what is the purpose of AI, right? What should AI do for us? I think, see, in TCS we have this thinking, right? When you look at knowledge work, so what is knowledge work? The work done by doctors, engineers, marketers is all knowledge work. And what should AI do, right? So if you think about somebody like a good marketer, what is like an average marketer and the elite marketer, an average software engineer, elite engineer. See, there is a many order of gap between these capabilities. See, one paradigm shift we want to address is, can AI really bridge the gap between elite skills, average skills and the elite skills? That's one paradigm. That's one thing to think about how AI can impact the work. Whatever work we do, the work we do today as knowledge work would change in 1 year time, 3 year time. But this paradigm should not change. I think that's something which we believe in strongly. Second is, if you look at India as a country, we have a lot of communities, right? And there is an access barrier for everybody to even participate in services. Like if you look at rural population, they cannot access services. And if you even look at other areas where we think we are very capable, but our understanding, for example, when you visit museums, right, most of us just pass through the paintings which you have, artifacts, right? So this is one project which we did with Munch Museum in Norway, Oslo. And the idea here was not to build AI which, say, for example, will learn how Munch paints painting, not to train a model to essentially learn how the monk would paint and then allow other people to create painting in his style. But that's not a paradigm which would be accepted in a culture, in Norway's culture. I think this is where when we're building AI collaboratively with other countries and other cultures, you have to be very sensitive about what is possible and what is acceptable. I think the paradigm here is, the idea which we built here was very simple. See, most of us like to draw, right? Now, if the question is, if I draw, can I ask Monk to show me what paintings he has drawn? And that idea really worked here. And I think so idea needs to be simple, and this removes the access barrier for most of the people who go and discover art. Now, if you look at most cultural institutions in the world, most of their artifacts are in the vault. Monk only has 3% of their artwork in the galleries. 90% of it in the vault. And this system which we created allows people to experience most of his collection today, right? So, and I think when you're building AI for culture, it is not that you can just build and scale. So we went through several lab pilots in Norway with real users. So there was a lab 1, we learned from it. Lab 2, we learned from it. And then it will be scaled out in a full exhibition in this June. So anybody who is visiting Norway, you should be able to see this exhibition from June to December of this year. So this is one example. This is another example in India. How many of you know what is Kumbh Mela? Right, most of you. So in the Kumbh Mela of 2015 is where we got involved with the community there. So we actually created a momentum in the city of Nasik, and then we deployed 15 interventions. And that was probably the most digitally enabled Kumbh Mela in the country. And what we have done is, here we want this Kumbh Mela to be the most AI enabled and accessible Kumbh Mela. So what we are doing is, again here it is about not technology. So the technology which we are using is from MIT, Nanda. This is a very promising initiative in the world which is rethinking about when you will have billions of agents on internet, what does the internet of agents look like, right? Then you have to solve a lot of issues about trust, incentive, how do you transfer money securely, and things like those. So this is very good architecture, which is being now developed by a lot of players in the world, and we are also participating in this architecture. So anybody who is interested, Professor Ramesh Raskar is doing many sessions in India AI Summit. The idea here is simple, like a lot of people who visit Kumbh Mela, they are not very literate. They speak many languages. So idea is, can we build a personal agent for every pilgrim who comes to Kumbh Mela? So this is essentially augmenting how people can participate in what you call an experience economy, or can access services like transport, homestays, health, and things like those. I think there are design principles here for India, which is even if you do, we have to be privacy first, right? We need to take consent. We need to build it securely, and we have to build it around trusted systems in the country. So the India DPI, DigiLocker, and all those are very trusted systems. So we are going to build this over those systems. So we have now built demos again here, because this was going to go live with 50 million people. It is not easy to get it correct. So again, going through lab pilots, we're going to do a lab pilot with 10,000 students. And this year and next year, we will use a lot of experimentation to get it right. As an example of what we're doing. I think this is the question you had asked. What does it take to do cross country collaboration? MIT is a technology built in US. We're bringing it to India and making it relevant. Monk was an example of we as a creative technologist and a culture institution working together to create which works in country like Norway. But the idea there is you always need to have a regional partner, a local partner who understand the cultural context and also understand the user very, very well. There has to be a great incentive to work together. There has to be trust built out, and it takes time. Again, human centricity, right? Even if it is AI, we have to make it really human centric. Otherwise, it does not work with people. I think that's the message I wanted to give you. Thank you all.
Thank you very much, Anil. Next on the agenda was actually another round of World Cafe, but we're going to keep that for later because of the lack of time. So I would directly like to invite our next speaker, who is Pasi. And Pasi is the Senior Vice President at Nokia on strategic government and industry. He brings clear perspective. Sovereignty is not an isolation, but control over critical layers and openness is not just a value, but an economic strategy. So with that, I'd like to give the word to Pasi, who will talk from his point of view.
Thank you very much. Hello, everybody. Yeah, as it says, my name is Pasi, and before going to the actual topic, I want to say I love India. This came up yesterday's dinner discussion. I have been coming to India almost every year, sometimes multiple times per year since 1999. I know some of you were not even born at that time. It was very different. It was very different place at that time, and it has been fascinating to see how the country has evolved, how the infrastructure has evolved, how everything around the different industries and others have been changing. And we were thinking earlier that, I mean, is this concept going to work here? I mean, because we are not having those tables. And of course it does work, because this is India. Everything is possible. The country and the wonderful people inside it, they just find the way to make it work. But now more about the topic itself. For me, this all comes down to ecosystem thinking. How many of you think that you have a good definition, or definition that you feel familiar? What is ecosystem? Raise your hand. I'm sure that you have all been thinking, but you something that you feel that, yes, this is my definition. Good. I think that is good, and also a little bit the challenge. Public sector, the different government agencies are having their definition of ecosystem. Private sector players, different industries, different companies, different associations, they having their definition of ecosystem. And as we are ending up talking on a headline level, that leads to confusion. And then complementing that confusion with everything what is happening in the geopolitics, at the pressure for sovereignty, we have a perfect soup in our hands. My definition, and I'm not saying that it would be the right one, but my definition of ecosystem is it's a trust-based get-together of everybody who is interested in about the topic. You don't set borders, you don't set limitations who is able to play, who is allowed to contribute. The value is distributed transparently and fairly within that ecosystem. And that has been sometimes a little bit even painful in certain conversations, because the world where we are coming, most of us, is somehow dictating or directive that, I'm the biggest company, I have the most money. An ecosystem should not be led by that thinking. It should be, I'm a good member of ecosystem, I have good idea that everybody are able to benefit. Philosophically, it's almost the opposite ends of collaboration. It's not me, it's us. Let's do this together. And it is giving us, who are having that trust to join in this ecosystem, it's giving us a wonderful opportunity to innovate, to inspire each others, and boost the success beyond the individual companies, individual agencies who are participating. I am worried in this AI era that especially the startups, academia, are left behind easily. And I was listening very carefully our friends talking earlier, and even the previous panel. It's difficult to find that highest quality compute power if you are early stage of your company. In ecosystem, you can allocate that good in a different way based on the perceived value for the whole thing. I see tremendous opportunity for all of us to work as an ecosystem. Oh, now it did go too far. This is now getting really, real time. Latency is off. This is just an illustration about ecosystem when you turn it as a technology, when you turn it as a stack. And now specifically for this AI market, the world has seen the representation of the most powerful companies. We have seen valuations in the Wall Street that we have not seen before. It's of course also changing the expectation how it is going to work. And I think, and I'm not here to disqualify any company, or actually opposite. I'm admiring if someone has been that successful. But it's not necessarily always the easiest when we are talking about the sovereignty and the ecosystem. Modularity is the key to be successful as an ecosystem. Open interfaces you need. It needs to be, as I mentioned, open, predictable, and fair. Open, predictable, and fair. That everybody within the ecosystem can connect there. And that's the best way also to protect your sovereignty. It's clear. Many countries, also players in the private sector, they have learned that, I want to keep some part of my data in my own hands. This is the answer. Here you can define the systems following that principle and satisfying that need as well. And I don't want to go for company marketing, not at all. But this is how we are doing it in Nokia. We promote open interfaces in traditional telco world and now in AI era. I'm a regular member there in European Commission talking about how to do it in practice. Ecosystems again. How we are forming ecosystems around the most compelling topics and making sure that they are really following the trust foundation and being fair for every direction. Internal openness. It's very important as well. I mean, how the culture inside the organization is supporting the openness, how it's supporting the innovation. We are very used, like the private companies are used to, I'm the most powerful one, I'm the most powerful. Also, the hierarchy within the organization has been quite strongly dictating. I have been protesting against the hierarchy in the organization for 10 plus years, sometimes successfully, sometimes not that successfully. But I mean, it's fascinating when you know that you are quite high in the organization and you are having that environment where the individual engineers or whoever within that group is daring to come to you and share the thoughts and really, seek for that soundboarding. It's very rewarding. And then, of course, the communities and the standardization. How we are able to make the standards which are connecting the different members of the ecosystem together. That's it. Thank you.
Thanks so much, Pasi. I think we'll move on to the last speaker of today, which is Anand Kamanwar. So, Anand is at the intersection of government, startups, and deep tech supply chains. Helping turn research excellence into real-world deployment through collaboration. And he will be talking about his concept of AI Silk Roads. And very fittingly, Anand, as you all know, means joy. A reminder that our shared goal is progress and that benefits everyone. So please join me in welcoming him for the closing remarks.
Good morning. It's great to be back in India, as always. Let me start by giving a quick 30 seconds of context of what Applied Materials and Applied Ventures is very quickly. So Applied Ventures and Applied Materials sits at the intersection of the semiconductor industry and physical AI. We make the equipment that makes the chips, including the NVIDIA chips, the AMD chips, the Intel chips, the HBM memory chips, and so on. And we also make some of the biggest TVs, or the equipment power some of the biggest TVs in the world. So every time at Diwali, you go from a 50-inch to a 60-inch, 65-inch. We are the technology that powers it as well. Quickly, I head Applied Ventures. We are the corporate venture arm of Applied. We have been investing in the deep tech sector before it was sexy. We have deployed over $500 million, and we are looking to, including in 19 countries, including Norway, Finland, and India, among other things. I know we are short of time, so let me be direct. Right, there's a whole discussion around what is a national AI strategy. And there's no such thing as a national AI strategy. I think it is all about global AI and how we position within it, right? So a lot of people talk about, the algorithms are coming from somewhere else, but keep in mind the data is all local, right? The data is sovereign. So you need, and obviously the compute is expensive. So you have to work together as collectively to make this happen, right? So most people think that the bottleneck in AI is the models or the GPU compute and data centers and power. I think you're going to hear a lot about it during this conference. I don't think that is the biggest issue. I think the biggest bottleneck is trust, right? I think trust has to move across borders, right? If that doesn't happen, none of this AI stuff is going to happen. There's also one other reality we should probably also be very much focused about, right? One is, if you see this whole AI and the semiconductor industry, right? The semiconductor industry was pretty benign or flat, and maybe under the radar for the last few decades. People talked about Moore's law and here and there, but last few years, the stock market is watching the whole semiconductor stack has changed, right? We were internally modeling semiconductor industry to hit 1 trillion in 2030. The good news is it's going to hit this year. Okay, 1 trillion of annual spend in the semiconductor industry. It's going to happen this year. Okay, so and we expecting by 2030 will be out to around 1.5 trillion. And I can bet you we'll be wrong. We're under indexing it by a wide margin. But underneath all of this AI and data centers, right? What we are worried about, and at least I'm looking from the Silicon Valley side of the world, is there is significant, and we're not even seeing this. We're not even feeling the effects of it here. But I can trust you, in a couple of years you'll see the effect. The entry-level jobs are going away by a huge margin, right? I have a kid in college, and I don't even know what to advise him because advice changes every 3 months, right? And it's not about just coding, right? It's about marketing, legal, finance, customer support, design, operations. Everything is changing. The last I coded was maybe around 20 years ago, but over the weekend I was able to use cloud to create a fully automated audio transcription, right? And it did a better job than what my 20-year-old, what I as a 20-year-old could have been doing it, right? I'm telling you, this change has changed it so significantly that we don't even know what's going to hit us badly. So the question for India is not will AI change work. I think the question is India be ready before the disruption becomes visible at scale, and that's why this whole cross-border discussion is important, right? At Applied Ventures, right, we have been. Okay. So at Applied Ventures, we are not talking about this only academically, right? We have been doing this joint venture funds with various regions, right? As I said, we have invested in 19 countries. So we have created this joint funds with the government of Korea. We have created a joint fund with Taiwan, with an organization called ITRI. That's where TSMC was born, and MediaTek and UMC. Some of these companies might be this one, right? So one of the things we did see there and we learned there was, right, is we did this not just for a press release, right? We are not operating that. It was purely the architecture, right? The Korea brought a lot of systems depth and manufacturing discipline. They are the leaders in HBM memory, if you guys are, right? And Taiwan is a big player in the whole logic side of the world. But India does bring in talent, software, and the ability to make this work under real life conditions, right? So that's why we are excited about the collaboration in India. So a lot of this framing is East versus West. I honestly call it bullshit, right? This whole discussion is how do you make this happen, right? The data has to stay local, right? There are going to be data centers built in India. People are going to complain about, oh, we don't have power for this, we don't have power for that. Why are they using data centers? It's going to happen, right? I think the question is how we adapt it, and I think the people in the room are going to drive this, right? In more than anything else. So for decades, right? We have been talking about it, and I'll just give an example of how we did this with the Korea and the Taiwan fund, and we are hoping to do the same thing with the European fund and as well as the India fund, right? So one of the things that we really did was we did not push for these companies. We invested in these companies. We did not push these companies to move to US or Europe to grow, right? We grew these companies in Korea and Taiwan, right? So for example, in the Korea fund, we invested in 6 companies, 4 went IPO, grew the R&D, grew the IPA right in Korea itself, and the 5th one is filing for IPO this year, right? Very successful, but both strategically for Korea it has done well, and we hope to create the same set of model here. In India, we invested in a company called BVDN, which is driving significant amount of business in the electronics manufacturing. They have a big booth here at the event as well, right? So to end, right, I think there's a lot of discussion around roti, kapda, and makan. I think we should definitely add AI to it, right? It's going to help transform, and I don't think India is going to be left behind. We are pretty bullish on what this is going to happen in every shape or form. So in the end, I would like to say, like, this whole cross-border collaboration is not a nice PR or press or a nice just an event like this. It is going to happen. I think we just have to adapt it and move faster than anybody else. Anybody who's thinking that, oh, I don't want to use algorithms from here, I don't want to use data from here, etc., I think we are going to be left behind. Anyways, thank you so much, and look forward to this cross-border collaboration.
All right, I'll just talk about this. So thank you so much to all the speakers for a wonderful presentation, and thanks all to the contributors. We didn't manage to do all the rounds that I had imagined, but we would still like to write a policy brief. So if you are interested in participating and contributing, put your contact information in the shared document, and we can have a meeting online or something later on. Let's get this conversation going. This was meant to create momentum. So if there are any questions for the speakers, now is the time. We have about a minute. Yes, first one there, and then one here. Can you introduce yourself?
We do a lot of delegation. I come from behavioral science background and part of a lot of innovation ecosystems. One of the primary challenges we see is everybody actually wants their products to be research-based, which means collaboration everybody wants. But we have really hard walls. And those walls have people, bureaucracy, a lot of things. And I think AI is a big hope leveler because it can get virtual, it can get democratic, it can get smart, where ideas and really people who worked on it matter. It will not be about the AI efficiency that the person can speak in, but the technical expertise they bring in. So I think we're at the right time, but we still need structures where we could maneuver through all this. Like as simple as I just took a delegation to Africa. And the thought process absolutely changed when people realize Africa is just no more Africa. There's so much of Indian and people have got a similar background. So I think a lot of more cultural cross collaboration, what Pasi was talking about, has to be a little base to this, because just technology, just innovation alone may not be able to bring in the trust
Do you have
factor.
a question for the speakers?
Yes, my question is, at this point, do we right now see something brewing in that direction? Because if you see this whole AI, even the summit, right? Everybody's talking about the AI layer alone. Like there's a lot more below at a socio-economic collaboration layer. Can we have a more democratic ecosystem for startups to be part of, where it's not just ideas, but actual collaborations opened up with
anyone would like to take that question?
I can take it. For me, it's not conditional, it's an imperative. We have to take that better into account and take the responsibility that it works accordingly.
One more question, please.
Maybe there may be some kind of...
Can you introduce yourself?
Yeah, I am Subbaraju. I am a founder, mentor, Good Seva. Good Seva means good service. It's a combination of goods, service, as well as good service. It is a supply chain optimization company. Actually, there are a lot of conflicting paradigms are operating at the global level. Like one paradigm is not invented here. The other paradigm is duplication of effort. We will all have same technological availability. One can do, the other can also do. So that is an also issue. We will have a commoditization of technological availability and accessibility. And we all invent the same things. Here in Sweden or India, somewhere China, there's some kind of a duplication of effort.
Can you state the question, please? Because
here, how this collective intelligence is possible, and is it not a conflictory or thing? At your country level, at your company level, there is conflict of interest. And how is this collective intelligence?
We can have one word from all the speakers. So we can start with Alexandra.
Or maybe you want to. Well, I think it's impossible to coordinate all activities, and I think duplication of effort is also part of competition. And my biggest worry in the AI space is the monopolization, that there will only be five companies extracting all the data from all other countries. So competition is good. I also think trusted third parties, like a foundation like my own, can bring together ecosystems and then hopefully also make space for startups. So that's my
Thank you, Alexis. Anand?
I think we just have to be ready for a world where the cost of intelligence is going to be zero. Okay? It won't be like, I have to have the access to the best people and the best researchers, right? The question is, what do you do when everybody has the same level of intelligence or access to the same level of intelligence that the world superpowers have, right? What you can do with that is mind-boggling, right? So I think less worry about who. If you were to ask 3 years ago or 5 years ago, Google was going to win everything. If you ask today, OpenAI is going to win. If you ask tomorrow, Anthropic, we don't know, right? The world is changing, but remember, if the cost of intelligence is going to zero, what can we do with it, and how do we make ourselves more productive? I think that's
We need to move on to the next speaker so that, Anil, could you have the final word?
Okay.
Yeah.
So I think, my view is there are always going to be geopolitics, right? So for that reason, people may want to build and duplicate effort. But see, when the market matures, I'll just give you an example. If you know what Toyota and Suzuki did in India, see, they have licensed a mid-market car here, like if you know Artiga, and Toyota Romeo is the same car, right? The idea there was that why do you spend 3 years creating a mid-segment car that is already proven? So I think eventually at some point of time, this
Anil, we have
maturity will
speakers
come in.
waiting outside. If you
Right?
can quickly finish
So-
it, that would be great. We also have photographs for everybody.
It's all set.
Thank you so much. Thanks so much. Put in your contacts and we'll stay in touch.
Hello, good morning, and welcome to this session on the Global Assurance and Standards Ecosystem. My name is Sue Daly. I'm the Director for Technology and Innovation at Tech UK. Tech UK, we are the UK trade body for the tech sector as a whole, and it's our absolute pleasure to be here at the summit. Myself and Tess Buckley, who's the organizer of this session, we're really thrilled to be here, so thank you for the invitation. And if you want to know more about Tech UK, go and check out the UK Pavilion. We're in the stick as well. We're in the UK Pavilion over in Hall 14. It's worth the extra security scanner. Go and check us out. Today we're going to be talking all about a topic that's close to our heart, AI assurance, and driving trust and adoption of AI from principles to proof, and really how AI assurance and standards are helping us to do that. AI assurance really arrived in a bit more of the mainstream last year, although many of us have been talking about it for many years now. We saw governments in the UK, Europe, and in Singapore starting to integrate AI assurance into their governance frameworks, into their principles and their controls. We've also seen companies, not just the big four, but companies like JP Morgan starting to talk about AI assurance. So it's becoming part of the conversation, with the goal being how you put ethical principles, ethical frameworks into practice, and establishing real trust that can then drive real adoption of AI. So I have an amazing panel of experts. We hope one more is joining us. That's why there's an empty chair here. Our experts on AI standards, governance, industry. We're going to talk about what does transformation, what does development actually mean in terms of the role of AI assurance and AI standards. What are the opportunities here for India? What are the opportunities for the UK and India to work together on this? Which sectors are leading the way? And I'm sure a lot more as well. So it's all going to be about AI assurance in practice, strategic opportunities, and collaboration, which I think is really, collaboration is the word of the summit, right? That's why we're all here. But before I introduce the panel and before we kick off, we're really thrilled to have with us a presentation that's going to start kind of setting the scene for the conversation. So Carsten Maple, who's from the Alan Turing Institute. Carsten, thank you so much for being with us. Can you perhaps set the scene a little bit and give us a bit of an overview of AI standards in the ecosystem where we are? And then I'll get the panel to introduce themselves and then we'll kick it off.
Sure, thanks very much, Sue. So it's a real pleasure to be here, and it's great how packed this room is, because it's a really important area, assuring AI. So my name's Carsten Maple, as Sue mentioned. So I'm from the Alan Turing Institute, the National Institute for Data Science and AI in the UK, and also the University of Warwick. And in the UK, we have a national hub for edge artificial intelligence. So I've got some colleagues from that hub here as well. So, why does AI assurance matter? I find myself talking at quite a lot of events to all kinds of audiences, and it's great to set the scene for such a talented panel that's really going to delve into some of the issues around this. But what we're seeing is, and part of my session, so I will be speaking, organising a panel on Friday around democratization of AI, and that's a really great thing, right? And AI's got the power to really lift nations, and I think we're going to see a lot of global effort in this area. But democratization of AI means it's in the hands of everybody, and that brings problems as well as some great things. You've probably seen recently OpenClaw, or ClawBot, or Maltbook. The biggest changes in rebranding exercise in 1 week, and so some great power, and for me as a director of cybersecurity, quite a bit of worry as well. So this age of agentic AI really means that we need to start thinking about how we govern and assure AI. So agentic AI is autonomous or semi-autonomous agents that they can plan tools, they can talk to other agents, And this example that I've spoken about in the UK to the Digital Regulators Cooperation Forum before was about a holiday agent you might have. So if I decide to have this agent, and actually this was before OpenClaw was around, but the technology existed prior to that, but I would have to give access to my diary maybe, and maybe also my bank so that they know how much money I'd got, maybe of my partner and children. And this agent could then go and discuss with other agents, perhaps some kind of hotel booking agents or Trivago or whichever you decide to use rather than individual hotels, and look at flights. All of that coordination seems fantastic. But there is a risk. Yeah, there's a risk because this low or no code agents that's proliferating, and I've got to say, I see this not only hobbyists, but actually in industry, people who really are not grounded in developing software that needs to be resilient. But we're seeing many non-security engineers, people who are putting out these systems. And one of the concerns that we've seen already with these agentic systems, and you'll hear from some of the panel, I'm sure, because Holistic will do some of this testing, there could be privacy exfiltration, so data exfiltration that can go on as agents start communicating. There will be trust gaps, and we're seeing the development. So A2A has been around, so agent-to-agent communication has been around for a little while now, and it's much more powerful than MCP, Model Context Protocol. But we're seeing also A2P develop, and we'll see more systems and communication protocols develop. So it's really important that we develop AI assurance processes. So it's not new. This is a paper that a bunch of academics, I was included, developed about AI governance back in 2021 in one of the leading journals for machine intelligence, Nature Machine Intelligence. And this set out some of the principles. What we're looking at now is, that's okay. One of the things that we've got to decide is how do we test AI systems? So the NIST Risk Management Framework, AI RMF version 2, gives some idea about some of the things that we want to look at. Is it safe? Is it secure and resilient? Is it valid? So that's one of the questions I hope that the panel will consider today. We need to think about how appropriate and verifiable is that assessment. You need to test the right things for the right questions. And you need some kind of audit. It doesn't need to be a public audit, but what you do needs to be auditable by somebody. And that's certainly some of the work that we're looking at in ML Commons at the moment. We need justified evidence collection to show how trustworthy our AI is. But there are many ways to test, yeah? And the problem is, if we take the wrong instrument to test, then we're actually not assuring the AI appropriately. We need to think what is sufficient and acceptable. What are the benchmarks? So I mentioned ML Commons and its AI Luminate. That is one such benchmark. It's a global effort, and it will provide the standards that are required, the de facto practical standards that are required, but we still need to decide for every other type of system, for a health system, for a finance system, what is sufficient. And if we test, how long is that assessment valid for? So I've just put a list of things, and we've got the British Standards Institute here, BSI, who have coordinated this event. And I'm just putting up the fact that there are so many different standards. And I think Tim, who's an expert I've known for many years, can talk about some of these. But these first standards are just software standards, been around for quite some time. But then we see the development of AI standards. Most notably, many of you will have heard of 42001, quite analogous to 27001, those in the security arena. there's 42119. I'm not going to go through them all, but I just want to show you how many different types of standards there are. So there is a plethora of support there in terms of standards and guidance, and what's important is to reflect on those questions that I set out and think what's the most appropriate way for your system that you are developing. Sue, I'll hand over to you because the panel can talk a little bit further.
Great, thank you, Carsten. Thank you so much for setting that scene. So let's get to the panel and some amazing experts for you to hear from. And then I've got some questions for them. Hopefully we'll leave a bit of time for some questions at the end as well. I'm just going to ask them each to just quickly introduce themselves, their title and their organization, then we'll get going. Natasha, great to have you with us. Please just introduce yourself briefly.
Thanks, Sue. It's wonderful to be here today. I'm Natasha Crampton. I'm a Vice President and Chief Responsible AI Officer at Microsoft. What that means is that I both help to define and govern, make sure that people are doing what they say they're doing, the internal practice of responsible AI at Microsoft. That means I work very closely with our engineering teams building new AI systems and models. And I'm also responsible for working externally as well and being part of the conversation about what are those new standards or norms or laws that we need to help make sure that this technology is made available broadly and beneficially for people.
Yeah, Natasha's been working in this field for a number of years now, so it's really great to have her with us. Raj, great to have you with us too.
Thank you very much. Hi, everyone. Good morning. My name is Raj Patel. I'm the VP of AI Transformation at Holistic AI. Holistic AI is an AI governance SaaS provider spun out of UCL 5 years ago. We provide end-to-end governance for enterprise clients, for small, medium businesses, for startups that have AI core to their business offering. We take a view from ideation all the way through to continuous monitoring and retirement of models. Because of our close affiliation with UCL, we are at the forefront of testing as well. So we are looking at agentic AI testing, explainability techniques. We're prevalent in that domain. And we work with the likes of Unilever, GSK, GE Healthcare to help them get a good visibility of their entire ecosystem, to maintain effective guardrails so that they can identify areas of risk, mitigate them effectively, and move forward with confidence. Thank you.
Thanks, Raj. Great to have you here, a real leading UK company. And then Tim, great to have you as well. But obviously, you know, this has been a joint BSI and Tech UK panel, so we're really thrilled to be joining forces to do this today. So please introduce yourself.
Thank you to Lawrence for helping that as well. Yes, so I'm Tim McGarr from BSI, so the British Standards Institution. So the part of BSI that I work in leads around certifying and testing of AI. So particularly one of the first accredited certification providers for 2001, and also doing reviews of medical devices and the like. But prior to that, I spent over a decade in the standards side of BSI, so involved in the AI standards right from the very beginning as well.
Yeah, exactly. Lots of experience. A really experienced panel, I'm sure you'll agree. To really get into the devil of the detail, I want to start with, rather than, and Carsten set us up in terms of the kind of parameters, but let's talk about AI assurance and practice. And Raj, perhaps I can start with you drawing on your experience and what you're seeing from sectors, particularly in the UK, but obviously from wider, that you're seeing the most mature around assurance practices already, and perhaps why? And are there sectors that are leading the way, or there are some that are perhaps lagging behind? And what is your sense of where we are right now, if that's a good place to start?
Yeah, it's a great place to start. I think it's an important question because different industries are within a spectrum. I think sectors have some that are leading, some that are lagging, definitely, but within that sector, there's also a spectrum of companies that are leading and lagging within them. So if you're in a sector that I'm saying is at the forefront and you're not quite there yet, don't feel bad. You're not going to be alone. Don't panic, for sure. So I think, Carsten, you set this up really well with your introduction to this, that we have to really look at what does AI assurance mean in practice, and that is taking something from an ethical statement or a principle to something that's quantifiable with evidence. And that is where we see the industries that are leading really make this scalable and repeatable. So industries that are leading this are ones that have had a history of reputational or governance requirements, the ones that have the highest consequence of something going wrong, so they're touching end customers, they have real liability against it going wrong, and ones that have been able to create these scalable processes. So these are industries like financial services, healthcare, critical infrastructure, defense. These are areas that if something is to go wrong, it will have a material consequence to their end user or to society at large. So when we look at those, I'll take financial services because I have a history with financial services institutions. We look to see what has made them successful in this. Number one is that they have been operating in a highly governed environment, highly regulated environment for a number of years. So from the financial crisis in 2008 onwards, banks, as an example, have been required to keep strong model documentation, be explainable in all of their outputs, to have good risk controls in process so that there's not a repeat of that catastrophic time back in 2008. Secondly is that that kind of stakeholder impact, they have reputational financial damage that could happen to the company as well, so they need to protect against that. And then finally is the innovation side of things. They want to make sure that they're moving forward with the right AI use cases, given the risks that are prevalent. So when we look to companies that are, or sectors, I should say, that are lagging, what they should be looking to do is identify the AI use cases. First of all, you should have a good idea of what AI use cases are operating in your environment already. You can't govern what you can't see, so that's always a good starting point. Have a good, robust living inventory. And then is to set up your risk appetite as the core backbone of your AI governance process and your AI assurance process going forward. What I mean by that is that you don't need to throw the kitchen sink and high levels of scrutiny at everything. Your team's bandwidth is not going to be infinite. You need to make sure that you're applying good governance and quantitative testing and effective mitigations to use cases where it's needed, where it's high risk. Low risk ones, you should be able to mitigate away. You should be able to have pass-through mechanisms, but that will allow you to achieve something that is an innovation driver, not a checkbox exercise. It's something that allows you to use governance as an accelerator, assurance as an accelerator, to realize value. So I think that's kind of the foundational framework that I'd like to see other or general industries applying.
That's a great way of thinking about this, Raj, in terms of the value. And Natasha, I'd love to come to you and your experience, because we're talking about how do you, how do we help organizations bridge that gap between, okay, I'm doing cutting edge AI development, and I'm really excited about what I'm doing and the research or the product that I'm developing, and then the kind of practical governance frameworks and practical assurance frameworks. And just thinking, following on from Raj's talking about how do we see it as a driver, how do you help, or how do companies bridge that gap? Is it about showing how this can create tangible business value or prevent risk as well? What are you seeing from how companies and organizations are addressing this, or you've addressed this in your own organization?
Yes, indeed. So when we started doing our responsible AI work at Microsoft almost a decade ago now,
Been that long?
Yes. Wow. Yes. Even the Office of Responsible AI that I have led from the very beginning, that will have existed for 7 years by the middle of this year. So at the beginning of our journey at Microsoft, we had exactly what Raj mentioned. We had a set of 6 high-level principles. So we said, AI systems that Microsoft is going to build are going to be fair, they'll be reliable and safe, they'll be private and secure, inclusive, accountable, and transparent. Now, those principles have been very important guiding North Stars for our work, but they are not sufficient by themselves. And that's simply because they're stated at such a high level that they don't answer sort of fundamental questions that our product building teams, our engineering teams have on the ground. So nobody argues with me when we say, look, we want to make sure that AI systems are fair, but what our engineering teams want to know is, what does that mean for the data that I need to collect in order to train this model? What type of testing do I need to do before releasing the system, and also on an ongoing basis? What documentation do I need to make available to our customers? So over the past almost decade now, we have been answering those questions at Microsoft. So taking a high-level set of principles and operationalizing them and making sure that we've got the receipts to show that we've done that work. So to bring things forward to, what does this assurance actually really look like in practice? Let me give you the example of M365 Copilot, which is one of our flagship AI products. Some of you might even use it. It takes all of our Office products like Word and Outlook and Excel, etc., that are well used around the world and really supercharges them with AI features. Now, for us, it was important that not long after the international standard ISO 42001 became available, this is a management system standard, so it looks at the governance process around how you build a system like M365. We went and got certified against that standard, and that delivers real business value for us. Microsoft has many highly regulated financial services customers and healthcare customers and defense customers. Our customer base asks for and expects us to have these types of certifications. I think one of our insurance customers, it's global in nature, put it really well, which is to say, you know, unless you have the receipts in the form of, you know, certification against an international standard, it's like saying that you're a car manufacturing company, you've got safety engineers, but no one actually proves that the car has brakes and the car has airbags, and both of those things function in all the anticipated sort of and foreseeable operational circumstances in which they will be operated. So I think to finish on Sue's core point, assurance at this point is not just a nice to have. It is, you know, demanded in procurement processes, and it's a way of building trust across the supply chain, so that if we can offer, you know, our certifications forward, it means it empowers all of the many people who build off Microsoft's platform, make available applications in their context to actually leverage the work that we've done to help supercharge your work building applications as well.
Yeah, thank you, Natasha. Great examples. And Tim, come to you. Talk about AI assurance in practice. Let's go back into the kind of the tools in the toolbox, I suppose. And ISO 42001 is really becoming a reference standard. I'd be interested in your view of where do you think we are with that? What does successful certification actually require? And also, perhaps, are there common misconceptions that organizations have around implementing it? You know, if that's the good place to start, how do organizations need to think about it? Does that make sense?
Yeah, probably the best way to start where we're at. So particularly we're seeing in terms of the certification side, it is massively picked up in recent months. It was already growing a lot. And it's really quite interesting where it's been driven from. So there are certain, in terms of certain countries and sectors that normally pick up certification, but 42001 is really driven by where AI is sitting. So financial services, ICT, professional services. And in terms of countries, India is actually second in the world in terms of accredited certifications.
Wow,
so
that's great.
Very good.
Well done, everyone.
UK is number 4, still good, but not as good.
What's number 1?
US. And China's number 3, surprisingly, but
so India's really up there.
Yeah, definitely huge. So in terms of some of the misconceptions, so Carsten mentioned about 27001, and all these management systems follow the same structure, which is deliberate, so they're easy to pick up and use. But so there is some views that 42001 is just 27001 with a bit extra. It's not. It's something that's new. You have to work all the way through it to get it in place as well. Akin to what's been mentioned already, it's about certifying the organisation and their approach to AI governance, not a particular product, which Carsten also mentioned earlier on as well. And there is kind of this view about the link to regulation. So particularly, say, in the UK, there is a push towards using standards and assurance, including 42001, to demonstrate good governance. But really, as was said, the pull is coming through supply chains. Companies want to do this. Their customers want it. It's not because they're being forced to. It's because the market's really driving them to do it.
So in that case, and Tim, perhaps I come on to you, and I want to move kind of perhaps just thinking about the strategic opportunity for India before we talk about how India and the UK, because it seems like we're on similar paths in terms of AI assurance, how we could potentially work together in partnership on this. But thinking about the strategic opportunity for Indian organizations, what should they be prioritizing then to capture this kind of AI assurance opportunity in the next 3 to 5 years? Is it that working with your partners, working with your supply chain, say, look, if you know you're going to need to do this, I can demonstrate that I can do this too. Is that the way to do it?
I think it's those two sides. One, it's 42001 is here. Whether it's in terms of taking uptake or certification, that's something that really demonstrates that you're a leader, and also getting involved. As sort of Carsten mentioned, the standard system as well. And I think, one thing I was going to mention. So we recently announced that we'd certified Axis Bank, which is, it's the first, as far as I'm aware, the first bank in the world that's got 42001 certification. So, India is really a leader in this already.
Yeah, that's great to hear. Natasha, I would love to, what your advice would be for Indian companies thinking about if they haven't started on this kind of AI assurance, I hate that word, but journey, what should they be prioritizing? And then Raj, I'll come to you as well.
So I think here in the Indian context, it's a really great moment to lean into the role that assurance can play, recognising Carsten's important point that there's not just one type of assurance that applies in every circumstance, but rather it's a range of tools and critically you need to sort of match the right tool to the right use case. But with the India AI Impact Summit, the Indian AI governance guidelines have also been published, and there's a number of important recommendations that are coming out of that I think will help pave a sensible course forward. So, for example, there will be an AI governance group that's established and a technology and policy expert committee. One very concrete thing that I think those groups could do is to develop what's called crosswalks between international standards and other mechanisms of assurance and some of the specific requirements in India. And what a crosswalk does is it shows how you can meet the, say, specific existing Indian law on the books in a way that also accrues to meeting the international standards. So it helps basically provide a map or a path that you can follow in order to see how, if you take a step like making sure you've got a valid incident response process, you can see how implementing those controls accrues to meeting your obligations under Indian law, as well as demonstrating a control that will be assessed in the context of a governance audit that might be scoped to a particular part of your business. So I think just trying to make sure in this moment that you really are connecting in all of the excellent activity in India to some of these broader frameworks that are cross-border. This is going to help not just more rapidly adapt and localize tech that's developed outside of India in India, but you're also going to export to the world too. And so that's why you want to make sure that you're using this moment to align and map wherever you can, so that you can get the benefit of these emerging global or cross-border standards.
Yeah, thank you. It's this really exciting conversation. I might be being a bit of a geek here, but we've been talking at Tech UK about AI assurance for, it'll be 10 years, our Digital Ethics Summit, which you spoke at really at the beginning, it'll be our 10th year this year. And now it actually feels like this is actually happening, right? It's actually having real world impact, which is amazing.
Absolutely.
But thank you for setting me up, because Raj, I wanted to ask you, and given your experience and your knowledge, a bit about frameworks and policy frameworks that can help drive forward the AI assurance market, particularly in India, thinking about, as you touched on, deployment in financial services, but also there's healthcare and agriculture, public services, government services. Are there policy frameworks that you think could really support, or that are needed to support those, critical use cases and adoption and diffusion of AI and AI assurance at the same time? What would you say is key?
I think I want to build on something that Tim was talking about, which is integration to the supply chain, starting off with your procurement process. While in a previous answer I said that governance should never be a stifling factor to innovation and moving forward, there has to be a point at which the economic buyer or the procurement process needs to have a certain standardized pack, and I don't use those words lightly because it's difficult to standardize this, But as an ecosystem, as a country, if you align on a certain requirement set of the AI providers that are going to deploy AI use cases into your organizations, there should be a minimum baseline that aligns with both the company level expectation as well as country level expectation. I think we as a technology company, we see this. We are integrating with Indian companies at the moment, and some of that procurement process is very well aligned to AI systems, and we get through and we're able to showcase the good work that we're doing and provide evidence where it's needed, and it's a smooth process. And then there are others that it's a very cumbersome process. It slows down AI adoption because they're trying to get through this with a not fit for purpose set. So I would definitely start at a policy level, which is procurement across the board. Next, and I will always champion this, is have a risk-based approach. You need to have a policy pack that's in place where you are identifying critical infrastructure and critical AI use cases that require the most evidence against them. And then you should prioritize in that manner, and then you can move forward quickly with high impact, low risk use cases and do the effective due diligence on high risk, high impact use cases. So I think those are the two things that I'd probably start with as levers to move quickly in terms of policy.
Thanks, Raj. And Tim, just thinking then, turning it into, okay, the UK, we've been leading the charge in AI assurance for a number of years now. Our government, check it out, published an AI assurance roadmap only last year in terms of how we're going to drive forward the AI assurance market and industry. She said India number 2 for actually implementing the standards, which is great. But so what could the UK and India do together? What could we learn from each other in regards to AI assurance and standards? How do we help each other? What would you say would be key there in terms of going forward?
I mean, I think it's sort of taking it more sort of geopolitical level. So if we were having a kind of conversation about where regulation, standards and assurance are going at the beginning of last year, it was quite clear the direction everything was going in the world. And literally in the last year, everything's kind of gone in multiple directions, it has to be said. And I really think in terms of what the UK and India can do, it's trying to get more harmonisation around it across the board, because it's just going to make things really difficult, particularly as the point earlier on about importers and exporters and so many rules around the world. And
just the complexity.
The complexity of the way things are going, because there is, there's always been this tension between the need for regulation to let innovation flourish, but it's just got much more complicated in the last few years. And trying to get, regulation is probably coming, but trying to make sure there is that alignment around a similar sort of approach to regulation, whether it's light touch or not. I think it's something we need to all do together.
Raj, would love any views from your side on that as well. And perhaps what could or does success look like in terms of collaboration between the UK and India on AI assurance? And are there concrete steps you think organisations or policymakers need to think about in terms of the opportunity here because it feels like we're at a similar kind of point in time, if that makes sense.
Yeah, definitely. I think my answer is going to be a little bit biased towards a technology provider that's looking to deploy effectively in this area, but
I think that's allowed.
It's allowed? Yeah. Okay, fine. So what I would love to see is a lot more collaboration in terms of sharing best practice when it comes to actually governing and assuring AI use cases. There's a lot of work that we're doing with multinational companies, UK-based companies, that we get a lot of learnings from, and we are happy to share those learnings in terms of best practice with organizations that are starting on their governance journey, organizations that have established ecosystem in India that are looking to export, and what is best practice. The idea being that governance should be, again, the accelerator to your deployment. It should answer a lot of questions that your stakeholders have by your quantifiable evidence that you're providing to them based on these kind of governance pathways. The second thing I'd love to see is more collaboration, again, in terms of like a sort of partner swap almost. So we have people that are working in the ecosystem in the UK to spend some time in India and vice versa to make sure that we're learning from both ecosystems. Both have unique challenges that each ecosystem will face at some point, whether it's first or later or vice versa. I think that would be an extremely valuable cross-collaboration opportunity. And then the final one is a potential shared sandbox environment where certain use cases could be tested and different benchmarks could be collaborated upon with visibility into the actual use cases that we were testing.
Yeah, Tim, I see you nodding away. Just before I come to you, sandboxes we've found in the UK, right, have a really, really important role to really flesh out how these things work, back to our theme of like AI assurance in practice, but also help develop trustworthy and trust between partners, right? Because we're talking about this is really key in terms of supply chains. Do you want to touch on that in terms of the experience of the sandboxes?
Yeah, I mean, there's two sides to this. I mean, as you say, the UK led this 15, 20 years ago, financial services. So these
FCA started the sandboxes, right, originally.
So basically, these are areas where you can work with the regulator and try something that's new and not be worried about the regulations there. And the sort of talk in the UK is about taking this forward, particularly if the regulations aren't right, then changing them after the pace as well. So that's one side. The other thing we're also involved in, which I haven't mentioned yet, is around the sort of EU AI Act. And so we will be a notified body, and certain organisations we need to work with the notified body to get their products onto the market, so medical devices, toys, etc.
To get their accreditation, basically.
Yeah, they have to basically get designated to get it on the market. And around that, there's a similar structure around sandboxes as well. So in our role as a notified body, we'll probably be involved in those as well to sort of oversee what's happening, but from a sort of non-regulatory perspective. But yes, sandboxes, I mean, particularly given the pace of change in AI, which is frankly bonkers, you know, it's you need something like this.
Bonkers, it's a very technical term in the UK. And also check out the UK's approach in terms of governance, in terms of the AI growth labs that's now being developed, which is a bit like a sandbox approach, but looking at the legislation, the regulations, the rules of the road, and whether in a sandbox environment any of those need to change or need to shift. Because we are also looking at, AI is moving, as we all know, incredibly quickly, and laws and regulations don't move incredibly quickly. So how do you keep pace? But Tasha, any view on that? But also just wanted to come to you on this kind of point about collaboration, because from what I see, India is deploying AI rapidly, right? And scaling the deployment so rapidly, which is amazing to see. The UK, we've had that pioneering practical AI assurance approach. So there must be specific collaboration opportunities here, which could create mutual value. And I'd love your either views from where you've seen other things around the world that could work here, or where do you think the opportunity is for collaboration?
So
big question, I know.
Yeah, I've got some ideas. So I agree with what Raj said earlier around, I think ultimately the opportunity space for collaboration between the UK and India crosses 3 areas. Ideally, you want shared standards, you want shared skills, and then you want shared evidence of meeting those standards. And if that is the overall frame, then what are a couple of specific problems that I think India is really well placed to help chart the path forward for India, but also for the rest of the world? The first is about trying to get clear about responsibilities across the supply chain. Now, I think in India, it's entirely possible to have a use case that involves, for example, Bharat GPT, that is outputs from that are integrated by Infosys into a system that's deployed in an agricultural context across India. So in that type of use case, it's really important to understand who needs to do what across that supply chain and what is the evidence that needs to pass from one actor to the next to help them do the things that they uniquely need to do. Now, actually, globally, there have been, initial attempts to try and define what a developer of a model needs to do versus a deployer of a finished application. But there are some really important open questions, especially kind of in what I would call the messy middle. What does Infosys in that example need to do relative to the model developer, relative to the system deployer who needs to monitor the system in practice? So I think India, because of its very broad and deep ecosystem in the tech space is going to be really, really well placed to help define with clarity who needs to do what. The second opportunity in India, I think, is really making sure that we master the art of not just testing in the lab prior to release, but testing in the real world on an ongoing basis. It has to be efficient and effective to do at scale. But India has such beautiful diversity in linguistic dimensions and cultural dimensions that it really is the case that, you know, the agricultural system deployment in northern India is going to have quite different issues in practice than what it's going to have in southern India. And so helping to find ways to effectively do that real-world testing, that post-deployment monitoring at a scale that is efficient and effective, I think is a real challenge that India can help lead the way on.
So we're going to come to some audience questions, but I'm just going to quickly ask my panel for just some very closing thoughts from their side. And I'm going to give them, 30 seconds, or maybe I'll give them a minute each. But given everything you said, one piece of advice or one area that organizations should really focus on if they're starting or thinking about their AI assurance. Natasha, can I start with you based on what you just said?
Sure. So I'm sure we've got many builders of AI systems in the room. And what I'd encourage you to do is to really think about assurance, about how you create the evidence that people should trust your system as a product capability. You build it in from the very beginning. Assurance, sometimes people think it's just a paperwork exercise. At the end of the day, it's not. The best systems that deliver assurance are ones that have it designed in from the very beginning, and you can use AI to help too. So I think really thinking about assurance as a product capability from the very beginning.
Yeah, we've talked about security by design, we've talked about privacy by design. This is the age of assurance by design. There you go. And you can quote me on that. Raj, piece of advice.
I'm going to talk about, Natasha mentioned a car earlier about airbags and brakes. And when I think about AI governance, I think about your company is the car and AI governance is the brakes in that. And a car can only go quickly because it has brakes. So when you're designing your governance deployment, you need to think about how are you going to materialize that in reality in a tangible way. The companies that we see best moving fastest with AI are not the ones with the most sophisticated use case. It's the ones that have the most sophisticated or most tangible AI governance workflow. If you go to somebody in your organization, you ask them, you have a great AI use case idea, how would you move that into production? That should be knowledge across the entire organization. Identify the use case, identify the risk, mitigate it and deploy at scale and continuously monitor it.
Well, to use the car analogy, maybe it's your headlights as well. It's knowing where you're going, right? There you go. You can use that, Raj, if you need to. And then Tim, piece of advice, and then we'll open it up for questions. So please put your hands up for questions.
So the one thing I'll say is everything's moving very quickly, but ourselves and others are putting a lot of things out there for free to help people. So in terms of work that needs to be done around the EU AI Act, for 42001, we've got guides, self-assessment tools, training. There's lots there, so please look to that. And also, we're on the UK Pavilion in Exhibition Hall 14, so come and have a chat to us as well.
Yeah,
you are as well.
That's a great plug, Tim. I'm also going to plug the lovely Tess Buckley. Please wave your hand. So she's the mastermind at Tech UK, and I have Lawrence as well. But Tess has been writing a number of reports at Tech UK, particularly one that came out last year on AI assurance, looking at specific markets and industries. It's a brilliant paper. Please go and check it out. It should be available to download. But Tech UK, we've got loads of material as well. So we're really keen to help. Okay, questions. I'm going to ask you to, wow, okay. For those online, you can't see all the hands up. We're going to go take a few at a time, and we're going to try and do it quite quickly. We did start a bit late, though, so forgive us, organisers, if we just go over a little bit. So, okay, Tess, let's do the best. Let's take these one... Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4. So can we take 4 at a time? Is that all right? Keep your questions really tight, if that's okay. I'm going to come to that side. Don't worry. I'm fair. Don't worry. I'll be fair. Okay, go.
Thank you. Mine's a very quick one.
Okay, the microphone's not on. Could we turn the mic on?
Can I
Okay.
Thanks for a great panel. Very quick one for me. Can we do 42001 using AI?
Okay, can you do 42001 using AI? Next question, please.
Hi, I'm Gautam, I'm part of Salesforce basically. So just a quick one on skills, basically, Natasha, you touched upon, very important pillar. And then you mentioned, Raj, about brakes and cars, right? And if someone basically who doesn't even understand what AI is and doesn't even understand the entire landscape, it's very important for them to understand which one is brake, which one is accelerator, right? So what exactly is Tech UK largely, maybe Sue can answer that, largely is doing in terms of filling in that skill gap? And I have an NGO as well which works alongside this particular thing, so I'll probably want to touch upon later as well.
Brilliant. Okay, let's come. Let's go to these two here, and then don't worry, we'll try and get through as many as we can. Thank you for keeping them brief, though, sir.
Yeah. So I'm a research scientist, and I think assurance is directly linked with cybersecurity. One of the key aspects of cybersecurity is that no model is going to last forever. Like they deteriorate. So when do the assurances deteriorate, and how is there any policy framework that can help us, have a sustained assurance metric, something like that?
That's a great question. And next, please, and then I'll take a few answers, and then we'll go to this side of the room.
So we actually implement use cases automation for SMBs. So we try to install brakes and headlights in the system before deploying the use case. But I want if you can talk in realities. For example, if I am implementing for a car washing center, calling AI who will call after the service to the person. How was the service after 2 days, and taking the feedback. This is a regular repetitive work. We automate it for them as a deployment.
Yeah.
So how we should approach? We try to make it safe and reliable. But from you guys, I want to know if we can get any advice. Yeah.
Okay, so any advice on how you do this in reality? Assurance and cybersecurity, so deterioration of models, how do we deal with that? Skills, how do we understand the difference between the brake and accelerator? And then can you use AI for the standard? Tim, should we go quickly, and then we'll go quickly, Dan. We'll come over here, and then we'll have to wrap it up.
I'll be very quick. So in terms of can you use AI for 2001? No, 'cause it's really about trying to understand your organisation and build it to your own risk profile and your own governance
Tim, do you just...
approach.
Oh, yeah, sorry.
So it's really about building it to your own organisation and governance approach. What is coming is a smart standards approach, which means in the future, when the standards will update, it will update into the systems, but that's to come. In terms of the other question about cybersecurity, so firstly within the management system, the approach is adapts to your organisation and changes. That's one side. But equally with the assurance infrastructure, it means that you're regularly checked as well. So it's not just a case of you get a certificate and that's it for life. It has to be continual.
Yeah, great. Thank you. Raj, do you want to take any of the other questions that haven't been...
I'll quickly touch on the skills piece and the model visibility piece as well. In terms of skill, your first line of defense is always your people.
Yeah.
And so that's the side of the coin that is the pessimist. Something's going to go wrong. Your people need to understand the limitations of each use case that you put out there and know what is right and what is wrong. The other side of that is through effective upskilling of your organization, you will realize AI benefits quicker and also identify areas where AI can be deployed effectively. So having that skills-based training in place, whether it's internally driven or externally, is valuable for multiple reasons, and every company should be doing that as a baseline. To the question on model retirement, model drift, the way that we approach it at Holistic AI is understanding the inherent risk of that use case. What are you trying to achieve? The technology you're using to achieve it, the data that goes into it, and you benchmark your repetitive monitoring based on that. So there's email autocomplete. It's something that's not super high risk. You don't need to revalidate that system maybe once every 12 months. There'll be things that you want to monitor continuously. There's items that you want to reassess every 3 months. That should be formed part of your governance framework at an organization level so that you understand what you're trying to achieve and everybody knows what they're trying to baseline against.
Great, thanks, Rod. Natasha, anything you wanted to add on any of those very quickly?
I think they covered them well. I don't know if there's one question from this side.
Let's see what's coming up over here. Okay, we'll start with a gentleman here, and then let's go. Yeah, okay, so
I think we're only
1, 2, 3. Okay, so this gentleman, and then can we go with the lady here? Okay, hang
I'll
on.
pass on this to you.
Okay, very quickly. Thank you.
Is my question, my voice audible? Yeah, I'm Subbaraju. Here my question is specifically for Microsoft. As the quantum has become reality now, do we require a paradigm, different kind of a approach for AI assurance?
Okay. Different approach for AI assurance in quantum. We'll come to that in a minute, if that's okay. Natasha. But it's a good question, and it's something we're actually exploring at Tech UK already. Go ahead.
So I identify high impact processes for SMBs, US and UK. And my question is with Claudebot and Modbot, you're talking about certification, you're talking about compliance. And when the business owners want the high impact processes to be implemented, and the technology is changing every day. You cannot control the guardrails. These boards are easily able to break that. So how do we propose something to them and implement when the compliance is also growing every day?
Yeah.
Because it will take a hell lot of time to use the use case wisely and make money out of it. So how do we do it?
Okay, thank you for all your questions. I'm going to have to hold it there. I'm really sorry.
We just have to hold the questions now. I love that
Apologies.
everyone's curious, but just for timing's sake. Thank you.
Sorry. So actually, that's probably for Raj, but we'll start with Natasha on the quantum. It's a great question and something in the UK we've been working with the National Quantum Computing Centre on responsible quantum and what we can learn from AI assurance into the quantum world as well. But please answer.
Look, I think it is a fantastic question, and there are going to be elements of our sort of AI governance and assurance program that will very much carry across, and there'll be new things that need to be
Principles,
added.
right?
Yes, and some of the governance processes as well. And there will also need to be new techniques and approaches built on top, particularly as we, confront, as sort of a need to address, whole new sort of cryptographic errors and challenges in that space. So what I would say is that while it is potentially a pretty significant paradigm shift, we've had to navigate these waves already, and we have to apply the same skill sets that we use to move from traditional AI and ML to generative AI and now agentic AI systems. Actually, all of these waves have required new and different approaches, and so I think of the impacts of quantum as along a spectrum. In some areas, they will be very, very significant, and whole new approaches will be needed. But actually, there will also be many elements that we will just be able to strengthen and build upon as well. To our this lady's question in the front row. Look, what I would say is that it is the case that, unless you have a baseline mandated by the law, not everyone is going to follow all of the responsible practices. We know that from past waves of technology that continues to apply here. But my experience within Microsoft tells me that actually, good hygiene when it comes to upfront risk management doesn't just result in more responsible product, it actually just results in a better product overall. So I would encourage you, as you do this work, to really find the business case champions of where the product has been both, well designed to meet user needs and responsibly designed, and use those champions to help build broader awareness of why we do this work. Because the business value is very real.
Yeah.
And while there might be instances in the ecosystem where, things are pretty fast and loose, I think you have to look over longer time horizons to see what is actually sustainable and valuable in the medium and long term.
Thank you, Natasha. We're going to leave it there. We've run out of time, but thank you so much for all the hands and all the questions. Please, can we thank the panel for Tim, Taraj, and Natasha in the normal way? And thank you all for being here. It's a real pleasure. Thank you so much. Enjoy the rest of your day.
Thank you, Natasha.
The senior program managers, over to you.
Thank you, sir. Good afternoon, everyone. First of all, I think walking in the corridors, you must have seen everyone seems to be really excited about what we are going to do in AI, right? And hope you found your places for your coffee and food, and also navigate through the rooms as well, which is pretty easy, right? Just coming to the session, I think if we talk about what World Bank does, several of you might be aware of it. It's a multilateral development institution which is putting financing on the table, and it's a kind of partnership which we build with the government. It's not, the World Bank doesn't do anything on its own in isolation. Over a period of time, I think there has been a very significant amount of investment, and I was chatting with my colleague earlier, and we learned that almost $4 billion plus US dollars have been invested on foundational systems of how digital health systems can work. And in the morning we were in a couple of sessions where industry leaders, experts, and all of them were talking about AI modeling models are as good as the foundational systems available. And the foundational systems are a very simple term to speak, but if we get into the details, they go from everything from a typical digital infrastructure, internet infrastructure, to creating some kind of interoperable framework, having information exchanges, unique identification. We get into all those elements of foundational system. Without that, and then the more important what comes over here is the data. How do you train your AI models and system, and the data, that to good quality data. Now the World Bank investments, while the digital health investments, et cetera, work on core designing tools and systems, the other investments of health system reform actually look at some human angle to it. Like the data quality is not just the tool decision, it's also the human decision. How do those at the front line actually create and enter data in the system and take it forward? So all of these investments together in India and elsewhere, we are trying to create some kind of foundational framework so that any kind of AI models and tools, if we want to scale, implement and scale in a state kind of setting or a country kind of setting, that has something to work with. Finally, I think one of the things which we have been working very kind of serious about, that the partnership is very critical if we want to make sure that the AI models really give us some tangible results. And the partnership is not just between the government and multilaterals, it's about the private sectors. Non-governmental organization, I can give examples where the tools designed, developed, and tested by non-governmental organizations are now being implemented pan-state to 100 million population to 50 million population as well. So we can talk more of some of this, but that's the fundamentally what we try to focus as part of the bank.
Thank you, Rahul. Thank you for your introductory remarks. I'll go to now Maulik Choksi, who is Global Director of Access Health International, and he's a professor, he's a researcher professor. Over to you, Maulik, for your initial comments.
Thank you very much, sir, and thanks for having me here. I represent the organization Access Health International, and we are a health system design organization. So let me break those words, health system design. Today, most of the people might have heard what ABDM, Ayushman Bharat Digital Health Mission, right? And now we are listening AI big time for past a year and a half. The first conversation of ABDM started in 2016. It was announced 2021 by our Honorable Prime Minister, but the work of ABDM, the first conversation on National Digital Health Mission started in 2016. And we have been part of the process right from 2017 till 2021, till that day when our efforts saw a policy framework and an implementation framework. And that's what we do. Currently also at 4:30 in the evening, we are going to announce our strategy, AI strategy for health, right? Again, this piece of work is not something that's happening overnight. There has been a year and a half efforts going on in creating that strategy. And we are part of the process of creating the strategy. Now, what does it mean? If I take ABDM as an example, again, we had 150 consultation in a 2.5-year time period. Each and every stakeholder's perspective was taken into consideration when this strategy or National Digital Health Mission was drafted. And similar efforts are currently going. And when we talk about AI specific, who are the people who are going to get affected by AI, right? Who are the people who are going to use AI? How are the people going to use AI? I think so when you create a strategy document, each and every element needs to be part of consultation, and you need to have a framework to address those things. And we, Access International, are happy and proud to be part of this process, primarily supported by various development partners, but that's what we have been doing. We also do something else. So let's say ABDM got announced, right? What is the impact of ABDM? You know, it got announced in 2021. Today we are 2026. Almost 5 years are getting over. So what has been the impact of ABDM as far as provider are concerned, facilities are concerned, consumers are concerned? And similarly, we have already started working on implementation research frameworks for digital health. We worked, and now we are working on AI. So if you want to measure the impact of AI, how are you going to measure the impact of AI? People talk of interoperability. But interoperability might be something that a bureaucracy might be looking at. But for my bedside, privacy is something that I am looking at, right? So this is what we tend to do as a health system design organization. And I gave digital health and artificial intelligence as domains, but similarly, we work on healthcare financing, we work on pharmaceutical policies. We did some work with Niti Aayog very recently on making sure we had this huge kind of cough syrup crisis in our country, right? How do we make sure that our systems are agile enough to kind of detect those kind of stuff, so when something happens, we're able to respond it? So we work across 3 or 4 primary domains: financing, pharmaceuticals, and digital health, as well as people's health movement. And thank you for having me here.
Thank you so much, Malik. I think before I go to the second round of questions, you know, I'm sure I would like to touch, I request you to touch on, you know, certain areas which are the key challenges we are facing, you know, across the world. So friends, when we talk about key challenges that we are facing, you know, in the AI system, we'll find the infrastructure gaps are all over, because recently we have entered in the global south, and especially the African region. You look at the infrastructure, whether it is absolutely available or not, I would say it's missing. We talk about capacity building and HR issues. Do we have right set of people? Do we have those kind of capacities built over there? I think still it's missing. What about promotion of the local and the local innovations and the solutions? Again, you know, we are talking in generic, but what about the local solutions? I think they are going to be more important. They are going to play an important role. What about the ethical and your social implications? When you're using AI, do we have those kind of ethical and social implications? I think we have to look into that. We do lack, you know, collaborations, knowledge sharing. Again, it's one of the major gaps that we always find. What about data? I've seen, you know, when we are talking to certain governments in the Africa region, especially East and West both, data is missing. So can we really afford to have those kind of AI solutions created? In that situation, it's going to be like garbage in and garbage out. So is it possible that we start, you know? And lastly, which I feel, you know, one of the major challenges that we are facing is the whole of LMIC. The world is flooded with pilots. Now, how to take these pilots to scale is, in my view, one of the most challenging, you know, situations. Currently, what we are facing, especially in the global south. Pilots, you know, why we fail? I think we all know that wonderful pilots are available across the, you know, world. They're beautiful, you know. You'll find that there's very smart models. You know, they'll always give a promising accuracy. The nice dashboards are available, but when it comes to scaling, whether we are able to scale them up, I think that is an important area. So I'll request you, whenever you get time, when we have the second round, please try to, you know, touch upon this. So I'll go to Ms. Veena Mokhtali. In your view, Veena ji, like, what does responsible deployment look like, especially in the healthcare domain? And in case really you can touch upon the human in the loop, I think. In healthcare, I would say, and any domain you look at, the human in the loop is going to play an important role. So we're able to really talk about this, that'll be very useful.
Sure. That's a very important point, because as a clinician, when a clinician is using AI to make any decision, I think the information that comes out of the AI also has to come with a lot of credibility. And that's where I think the point that you made earlier about garbage in, garbage out also comes into the picture. So of course, your AI needs to be trained on the right kind of data with the right kind of inputs, but also it needs to have certain sort of explainability. So in our case, because the AI was to be used by nurse midwives or health officers at the grassroots level, there was always an element of who would take the decision of treating the woman if she is found to be suspect positive. And we thought that since a clinician is not really a part of that decision making at that point, we should give an opportunity for, let's say, an onco expert to review these images or review the cases that are identified by the AI as a suspect positive. So we consciously kept a human in the loop before a decision for treatment is made. Although the WHO does have protocols about see and treat for something like cervical cancer, So what that means is, for those of you who perhaps don't have any idea about the cervical cancer is one such rare disease where even at a very early stage, at a pre-cancerous stage, there are treatments available which can be performed even at point of care. So that means there are tools available which can treat these pre-cancerous cells of the uterine cervix. So there has been a concept for almost 20 years where the WHO is also promoting that nurses can be taught to treat these precancerous lesions. In reality, however, that has not happened, because although the nurses are taught to do visual examinations, while treating somebody, they feel a lack of confidence. And that's where we thought our AI adds a great value by giving them information, by giving them that simple decision making that, if the AI says this is a red case, that means this woman needs this particular type of treatment and she may be referred for further treatment. Whereas if she's, the case is a brown colored case, that means she has a low grade lesions and she does not need an aggressive treatment. So this kind of a communication is all that these nurse midwives needed at that point. But the actual decision to treat the woman or what kind of treatment should be given is left to the clinician. So we have included a remote review system in our platform where the same images which are captured on ground are also viewed on the cloud platform, where the clinician gets to see them, score them, and accordingly schedule them for further treatment.
Thank you, Vinaji. Thank you so much. I'll go to now Dr. Vidyani. You are a top-notch biomedical research scientist at the Stanford University. What about AI applicability in the biomedical research? How do you see this happening? And second, I always say that, how best we can ensure that the AI solutions should go from lab to the field. Because at times you are just working in the labs and creating those kind of pilots, but ultimately how they are going to be more beneficial to the public is a question. But how do you see that, as a biomedical research scientist?
So as I mentioned earlier, we're leveraging AI to kind of decipher all these multi-omic imaging large data sets, and coming to how we deploy it for benefit of public good. So my main focus now, after being in biomedical research for so long, is preventive healthcare. Like, there's so many, people are talking about that they can cure cancer, but nobody really talks about the side effects. So from the last 3 years, my focus has shifted to how we can prevent the diseases as we age and increase the health span of the aging population. So we're working with the Worldwide Fingers team based at Karolinska Institute, Sweden, and Stanford Global Health. And it's 5 different things. I think it's for everyone to remember: food, physical activity, sleep, cognitive exercises, and cardiovascular health. And what we are trying to do is develop region-specific interventions, and even more, leverage AI to develop personalized interventions. So AI will get inputs about what our health conditions are and what we like to do. For example, I talked about these 5 things. In the physical activity, there might be somebody who are already physically active. There's some people who might be not finding time to go to the gym. So for those people, we have designed something called exercise snacks, where we can go to the, we can just do these things for 10 minutes at our desks, and these have benefits of going to the gym for an hour. Similarly, cardiovascular health, sleep, and all of that. And in cognitive exercises, some of us like to play chess, some of us like online games. And since we are all from India, we are very culturally rich, and our music and dance forms encompass many of these cognitive aspects, physical activity, as well as social interactions. So we are training these AI models to kind of incorporate our health data as well as our individual choices and develop personalized interventions. And we also are developing models to first risk stratify the individuals for disease, and then they can focus more on these interventions. And every day when we wake up, this AI tools will provide us what are the 5 different things we need to do. And eventually we'll also build digital libraries for different populations, because we are such a diverse country, and we can make it more fun and to incorporate these lifestyle choices and increase the health span of the country as a whole.
Thank you so much. Thanks a lot. Rahul, I'll just come to a very pertinent question to you. Again, we have been talking about pilots and, scaling over pilots. Because unless you integrate these pilots in the systems, any system you're talking with, the health systems or agriculture, education, any domain you talk, I think the most important part is that how best you can, basically the change is not going to be technical. It's going to be structural. And that requires a lot of funding support and all. I always say that, 90% of sensitivity, of these AI pilots, still I find them, I don't know, use this word, useless. But at times you'll find that why they, let us say if it adds to an extra burden to a frontline worker, it's not of any use, Similarly, if it lives outside the system. So unless we integrate these pilots within the system, it is not going to be of any help to us. If it requires perfect data, because in governments and you go to any country, especially I'm talking about the global south, data is not going to be perfect. So our solutions have to be created which are quite aligned with so-called imperfect data which is available within the country. And let us say if we are not able to sustain these pilots, once the donor is gone, then also I think it's a useless exercise to happen. In your view, being a multilateral donor to the governments, how do you see how best these multi-donors, especially World Bank, is helping and supporting the governments, in scaling up these solutions?
Thank you, sir. Indeed, a great question, and this is a very interesting set of panel as well. We are having a very specific technical conversation on ideas and then how to really scale them. I think this is something, a great idea is not great in itself. Unless a good idea can be scaled, a good idea is a great idea. A great idea which cannot be scaled given all the constraint, it will remain in a very small island of innovation and probably will not give us the dividend what we want to have. So I think that's something, and the scale, I think we use the scaling up very loosely as well. Sometimes we say we need to scale up this pilot, we need to scale up this idea. Scale up doesn't happen in vacuum. There are bureaucratic challenges, there are wills, there are resource constraints, there are issues around data standards and all of that, which drives how exactly you scale certain things. So in our point of view, there are four, and I will not get into the detail, but four fundamentals if we really want to look at how do we want to take something to a scale or something which is at a scale and we sustain that. And the first one is on these things, the data standards and digital public infrastructure. I think that's fundamental, that's basic. Without that, even if we think of anything, and that includes a lot of things. I think if we get into detail, we can have a whole day session on that, but Ayushman Bharat Digital Mission is trying to look at some of those aspects very clearly. And how do we really create those frameworks to make sure the data system, DPIs, and the platforms are available. The second thing is, let's not talk about, okay, this is the idea, let's scale it up. Is that idea can be plugged in an existing platform, that DPI, can it be interoperable? Okay, let me not even talk interoperable over here. Can it really exchange information with two existing systems of the government or even the large public sector providers which can connect to each other? I think that's what's going to make it really work. The third, which we don't speak as much in every conversation, is the workforce and institutional capacity. Again, institutional capacity is a very loaded word. There are 15 different dimensions of institutional capacity, and again, we can have a long chat on that. But the workforce capacity and institutional capacity together will make sure that what we are trying to bring to the platform will really go forward. And there, one area which we have seen, if you talk about the frontline workers primarily, we feel that we have developed, its user interface is good, we have provided it to them, they can use it. In our personal experience, working with Anganwadi workers, one simple tool required 9 months of constant training, month on month, to make sure they were able to use 40% of the UI of that particular application. So I think investing on that, if you want the frontline workers and users to really use it, is going to be very critical. Finally, the financing has to tie to the readiness and the outcome. We cannot just put money. In the morning also we were having conversation, and it's of the government money. Also the World Bank is technically not a donor. It's a lending organization which is putting the money and the government is returning that. It's a technically government money itself, if I be very frank with it. So any money which is coming from the taxpayers, which is being used for some of these things, we cannot just invest just because there is a great idea. Can it really link to the platform? Is there a DPI system in place? Is there workforce and institutional capacity we are building on? If together all of those four investing, then investing in the tool and technology will really give us dividends. So I'll probably stop here, but if there are further clarification questions can come to it.
Thank you, Rahul. Thanks a lot. Now going to our friend Malik. Malik, how do you find intersection between AI and research? How does it look like?
I answered at two levels, right? My first two panelists come from biomedical, and I'm a biochemist myself. So I think so. I remember when I was a student. I'm from MS University, Baroda, and it was one of the best library. And I spent number of hours even sleeping in library. At that time, if I want to do a research paper, identifying a publication or an article from Nature or Lancet was a job in itself, right? I think so. AI has made that life much, much easier, right? So I think so. If I start looking at basic science, my first prima facie is what is known. So I don't invest in what's known. I focus on what's unknown. And I think so in research perspective, AI is a fantastic tool to elucidate what is known, and henceforth I can focus on what's not known, right? But this is primarily at a biomedical sciences, and then what she said, I think so. I know, in vivo setting, in vitro setting, I can see what chemical interaction happens, kind of stuff. It decreases my time. So if I look at that perspective, research perspective, I think so. My basic biomedical research, the time taken, the accuracy of research, I think so. It has gone very, very fast. But I wore that hat for a very small period of time of 5 years, and then I became a public health researcher. And I think in public health research, there again are huge opportunities. And I will focus on what you asked us to is challenges. Firstly, in LMIC, you did mention we have got data, but we also acknowledged that the quality of data and standardization of data is not good enough to create LLMs right now. And henceforth, there is an inherent bias on the LLMs which are created right now. But having said that, so decision support system might take some time in evolving. But process level AI dependent algorithms could be very fast. So if I say I want to decrease out-of-pocket expenditure in medicine, one of the way of decreasing out-of-pocket medicine is provide services. To provide services, as Rahul said, we need money. There are a lot of issues in the way money flows from federal government to state government or state government to district government to block level. AI can help there, right? That process engineering can really work with AI, decreasing the kind of blocks that where money is getting stuck. And then itself can result in a lot of kind of net benefit as far as health system is concerned. Similarly, if I say, lot of people, 40% of Indian population is in urban area, right? If I stay in Delhi, people start talking about, yahan pe pollution bahut kharab hai, blah, 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 blah. There are around 7 ministries who are working together, have got money to focus on health within their domain. If we get algorithms of where the monies are, where the money is stuck, and how the money flows out, I think so there is a huge efficiency gain that we can get as far as AI is concerned. It can give data visualization. It can give effect on kind of what kind of decisions needs to be taken. So I think so at a research perspective, also it helps in seeing that what's working, what's not working, what needs to be tweaked, and how what Rahul did mention of kind of departmental convergence that can come into picture. So I think so there is a huge scope at a biomedical level as well, and there is a huge scope in terms of how the health system could be strengthened in taking decisions. And the last bit, I would say, the biggest kind of government-supported health insurance scheme we have got, or PMJ. If you want to see that how many frauds are happening, how do we prevent that fraud? I think so. AI, there is huge scope of research in those segments to bring an efficiency as far as thing. And I would take a word from Ajay, and kind of, if you want to shift ambulatory care from let's say hospital to home-based care, I think that's what the data talks, and AI can help in really augmenting those kind of processes and making sure that there is an efficient health system in delivering care, which saves money as well as time. Thank you.
Wonderful, Malik. My boss always says that the world is going to be divided into two types of people. One who knows AI, another who doesn't know, guys. So I think the times before us are absolutely challenging. So I think we have no option but to go for this. I was trying to understand. I worked in for multiple years, more than 3 decades in the government and UN system. I think the only benchmark that I established for any successful pilot was whether it is replicable or whether it is being accepted by the government. I think that has been, and you liked it, but most of the occasions I will find that more than 60%, 70% pilots which are being established and done by different agencies, whether within the UN system or NGOs and all, they remained projects, within those files, and they ended there only. But I think in AI, we can't afford to have that kind of situation. We need to be absolutely prepared to see that what sort of pilots we do, though still, there'll be chances that those pilots won't really work. But how best we may ensure these pilots, to get scaled up. I was looking at, Vadvani AI in India, that we have been able to, it's a huge team. I was looking at, how they have been able to succeed in their own ways. Because India has got, in Ministry of Health, they have got multiple national programs. And very smartly, they have aligned themselves, starting from the co-creation to the scale with the government, with government data. Look at the TB, malaria, there is a huge national TB program, we have got malaria program, we have got maternal newborn child health, nutrition, etc. You look at TB part. There are 3-4 solutions, like we talk about risk prediction or loss to follow-up or lab diagnostics. What they have done, they have aligned this with the NICSHARE, which is a national platform for TB. I think they couldn't have been, so there's no scope for, the kind of failure, because we'll keep on tweaking, we'll keep on making changes. Similarly, in telemedicine, look at eSanjeevani, which is a platform, which is a clinical decision support system, which Vadvani AI has created. Now, again, it is being scaled up because it is part and parcel. It has been fully integrated in the system. What I'm trying to bring point home is that unless we integrate these systems, the pilots in the system, I think somewhere we'll be missing the bus. I'll go to the last, and I think we'll also have some 5 to 7 minutes for your any questions and comments. Basically, I think it's not that people sitting on this side are the best brains or they're the top-notch people. I can understand. I see Pankaj, he worked with me. He's a very high-end, technical colleague. So I'm sure, the wisdom in the room is absolutely, fantastic. I'd like to hear from you also. But as a last, round of questions, your closing remarks on this. What so you want to say and talk about this? After question and answer, maybe I'll try to, end with a few of my observations and concluding remarks. So how should we start? Should we start same way? Over to you.
Yeah, and that's a great responsibility to kind of summarize. But yes, of course, and this was a very insightful session, by the way, right from research to financing and of course analysis, so that it becomes an integral part of the healthcare system. How AI will add value is a very, very important topic. And I think the point that you made about pilots being designed in such a way that AI eventually, or any innovation for that matter, eventually becomes a part of the system is very, very important. And that has been my experience as well. I agree with the point. So I will perhaps end my thoughts by saying that it is the intent which has to be clarified when the pilot is designed. Because pilot is like an elephant. Everybody has their eyes closed. The government expects something from the pilot. The innovator is expecting something else from the pilot, and perhaps the beneficiaries or the people themselves are expecting something else. So unless everybody has the same kind of objectives out of that pilot, and the communication is made in the right manner, I think even innovations like AI, which may have a great promise, which may have been built on a lot of data, also will find it difficult to be a part of the system. So having that intent clarified in the beginning is very important.
Thank you. Yeah. Vidyani.
Yeah, as reluctant I was about when AI started, when it was like hugely elevated, but now I'm pretty confident that AI can take us from reactive care to predictive and preventive health care, and I can see great potential in helping increase the health span of the individuals, not just in India but across the globe.
Well, thanks. I would put the HTA framework for all of us to think. Does it work? Is it safe? Is it cost worth it to put it? I think those three, if we really have the HTA approach even on this one, I know it's very difficult to be a very black and white answer for some of these things. I think, but we need to know whether it works, it has potential to be scaled up, it is cost effective and all. I think that is something we should take for sure. The second thing is, and this is something, let's go back to 2000s when technology started coming into our health sector, at least the health sector to help us service delivery and all that. I think since beginning, one of the things which I always probably did not like personally is this thinking that probably bringing a digital solution or an AI system or any new technology will solve the problem. The problem is solved by people who are there. They're providing services they need to solve. It needs to be an enabler. It cannot supplement and replace what the system can deliver. Till the time we don't acknowledge that, the fight and the tussle between the both will continue to happen. There'll be push and pull. So I think that is the second thing I want to take home, put the message over here. And the third, which is very, very critical, is especially currently the AI models, they're as good as what gets fed into those models itself. So data systems, are we doing enough on our data quality research? Are we putting enough resources and support to make sure that basic building block of what the data, where the data gets, data doesn't create it in air. The service delivery becomes data point itself. The day we start hitting that in our mind, every time we think of data, the data is not coming from thin air. There is a service delivery happening, which is becoming a data point, and that service delivery to data recording needs to be resolved. So I think these 3 points would be my final takeaway on this. Thank you.
Fantastic. You did touch base on human in the loop, which is very important. Yes. Okay.
And I'll respond as a researcher, right? A researcher moving towards Viksit Bharat 2047. I think so. We are in a good space. I think so. India AI Kosh is making a lot of anonymized data sets available. I think so. That's in good direction. Once they make available, ICMR, National Health Authority, Ministry of Health are working on anonymized health data being accessible, both at a disease level and at a state level. We have got some old kind of outdated GBD data, burden of disease, but I think so. If I look at a researcher, right, so there are good data sets which are coming out in market, which can help us in kind of solving real world problem. But again, as you have kind of directed us, I'm being careful that currently, because the data systems are not that rich, I think so. There has been a tendency to use synthetic data, and I think so. I'm also very mindful about researchers when they are using synthetic data in training their models. They are being transparent enough to let people know what they are doing, so that the onus on also comes back on researcher to make sure they make those points very clear. The kind of data sets they are using for training their AI models and clearing algorithms. Thank you.
Thank you, Maulik. I think we have just 5 minutes for. We can take 2-3 questions. There are multiple hands going up, but how to start? I don't know.
Yeah.
You have to be quick and.
So I'm a pulmonologist from Hyderabad. So you mentioned about tuberculosis. So a lot of people develop complications when they're not monitored properly, and then they drop out of the treatment. Non-compliance will be there. So has there been some work on this front to improve the compliance using AI to avoid complications, predict complications, and improve the compliance?
So I won't be able to reply to you, but I'll be happy to connect with the experts who are working in this particular field on any solutions. So I'll take your details and come back.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you for the opportunity. I'll just summarize all the panelist questions and the points. So cancer care, prevention at the core, enablers, and then you talked about the district level implementation. My simple question is India's primary healthcare ready for the AI implementation?
Rahul? Yeah. Thank you. Wonderful question.
It's a great question. It's always ready. There is no switch off and on. I think that we have to accept in a large public sector kind of working. We cannot have a on and off switch that now it is ready, now it is not ready. What makes it ready and whether if all the primary health systems, all the districts on the same page, that differs. I think that differs on multiple parameters. We have to take it from this point of view. When and I'll give you a very real life example. When first time a frontline worker-led digital job aid was introduced in 2015, when they were, and I'm talking about the Anganwadi workers, those who are not from India don't know, they are semi-literate or illiterate frontline workers who have never even held a feature phone in their hand. Everyone said that they are not ready. It took around 9 to 12 months of effort to make sure they get trained. They get again and again, multiple segments were trained, they come back, they go do services, come back. Once it was done, they were the first ones to start using the application and take it forward. So I'm taking an example to tell you that the readiness doesn't happen just because we have created the infrastructure. It happens when we invest on those who want to use it, and if they are confident to use it, the day they start using it, things will become more kind of ready.
Thank you, Rahul. Yeah. Just 2 more questions, please don't. Otherwise, outside we can always.
Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Nishant, and I'm an educator in AI. So my question is that we have a huge data, and we want our AI to be fast, right? But in aviation and in clinical field, there is a term in AI, hallucination. Then how can we deal with it? Like it's a kind of.
Yes, I think so. As your data sets grow and they are trained properly, I think so the noise will go off, right? But again, most of the AI systems are self-learning systems, so it's going to be a continuous challenge, right? It's only the good quality of data that's going to be good quality. Last data is going to answer to your question. Unless we get that good quality last data, which keeps on evolving on itself, right? And still some noise will remain. I think so. Let's accept the limitation that will bring in.
Just one more question.
Sorry, I'm just intervening. When you say good quality data, right? Data doesn't tell itself, okay, it's good quality, bad quality, right? So it's the field ops which are very important, which Rahul, I think you mentioned, that if you don't have field ops, you don't have laws to actually mandate field ops to make sure that the correct data is actually being entered. How are we going to settle that? So hallucination is always going to be there, but it's not going to evolve by itself.
Yeah.
Sorry about that.
Last question.
Okay, please. Please. You can just take the mic.
This side is I'm missing. We'll come to
Yeah, so my question is, so at what level we are there sincere efforts to build large-scale Indian multimodal datasets, healthcare datasets to train foundational models like that integrate imaging, cultural nodes, as well as the structural lab data? And how do we design the feedback loop from the clinicians to the training data pipeline?
So for the lifestyle interventions project, we are generating the data. We're starting off it as a pilot in Andhra Pradesh and Hyderabad, and even in Bangalore, the Center for Brain Research Institute. So they're acquiring longitudinal aging data, and this being done thoroughly with the imaging and omics both integrated. So we'll have in-house data generated accurately.
Thank you. Just 2 questions from this side. Sorry, we have to. Madam, first to you, and then we'll. Sorry, we can talk.
Very interesting panel. Thank you very much. I have been working in the health data, very innovative approach to really use open innovation to really solve the local problems and use large congregations like Kumbh Mela to really actually serve as a sandbox for creating that baseline data. Point in this thing is a MIT sponsored support system for Kumbh Mela at Nasik. And we'll be driving the same initiative again in the next Kumbh, which is 2027. And I'm very keen to really understand how and the government start using it. Actually, ABDM Pravir Gadamji, who was heading the Nasikkum, he moved to the ABDM, and that's how it actually got implemented in the governmental systems. What more can we really do to really bring in the efforts of Stanford, the efforts of MITs, and the efforts of this thing to really, really take a leap?
Yeah, you got your point. Someone has to.
I'm sorry if I've understood your question correctly, but I think so. Once the data sets, I think so, ABDM is creating at least health infrastructure data sets, right? And if there is an emergency kind of stuff that's coming in, the data sets are very, very helpful in kind of making sure that right information is flowing at the right point without losing time. And I think so that analogy could be extended in terms of the repository help in using for disease surveillance and being climate resilience preparedness. So I think so. As we move forward, it will come up. If you ask me what's happening today, I don't have an answer for that. Thank you.
Yes, the very last.
Yeah, actually, for the past few centuries, there is an increasing intelligence of microbial organisms versus human intelligence. The frequency and the virility has been getting, frequency has been getting higher, virility has been getting higher. And as a collective human beings, we don't have a collective intelligence. World Health Organization, all global institutions are crumbling. Domestic sovereign institutions have a limited time frame. The parliament has 5 years, so we are looping in the 5 years tenure of human collective intelligent effort. Forget about AI. Do we have a collective human intelligence institution to mitigate the future pandemics, which may recur quite frequently from centuries to decades now?
So I think your question is at a very intellectual level. We should have a very kind of open conversation on this. I'm not sure I'm the right person to answer that completely, but two things I want to put over here. I think in any kind of democratic setup, and you rightly said the world order is changing, a lot of things would change, like how exactly people can support each other. Unless the data sharing cross-border is very open, a lot of these kind of pandemics are very difficult to even predict and even kind of prevent from. So how does that happen? If all the countries are open doing it. Now, no one has really control on how the countries will behave, as you rightly said, how things are moving in that direction. What I personally feel, and this is nothing to do with where I work and what I do, I think this constant state of chaos we are in, the only way forward is we organize that chaos to somehow. I don't think there's a very finite way of answering that question, because I can give you 15 examples where we tried to, with government, we tried to set up regional data sharing platforms and mechanisms and systems. It didn't work out. For multiple reasons. Neither X country is at fault, nor Y country is at fault, but there are individual preferences, realities which people want to put in. So I think those realities will be there. The AI systems can, and the last point is where AI systems can help, and I'll close with an example. Right now in India, the surveillance is more reactive. Something has happened, you go detect, outbreak detection, put a team and all of that. There is a huge amount of gold mine lab information data available, routine basis, which is for provision of IPD and OPD services in hospitals. If we put a large language model very importantly and analyze that very clearly, it will give you a heat maps in real time that probably something is wrong in this geographic area. All the PHC, CSC and district hospitals are picking high markers of infection. Something is happening over there. Can we look into it? So the AI models can really give us some of the solutions which we have not been able to do earlier, but whether it will solve all the problems you mentioned, I really don't think so. It needs a lot more effort.
Sir, last question, sir. Dr. Vidyani, ma'am. Ma'am, you have mentioned like lifestyle modification for chronic diseases like cardiovascular diabetes. So I am working in onerx.ai. So my question is, what are the most important patient factors needed for making personalized lifestyle modification for the patient? Let us take gender, socioeconomic changes, everything.
So we have my first focus was dementia, and then we have developed a Indian-specific dementia risk prediction risk score called CADE. So it took into account BMI, and then education, sex, and then it also took into consideration total cholesterol. And so these were some of the basic parameters we began to work with. And as more complicated it gets, we can add more parameters like smoking history and then renal complications and all other diseases.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. You can talk to one of the panelists outside this. Okay. Okay. So I'd like to thank profusely my co-panelists and you all. Just a final, couple of points from my side, because we have to ensure that AI works, for the larger good. So I always say that we should stop celebrating these pilots, because rather we should celebrate the integration part. If it really happens, we need to design for the constraints and not for the ideal condition. Because if, let us say, we don't have good data, it doesn't mean that we should stop doing it. Similarly, we need to build these AI solutions for the users and not for the users. I would like to say that AI doesn't fail because it is too ambitious, but it fails because it is not often too grounded. We need to really remain grounded. And finally, I would like to mention here that, and this is a quote which I took it from somewhere, it says that when the AI becomes invisible, embedded, entrusted, and boring, then it is fully functioning and fully working. So I think I leave you with these kind of thoughts and ideas, but thank you so much for being a wonderful audience, and also the panelists. Thanks a lot.
If you can please make it to the stage, please. Mr. Jem Mete, Regional Practice Director for Education at World Bank. Mr. Vineet Naya, Founder and Chairman, Sampark Foundation. Dr. Yogita Rana, Principal Secretary, Education Department, Government of Telangana. Thanks to all the speakers for taking out the time. Yeah.
You're here.
If I can just request all the speakers to pose for a quick picture, please, before we get started. If the speakers can quickly stand for a second for a picture, please, yeah. Thank you. David, over to you.
All right, now that we have the photographs out of the way and the Instagram moments ready. Hi, everyone. I'm David. I serve as the Director of Programs at People Plus AI. I'm not going to spend a lot of time doing long introductions. I would much rather spend time talking to our speakers on stage today. We're going to focus on AI and education. That is a big topic, a hot topic. A lot of people around the world are talking about it. And we have really some wonderful panelists that will shed light on the subject. Given that education is quite a broad field of work, we're largely going to focus on what we call as FLN, or foundational learning. So AI and education specifically for math, literacy, somewhere around first grade to 8th grade, across a global south context. So that would be, it would cover perspectives from India, across multiple states in India, but as well Africa, parts of Latin America. So I do not know the people in the room. Having said that, I really do hope that this would be of interest to you, and maybe we'll try and keep time at the end. We'll do our best to moderate the crowded room that we're in, and maybe have some questions from the audience at the end. But let's do this. Here's how I want to structure the panel today. We'll start off with perspectives of AI and education. From there, we'll go to what is the actual practice in terms of real regions, real use cases, what it actually looks like when we deploy in school. And then finally, the progress. What do we see going forward, given how quickly models are progressing, as well as we see AI diffusion also progressing at that speed. How then do we see the next 1 year? And I think 1 year in the AI industry is quite a long time. So that being said, let's do this. If we can do a quick lightning round of introductions. I have some great panelists from different regions today, all from organizations that you would have heard and probably followed for a long time. So if we could start with maybe just a quick 30-second introduction to our speakers as well as the work they do, that would be great. Maybe we'll just go in the order of the panel. So let me start with Mr. Vineet.
Hi, I'm Vineet Nair. I used to be the CEO of HCL Technologies. I quit all that. Me and my wife started Sampark Foundation. Today we work with 2 lakh schools, touching the lives of 2 crore children, using AI and technology in a big way, and pleasure to be here.
Hi, my name is Jem Mete. Going way back, I became an engineer, did grad school in engineering, then decided I'm not a good engineer, and studied economics instead. Right now I cover, I mentioned this because of this whole flexibility angle and individualized learning that we will hopefully discuss. Right now I cover education, health, social protection, and labor for the South Asia region. I lead the units that are in charge of that.
Yeah. Namaskar, I'm Yogita. I'm Secretary Education from Government of Telangana. By academics, I am an MBBS doctor, but I'm a development practitioner. And I have about 23 to 24 years of my service, cutting across health, education, heading the districts. So it's really a privilege to be here. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Ben Piper. I am the Global Director for Education at the Gates Foundation, based in Kenya. And my real claim to fame is I was a 4th grade teacher out of university. Thank you.
All right, let's once again welcome to all of our panelists. Thank you for being here. Let's jump in. Given the entrance of Gen AI in the last, say, 2.5, 3 years, and even prior to that, there was machine learning that had been around for quite a long time. So we had been seeing platform-based e-learning, algorithm-based personalized recommendations. But now Gen AI has kind of brought a new perspective and new opportunities when it comes to FLN learning. So more from an insights perspective, views on where you see Gen AI going. If you have both insights as well that you could tie into real examples of what's happening on the ground. So let me start with that, and then maybe I'll tailor and do follow-up questions with each of our speakers. So how'd be best? Dr. Yogita, given all the work that you're doing in Telangana, why don't you start us off? How do you see currently the insights, learnings of what is AI in education and how it's being deployed currently? And I think we can share the microphones among us.
Yeah, in fact, a very interesting question. And whenever in the field we talk about AI in education, most of the teachers and the parents ask, actually, what is AI? Will a robo come and teach our students? Is the wildest way they can think. And in fact, not only India, but the entire world now is in a transformation. So it's not, AI is not only a technological revolution, I will say. It's actually a technological transformation because it is going to touch the many generations which are going to come. So it's a social transformation, I will say. And then seeing it through like this, we really have to ensure that every child, the parent, the teacher, and the society at large actually benefits from AI. So just coming to the basic question of why AI in education, why is it that we are talking that artificial intelligence has to be an integral part of education? So I have just 4 or 5 points, in fact, during the interaction with the parents and all. See, first of all, it is our bound duty to ensure that the child knows what is AI, to be safe, first of all. Like the child should know how unsafe the AI also can be. So it is very important for the education department to tell the students and the parents like what all AI can do so that we can firewall. So first I will say for the safety of the student, it is very important that the child should understand what is AI, the deep fake, some kind of reels, which are maybe, we have seen, I will not really gloss onto it. Second is, since there are so many tools available, then how my student, my teacher, my parent can actually use those AI tools. So that is the second important thing. Third, not only the child should need the tools to have better learning outcomes, to know from where the child can get more inputs so that the outcomes are good. Also, the child for the coming generation should be that, like you had the IT professionals, should be an AI professional. So that tomorrow the tools which now the child is using, the student is using, tomorrow the same students should actually, they should go to the coding, computation, critical thinking, and they are the one who will bring in new tools. So that way AI has to be there, and looking at the deepening of these AI tools which are available in the entire ecosystem, we actually and we all know that India is at an advantage of demographic, the privilege which it has for the next some 20 to 30 years. So we have the young population, but the young population need to have those creative skills, those future generation skills, so that they contribute in the society for a larger scheme of things and they become more employable. So like we had all IT professionals, in the entire world, we should have AI experts from our school education, I feel.
Thanks. Ben, let me come to you. There was a funny story. There was a startup in Bangalore that had built edtech solutions, and they said their #1 usage on the platform was students copying questions from a quiz, uploaded onto their chatbot, getting the answers and pasting it back into. So we can't always trust usage alone. And if we just look at consumption data, it might look like, wow, we've reached millions. But from a funding and really from a funder's perspective, how do you look at impact? when it comes to education, beyond just usage?
Thank you so much for the question. It's like you were reading my notes.
I was from there.
In fact, I think this is one of the beauty and also the risks of where we are in this sector in AI at the moment. The power of AI is such that you have so many things that it can do, but the real question that we at the foundation are starting with is, what problems exist in the education system that need to be solved? We're very excited to start some new partnerships in Telangana, and it's a very talented education system, but there are some challenges that exist. And so being able to make sure that the use of AI is adapting to the challenges that exist on implementation that happen right now, that's point number one. Point number two, what does good look like? And for us, good looks like one thing. Does the child learn more? Do they have more skills? And so at least for us, we're really excited in India to see such progress on Nipun Bharat, which is the focus on foundational learning, literacy and numeracy in lower primary. We are assessing children to make sure they actually have skills. And here's a statistic that was shocking when I first saw it. In India and sub-Saharan Africa, only 7% of all of the EdTech products have any measure of learning outcomes. Not even a rigorous measure like an RCT or something else, but any measure at all. So for those of you who work in this EdTech and AI space, at least for us at the foundation, we think it's a very important shift to make sure that programs are evaluated. I love research. I'm a researcher. I would love everything to be a randomized controlled trial that takes 2 years. Given the speed of development, we think it's important to start doing rapid evaluations. But the turnaround time needs to be much faster, and the outcome variable needs to be learning. Does a child have literacy skills before the program, and does a child have better literacy skills after the program? And can we make sure that those things are impactful? Just very quickly, the great thing about the Indian ecosystem is there are many partners who have made progress on this and can show meaningful impacts. Actually, there are some very exciting results from Andhra Pradesh, from Haryana that show impacts on learning outcomes. But I think the evidence should be that the standards are learning for children and that has some reasonable measurement on outcomes.
Ben, if it's okay, I'll ask you a follow-up. When you say rapid testing, how rapid are we talking? What frequency of cycles are you looking at in terms of measuring?
Yeah, I can't say the partner yet, but and then about next month, we have been partnering with a group to evaluate one of the Frontier Labs use cases for tutoring. And the turnaround time from the beginning of the pilot to the end of the evaluation is less than 3 months. So there needs to be partners in this ecosystem on the evaluation side who are thinking about how doing rigorous evidence that actually can look at learning outcomes improvement as well as between comparison groups. It's a really important thing. We'll actually be launching something tomorrow, which is about creating kind of a new accelerator on this topic because it's so essential that we are not only measuring outcomes. I'm thinking about Education Secretary. I was in your counterpart in Odisha on Friday, and there's a long line of people. Everyone has their tablet. They're going to show Education Secretary, ma'am, all the wonderful things they're doing. But how can she tell the difference? You're very intelligent, but how do you tell the difference? Having it to be the standard across everyone in the room that we have measures of learning, those have rigorous evidence, and it makes it easier for these very busy, important decision makers to have the data they know, both on impact, but also impact against cost. And I think the Indian ecosystem in EdTech is just at the cusp of getting that combination. Better evidence, rapid evidence, and things that government can actually use for scale.
Awesome. Mr. Vineet, for those of you who don't know in the room, he spent decades as a stalwart in the tech space. And then in his next stint, it started a foundation called the Sampark Foundation, focused primarily on education. Coming as a stalwart in the tech industry, why did you pivot into tech? Into education? What problems were you looking to solve? Partly, if you could even share your personal story of how you got into this space, but we'll see how much time we have.
Okay, so let me start with a story. I had written this book called Employee First, Customer Second, which became a global bestseller. The New York Times did a very big article on it. And Fortune magazine came up with the top 10 CEOs. I don't know how my name appeared it. I made a mistake, which many people of you would realize, that I took the cuttings and took that to my mother and said, look, we have 3 brothers and I'm very competitive. So I said to my mother, look, if I was not born to you, what would happen to this family? And my mother was a teacher, school teacher, and she wrote something on a piece of paper. I was flying to New York that night, and she said, read it on the flight. I was on the flight with a single malt in my hand and opened the envelope, hoping that my mother would say, I'm so fortunate to have you as my son. And there is only one word which was written on it, and that word was enough. And I called my mother from New York and asked her, what does that mean? She says, you're a slow learner. It'll take time, but you will get it. And she explained to me that in life, there comes a time when you have to be financially independent. After that, you need recognition if you are a professional. But that doesn't give you joy. The joy really comes from giving and giving back. And therefore, when I turned 50, I quit along with my wife, and we cut a check of $100 million to set up Sampak Foundation. Now, my perspective on this is going to be a little bit more controversial, predominantly because I don't have as much experience as the gentleman and the lady out here. But let's look at a couple of things. Number one, irrespective of the amount of investment the government is putting into education over the last 7 decades, the learning outcome in government schools have only gone down. And I'm talking about from a limited perspective that, as I said, we work with 2 lakh schools with 2 crore children across 8 states. And I've seen the struggle in trying to get the learning outcomes up. Artificial intelligence is the first hope that we can actually solve this problem. And we deployed AI through Sampak TV in 50,000 schools. There's a very interesting study which I will encourage all of you to look at. Haryana government did an assessment in December of 2005 across all schools. And they did it with 2 subjects, Hindi and math. In math, they worked with Sampak Foundation where we implemented AI in every school for every child. And in Hindi, they did without technology in the old way. The average learning outcome means the percentage of children who are grade appropriate was 36% in Hindi, and it was 78% in math. So that was the kind of difference which technology makes, and therefore that learning is very critical for all the people who are trying to look at how to use AI. Having said that, there is a concern which I have, given the fact that I come from technology. The question I ask you is, when COVID happened and we had an antidote in form of a vaccine, did we immediately deploy the vaccine or did we test it on human beings? Today we are in an AI phase where everybody is saying AI is a solution. But what do we know about AI? We know AI is smart, AI is intelligent, AI learns on its own, AI lies, and AI creates hypnosis. And therefore, to put that tool in front of a child, we have to be very, very careful. And we have to test it before we deploy it. Yes, can it improve learning outcome? Yes. Can it accelerate learning? Yes. Can it do all the magic things which we are talking about? Yes. But have we tested it in front of a child, in front of a farmer, in front of a child, where we can say that person doesn't have the capability to be able to understand if the AI is lying or not. So what is the answer? The way we are approaching that AI, beam it towards a teacher, beam it towards the classroom, and use the data to try. So for the first time in India, we are able to collect data from every classroom every evening, 8 lakh components of the data in terms of leading indicators of what the teacher is teaching and what the children are answering as a community, not as a child. And teacher is in control of that AI, and teacher is in control of the nudge. And that data is sent to BRC, CRC for them to correct the event. So AI is a use case. AI is not a technology. So therefore, my argument would be, is AI attractive? The answer is yes. But you ask for a perspective on AI, be careful. Be careful how you deploy it. Don't fall for the technology company selling you subscription, right? Just be a little careful. Our children are the most important commodity we have for our future for this country. Let us test it as we test the vaccine before giving it to them.
Sam, I have a fun question for you. What is the World Bank most excited about in terms of AI and education? What types of projects do you look at, fund, study, measure, evaluate?
Just to be clear, in general, we are not the types who become excited. It's just the way it is. That said, I do see AI is a huge thing. I mean, and my team members can support me on this. I bring it up all the time. I do want to see what our initiatives that we are involved in are doing in there. But what you heard from the panelists, what was implied, if not openly said, it's a tool. It's one of the tools. So you gotta be clear about what you are trying to achieve, and then what are the bottlenecks, and try to solve that. So that's our angle. So I don't, we don't go into a thing saying, okay, where is the AI in this? To be provocative, maybe, but we start also with what is the problem and how you solve it. And the problem here is, by the way, 40%, according to government numbers, right? 40% of grade 3 students cannot read and comprehend a small story. That is huge, because that's the problem that we are facing. In 10 years, the governments, it's like that everywhere, will be in a panic mode. What can we do with these 18, 20 years old? Well, your options are very, very limited, because there isn't so much to build on. On your question more directly, what makes me enthusiastic, it's this individualized nature of learning, okay, that comes with AI. I think it's huge. It's huge for children who are lagging behind. It's huge for children who are vulnerable, children who are in rural areas. But the thing is, we would need to pair it up with systems that allow it to function. You can't simply give some, software and hope for the best. First, people need to have incentives. Teachers need to have incentives. They need to be paired. They need to be, the data issue came in big time. They need to be measured. And not only that, the community needs to be aware of what kind of learning levels we are looking at in these schools. The states, there are examples from, and that's the last point in this round that I'll make. The incentive structure to me is everything. In Latin America, in a number of countries like Mexico, Brazil, the central government agrees with the states on a yearly basis what outcomes are to be achieved, and then the fund flows are adjusted based on those agreements. So this incentives, funding, potential performance bonuses, and so on, I think that's the future. Yes, AI would play a big role there. I see AI only functioning in an accommodating environment like that, though, not in isolation.
Awesome. Coming into the next round of our panel, which goes from perspective really into practice. One of the things that's often being talked about at the summit is what we call as AI diffusion, where we understand that there's a lot of AI infrastructure already built, and the applications that need powering, but there's a certain diffusion level in the middle that enables those applications to work, to scale. Typically, in terms of examples, we'd call that as, in some regions, you need to deploy it through voice-based solutions, because mobile text-based interfaces will just not work. In some regions, you have to ensure that there's unique data privacy and security protocols. And so this is typically what we call as AI diffusion, which is, in our thesis, the missing layer to ensure that AI scales. So really my question to the panel in this next round, and then I'll ask individual questions, is how do we look at use cases? How do we really look at the practice of AI, specifically in education? We're excited about its potential. We feel it has the great ability to make impact. Now, what are we actually testing out, supporting, enabling, in terms of, and let's try and be as specific here. So if you know of regions, and if you're not able to mention partners, but the type of applications and solutions that are being deployed on field. Dr. Yogita, let me start with you. There's a lot happening in Telangana across all the schools and within the computer labs, but I'll let you share more about it. And we'd love to hear about how the government is looking at this and looking at adopting AI across government schools.
So I'll just come to the straight away to the question. See, first is the agenda which the state of Telangana took was to make everyone sensitive about what we mean by AI when we say the offloots of, as the panelists said, it's a tool, or what do you mean by critical thinking, what is coding, what is AI. So from this academic year, that is 25-26, the entire curricula was developed as a use case. So from class 1 to class 9, curricula was developed. It was embedded into the regular syllabi, into the classroom session, and it was not a co-curricular or an extracurricular activity. So, I mean, anyone can wonder what a class 1 student will, require AI. But we know the normal tools, like what do we mean by a tab, what is a mouse, what is coding. Just the ABC of that was introduced in class 1. And only the mathematics teacher teaches class 1 to 5. Then 6 to 9, then we had detailed, like a syllabus which will be taught by the English teacher, by the math teacher, and by the science teacher. And a rigorous training was also done to the teachers. However, we realized, the teachers are not alone. I mean, it's difficult for the teachers to understand at about 50, 45, like maybe they are not sinking into what is AI. So then, slowly we evolved a system in which the students who are doing degree colleges, the undergrad, the postgrad, they will come and help these teachers, they will be the support teachers. So that we started in a pilot. So one use case is to bring this entire curricula into and it has to be a part of the syllabus. It has to be part of the timetable. So when you talk about coding, you talk about model, it has to sink into electricity model where you have, A positive, B positive, so on. Second, we realized, as Paramilji was also telling about the FLN, Foundation Literacy and Numeracy, where more than half of the students in class 5 are not even able to read class 3 or class 4 textbooks. So there we partnered with AXTEP, and we came up with a small tool called as AXL and AML tool. It's a very simple tool. I mean, the more we talk, the more simple the tool becomes, in which, suppose if I am there and Ben is there, I'll put you superior, Ben, otherwise you'll scold me in the end. So he's able to read words, and I'm not able to read even an alphabet. The tool will adjust with me, okay? It will tell me A, B. For him, maybe it will read sentences. So it's like an adaptive, it's a voice-over tool. And surprisingly, in the last about 8 months, we realized 42% of the students actually improved using that tool. And mind it, I'm talking about the students who were not proficient in reading the words, the sentences, the fluency, and so on. So it's a typical use case of in Telugu language, English, and mathematics. So that's the second use case, I think, so I can say. The third, in fact, many stalls are there about the PAL, the personalized adaptive learning in STEM. So we went with Khan Academy, and in fact, CSF as a partner came forward for ensuring this FLN with AXTEP. So PAL we introduced for the STEM. That means all the children who are from class 6 to class 12 will be having personalized services through Khan Mingo tool of Khan Academy, or as such customized learning, and even a co-pilot for the teacher. So then we come to a higher education. Then there we have a skilling app, and then we have a career app, we have a counseling app. Overall, we have an app. I believe any, research or any kind of a screening which is based on Q&A is a thing where AI can really do wonders. So these are a few of the use cases. I thought not to take much time, but the studies within this 1 year actually has shown that there are students who were star have become superstar, students who did not have confidence in them, they are having confidence, and the students who really thought that they are left out in the class and coming to the class and going back home doesn't make difference. We realized absenteeism has reduced. These are in fact the intangible effects of how AI can really help. And not only this, last I'll take, and then the teacher will know, like we had, when I said 42% of the students improved in FLN, but there were 20 to 30% of the students, even when exposed to the tool, actually did not improve. So then we came to know that these are the students who require one-to-one remedial. So you have a very targeted kind of approach, because normally in a class, the teacher actually takes a midline. The superstar children don't find the class very exciting, and the students who actually need some support also don't. So the teacher normally modulates between like the little the superstar can understand and little, you know, the person. So that way, FLN and PAL really help the child to come to the benchmarking learnings. I think so that's really some change and a revolution which AI can bring. And then the students who are star actually can become superstar using these tools. And as a, you know, secretary taking care of the government school where mostly the students from the, you know, poor households, disadvantaged, backward, they come. So why should I not allow, as a government, why we should not allow these students also to use those tools, which already the students, perhaps they are rich, perhaps their school is giving them, are exposed to. So that is where when we say the social empowerment, so that this AI tools should not deepen the divide, right? And it should not leave those children who cannot afford. So I think so there is where Ben will help us, CSF, X-Step will help. And also, in fact, as you had very rightly said, like it is not that I really want to do something in AI because it's the new Gen's word. No, this is my challenge. I need a tool for this. I think so from there we should start. Like FLN, we know we are struggling, we need a tool for that. And a lot of things are there. In fact, I per se, many a times I say, actually it should be the pro bono organizations. I don't know how you will take my statement. And the people who are not for profit should venture into AI for the students, because students are not a commodity. Because we cannot distort the pedagogy. We cannot distort the soul of the learning, where the teacher has to be at the center stage and the tools revolve around the teacher, student, and the class interaction.
Thank you. Mr. Vineet, you mentioned about testing. So if we could go further there, what do you test for? How do you then test and actually move into deployment? And how's it going along the way?
I think that's a great question, and we need to be a bit careful. I come from a technology background, but I'm a bit cautious about blind testing, as I would call it. Let us approach this subject from two sides, right? Let us approach from my past, which is IT. And all of us have predicted, most people, that 50% of the skills which are currently used in IT are not going to be required anymore, and therefore the number of people who are going to be without the job is going to be very large. At the same time, we have predicted that because of AI, the number of new skills which are going to be required is going to be 100% more than the old skills which are going to go away. So net new, there will be more jobs. Now, the question for education is the fact, if that's the scenario in the industry, that the old skill, which is largely knowledge driven, is not going to be relevant. New skill, which is problem solving, imagination, being able to think about a solution which you had not thought about just because of an existence of technology. What is the skill which we need in an education system? So therefore, if in the education system we start solving the numeracy and literacy problems, which is mandatory condition for us to solve, I think we are not using the AI ability enough. And therefore, we need to think about what is the right pedagogy for us to be able to create what I call employable youth. Right now, we are creating a lot of non-employable youth. And give you a sense that the reason these non-employable youth in the education system was employable predominantly because in 6 months' time in IT, we could make them employable. That's not going to happen now, because the kind of skills which you need in future is not going to be possible in 6 months' time. And that is the reason Indian IT or global IT is not going to make that investment. We need to make that in education. So what is that investment? The investment is that how do we teach them problem-solving skills? How do we teach them reimagining skills? And therefore, there are two experiments which we have launched, which is very interesting from a pedagogy point of view. And all this is AI research, right? So this is not credit to Sampak Foundation. It is credit to training and retraining our SLM to be able to come up with the right thing. So we came up with what we call a half story. And therefore, we tell a story to a child and stop it midway. and tell the child to imagine what would happen next. And you have to go to these 2 lakh schools to see, the kind of noise it gets created. Now, that is the first time we've said this is the imagination skill. The second, we created 2 characters, like one is called Chutter, another is called Putter. And they ask bloody 10,000 questions to the teacher. And the AI engine, depending on the kind of responses which are coming from the teacher, provokes them to ask more and more questions. So now slowly the character of the organization, character of the class changes, where everybody was only listening to the teacher and suddenly they start asking the question. Now, as we are walking this direction and we are making more and more investment using AI, not only to come up with what we call Sahi Kram, Sahi Dhang to teach literacy and numeracy, but how do we bring these new life skills alive? And there are many experiments which we are doing. Now let's go back to testing. Now that is a big problem. That the only testing which we can do is the old numeracy and literacy, whether I gave you example 76%, 36%, but that is passé. I think that is not going to help us. If you really come from an IT industry, which I come from, the kind of problem we are going to face is huge. And therefore, the education system in our schooling and in our college has to wake up. And I don't have an answer of how to test whether we are making these children ready for future. If somebody in the audience or somebody has that capability of testing non-numeracy and literacy skills, but life skills which are relevant for tomorrow, I think that will be a path breaking. And if you can use AI to do that, I'll be the first to adopt it and free of cost, from an NGO point of view.
Thank you. Ben, how's the Gates Foundation looking at use cases? Not just, my guess is that a lot of this room would be quite familiar with the Indian landscape. But so touch on some of the Indian landscape, but also give us a global flavor of what's happening in Africa and other parts, given that you have a global lens to education adoption.
Yes, I'll try and be very specific. So I'll talk about 3 different use cases. One is the problem that happens more in Africa than it does in India, where there's very large classes and you're struggling to assess learners. So actually in Rajasthan, Wadhwani AI has a tool that is a simple reading assessment tool. So it gives, the child reads a story. You said that a certain percentage of kids can't read even in 5th grade. The child would read a story. The tool would assess whether or not the child is correct or wrong and give feedback to the child and then feedback to the teacher. And if this was my class and all of you have done that assessment, then there will be some patterns on particular challenges in Hindi that the children were struggling with that then would have some implications for me as a teacher to reteach. Given so many states now have structured pedagogy programs, it could actually give feedback to the state about what sort of things that they would be able to provide. So that's a very specific example. We are actually talking with Wadhwani and Pratham and other partners on taking similar learning assessment tools and applying them in a couple of countries in sub-Saharan Africa. We've already started with Pratham International in Kenya. Same idea, Kiswahili, which is the major language in East Africa, and trying to help make that happen in a few countries. Second use case is on personalized adaptive learning. You already mentioned PAL. So 2 studies that have come out relatively recently. One is in Andhra Pradesh from Michael Kramer, did the external evaluation. Basically, kids in this convergenius program have twice as much learning in 1 year as those who didn't go through the program. Now, you have to read the fine print. That requires quite a bit of additional technical support in the learning labs so the children had enough time on task. Second one is Khan Academy, has a pilot that just had its first evaluation results, similar additional year of schooling with in participation, but also similar additional technical support from an additional officer. So there is promise for personalized adaptive learning. The thing to grow on as we think about the use case is make sure that personalized is affordable. Because sometimes right now we have personalized adaptive learning, but it requires somebody supporting quite a bit, which is fine for now, but at scale would be a big problem. The third use case, maybe my favorite of the 3, is about AI for teachers. How does AI make my job easier? And in some states where you don't have the instructional support officer ratio down to the child, that's very easy for that coach to come and observe the teacher quite frequently. How can AI provide coaching I was actually trained as a teacher coach. And I love going to the classroom and observing a lesson and saying, okay, teacher, you did well in these 3 areas, but these 2, you could do better. Maybe now as you're listening to me, you're thinking of things you want to give me, coach, to improve my performance. But could AI do the same thing? And so Mahdi Foundation and Tamil Nadu is working on a teacher coaching app, as well as Central Square Foundation is working in a few contexts right now on things that can actually listen to the classroom and give actionable feedback that can improve. I'm quite excited about that because I'm a big believer in teachers and the idea that we need our existing teachers to be better, and coaching could help on that. Thank you.
Thank you. Mrs. Sam, if I can be slightly controversial. So, governments have to choose, and there'll be so many solutions out there, and they have to figure out what would serve my population of students best. How does the World Bank work alongside governments in selecting use cases that really do work, that are measurable, deployable, affordable? So it's partly, does it work, and then can I afford it, like Ben rightly said. So how does the World Bank look at that? The world, in order to really work with the government, the foundation of it is trust. And so thinking about it from a trust point of view, if I do invest this next 100, 200 crores of a budget towards this AI solution, how far will it take the learning outcomes of my state or country?
Look, our job is to bring in, yes, some funding. In countries like India, by the way, that doesn't mean much. It is such a small portion of what's going on in the sector that, so you can't really simply get into building, I don't know, 50,000 schools. It's a drop in the bucket. You wouldn't do that. So one of the things we try to do is to see how we can be a bit more impactful. Yes, one can do good. I'm not undermining it at all, but what we try to do is to kind of, well, basically punch over our weight. That's what it is, right? Now, among those concepts, a very attractive one is, and what the secretary actually, in her example, it was clear, the autonomy of the schools, for example. So I'm giving this example because it's such a big deal. You are doing AI, right? So you could try to prescribe. You could ask the World Bank, as if we would know. We wouldn't, by the way. Which AI solution is the one? How do I know? I mean, even if I knew it, 3 weeks later, probably it would change anyway. So instead of that, what we try to get into is those concepts like that. I mentioned incentives in one, the ability of the schools. There's a huge literature there. The private schools tend to be more efficient. It's because they can make more decisions. So if we could bring in a flavor of that, as her example suggested, right? So AI-based, this particular tool works for these students, but not so much for these. So if the schools can make those adjustments, because one of the things that we haven't discussed is another huge insight from the literature, by the way, is children should really do a better job in choosing their parents. So basically the impact of parental characteristics on outcomes of children, right? We didn't even talk about that. So imagine you are doing any kind of intervention in a setting where there is huge variety in how the home environment is. You have to give some flexibility to the schools and some authority to handle that, right? So the types of things that we would emphasize is, to me, by the way, this data and monitoring business is at the heart of everything. Implementation of AI and anything else. Let me just give one example here. I think it is Uganda or something where they simply posted how much a school is supposed to be getting from the government. How much money? Because 80% of the money was not flowing to the schools. It was some of them set in the district, some of them God knows what. After that, once the community and the schools were very clear, oh, this is the amount we are supposed to be getting, actually things changed. An example here is if the schools had learning outcomes publicly announced and posted in there, right, yearly, that is the fundamental building block of everything else you are talking about to me, because then you can build in, yes, monitoring, assessments, putting in incentives, you can do everything. If you don't have that, what do you do?
Given that I see a red sign on the clock already, here's what I want to do. The future is uncertain, and so let us summarize it into 2 lines. How do you see the next 1 year, and the maximum I'd really want to go if it's beyond 1 year is 2 years? How do you see the next 1 to 2 years of AI? And let me now make the very hard ask of summarize it in a 2-line statement. If you were under the fire test of saying 2 lines, what does the next 1 year of AI in education look like? Whoever's ready to go first. Mr. Vineeth.
My 2 lines is the bubble of expectation of AI will bust, and then the real AI implementation will begin.
Is anyone happier than that?
Actually, I copied this from an earlier session. In health, they concluded that it's almost impossible to predict the future. So what we have to do is invest in the building blocks and let the private sector bloom.
Yes.
I'll say 2 sentences.
Yep.
Rapid change, evidence required.
The transition, I think so, will be smooth because many use cases will come, and the use cases will show if the learning outcomes are really benefited. It will be for an AI, and if it is the other way, the system will take care.
Yeah. I want to be kind to the audience, and I did promise that, so if we would have at maximum 3 questions. So I saw one here, and just if we can be fair, maybe one on that side. We're a small room, so if it's okay, if just stand up and ask your question, and maybe one person from the panel would like to respond to each one. So go ahead. Keep it short.
Will it become something like they have 10, 15 applications to manage, or there will be some elements that AI is taking care of independently, so they don't have to juggle between the manual as well as the digital aspects of the work and not getting efficient time to teach?
Ben, given that you guys work with Pratham already, would you want to take a shot at that?
I think there was an analysis, this is from the US, so it's not exactly the same as India, but that there's probably 60% of a teacher's actual workload are things that are external to teaching. And to me, the main thing we want to keep is the brain power of that teacher to make that internal classroom decision. Do I follow up on this response? Do I turn to this child? The genius of teachers are on those things. Couldn't AI help with the preparation, with the assessment, with the planning, and simplify the brain power and the space to make it much easier for the teacher to focus on instruction? That depends on a lot of choices. Right now, I don't think that is the case. I think there's a proliferation of apps. I think some states in the Nipun Bharat work have been better at making sure that these things all need to become into the one thing that the teacher works on. But right now, that's not the case across the country. So it's a combination of policy as well as incentives to make that more likely. Otherwise, we will lose some of the power that AI might be able to bring to reduce some of the friction and costs that might get in the way. Thanks.
Awesome. The man in the second row.
Moving forward, because AI is a big thing, how we can kind of design a project which can kind of benefit the kind of beneficiary, that is the students in a broader way, considering the following constraint. One of the constraint, if I'm talking about the FLN per se, FLN, if we talk about pedagogies, then pedagogy should be activity-based pedagogies. We should also take care of the screen time, especially for the grade 1 to 4. If I'm talking about the benefits of the AI, one of the great benefits is that that is kind of the now we can provide the
Sorry, I'll
personalized
cut you off.
feedback
If you could just summarize the question, if that's okay.
And of course, the challenges that we find in the government schools, like we don't have the proper infrastructure, maybe the connectivity is not at the scales at the remote, at the last mile. So how kind of design a project considering all these challenges, opportunities together?
Yeah. Dr. Yogita.
See, first of all, one should have a clarity as to what is the challenge in your FLN. So whatever is your challenge, first you have to have that clarity, what is the challenge. See, whatever you have spoken till now is challenges which will be there for another 10 years, for 20 years also, when I join the service or when I retire. So first, that clarity one has to know, what is my challenge? Now, how do I build the challenge? So AI can only be an addition to what is available. It can never replace the teacher. So if we think that FLN tool will come, we will put the child onto the FLN tool and it will take care. It's not like that. So what is your challenge and what is the tool available in the ecosystem, that you have to do the matching batching. And then you have to start. See, now, in fact, the other day when we were at the Bodhan AI launch, I realized out of the 122 stalls, almost 50% stalls were on PAL. And almost some 20-25 were on this FLN by voice or all. And then what the gentleman was asking. So any tool which reduces the burden of the teacher and increases the efficiency of a teacher. Any tool where the student's learning outcome is very good, I think so, that should be your main currency to pick a tool.
Awesome. There was somewhere on that side. I'm going to be mean, but a 10-second question and then a 1-minute response, and we'll do this.
Hi, thanks. This is Dave from EI. This is a question to Dr. Piper. Like you mentioned the need for quick pace of outcome measurement, right? So does this shift in this pace of outcome measurement need to be met or backed by like a shift towards a common framework of AI-aware learning indicators, which need to be developed and also standardized? Is this something that we should be looking at, and is there already work being done on this?
Maybe you should think about it. But I do think there is a greater standardization here in India around how to measure learning. And so I think being able to have standards on what, the Foundational Learning Survey is coming up right now. I think Parag is doing that. So there's some progress on what the learning outcomes are. But your AI-enabled indicators, that doesn't exist. We actually have, because we think like you, we have a partnership that's just launching right now that is trying to get alignment and agreement on what the standards are for evaluation, and then and actually making it easy to do these evaluations. So that doesn't exist, but there does need to be some combined work on this. The session I just came from was from the Global AI Learning Alliance, which was launched today, and it's to bring together the frontier labs, Google, Anthropic, OpenAI, the partners from India and globally, the funders, and then the implementers on the ground together to kind of coordinate on these kind of issues. A lot of work ahead, but that issue of how do we agree on the standards, I think is really important. Thanks.
Awesome. In case you didn't know, this morning, the AI Impact Summit announced the Education Compendium, which is a global repository of use cases from around the world. You should go and check it out. Ekstep was very privileged to co-author that along with the Central Square Foundation. But that being said, thank you so much to my panelists for the wonderful conversation. We have a small gift for you from our side, and cameraman, you ready? We'll take a quick photograph, and then we need to vacate this room for the next session. So thank you once again to all of our panelists. Benjamin Piper, a quick gift for you. Dr. Yogita. Mr. Sem. Mr. Vineet. If you could take a quick group photograph and we're good to go.
a governance, and AI for all, right? And not for the technology, not for the corporate. It's for the layman, right? That's what it is heading towards. And it's very interesting facts and figures, but really we have a wonderful, the leaders and diversified. Really, we are looking for to have a great conversation in terms of how the AI going to add value for the, as a country. Maybe from the crime standpoint, from the technology standpoint, from the growth standpoint, irrespective of the sectors, right? And AI just earlier, it's like purely for the ID department, or who's purely you want to do that development, and that's for that actually. Now it's not the case, right? I mean, if you want to do it and agree, it's AI play very significant role. And if you want to be part of the musics, AI play very significant role. So which other domain just you take, the AI play very vibrant and significant role from the end to end. On the current trends, if you see this close to 1 trillion from the economic standpoint, which is contributed by the IT. Now it's like a more than 28% of the trillion in terms of the contribution for the global economy, which is coming over there actually. From the estimated from the India standpoint, close to 20%, AI going to contribute in the bigger way. It's a 20%, it's a bigger, right? I mean, in terms of the GDP growth for the, the country. And if you take a, as an organization, from the organization standpoint, from the layman standpoint, when just 10 years before, there is a demonetization, right? Where we are crunch on the money, the people are looking on the UPI. The UPI payment, like that, right? It reached the tender coconut side. Who is selling the tender coconut at roadside? He was the technology enabled, and then what are the money transactions? Even fraction of paisas where we are able to transfer and get things. So there is adoption change, but however, it's a transformation it got into the bigger wing. Instead of the credit card, debit card, and then online banking, now the UPI transaction is bigger and then wider. Now this wave, it may not be the wave, right? It's a transformation, I can say. The wave will fall down, right? But the AI, it may not. It's absolutely the transformations where we are looking, where we are going to add value in the, the bigger way. And if you see this IT industry standpoint, like always, when the AI came, of course, it was there more than 20 years, but it's when come to the layman, that's what it is a bigger impact it is coming to, right? When the OpenAI, ChatGPT coming to the pictures, everybody started to look like what exactly I want to do here. And then from there, just I can get things as a extract as output. I may not require to put my brains down actually on the specific area. So from the cyber standpoint, like close to 40 to 50% of the organizations already be opted how we can detect and prevent by using the AI component. But at the same time, the hacker also use the same AI component, how they can, in terms of do the complete harvesting of what I think just they want to get things in, right? That's like other side it's going on the biggest stuff. So we have the great experience. I can say it's a legend. I work with all the leaders, and really we wanted to hear from their perspective, like what exactly the AI mean for a technology as a layman, and then as an organization, and what are the crime just where we have handled from the end to end. So just would like to start from you. Specifically, the people are thinking the AI is it's for the technologist, that's for the business, not for the the layman. And as well as when the AI came into the pictures, just where we are thinking this is an angel, but of course from cyber side we have a devil also inside, right? So really love to hear from you. The AI is for whom? I mean, it's for the layman, or maybe it's for the technologist, or for the business. Like how this weapon is going to be used on that.
Well, I think that when a new technology comes, cyber criminals are the the negative people. They are the first to exploit any technology, and we always say that cyber criminals, at least in their domain, they are a step ahead than the police or law enforcement. It's a fact, So for example, AI came and they're the first one to exploit this AI technology. How they are exploiting this AI technology? They are creating deepfake video, they are creating synthetic video, synthetic image, and through that they are committing digital arrest and sextortion scam. Every scam is being operated. Now it's IBR enabled, they have integrated AI in such a way that if call is coming from, that is automated call, but the call is coming from, it appears to be that it's a genuine call, it's coming from bank, it's coming from any insurance service provider. The fact is that it's completely automated. They are using AI in such a way, and that's why it's just 1 month back. The figure was announced in Parliament that 22,000 crore rupees in 2024. In 1 year, 22,000 crore rupees was lost by general public in India. And more than 26 lakh cases reported. And earlier, the cyber criminals used to be localized, Then they organized at the district level, then at the state level, and then at the national level. Now they are internationally connected. They are operating from a huge cyber scam at the border of Thailand, Myanmar, and India, So huge scam compounds. Multiple stories, and they are operating from there. They are targeting Americans, Canadians, Indians, and they have recruited people from the social media based on their profile, based on their native. If they have to loot someone from India, they will give this task to Indian. If they have to operate something inside the USA, then they are recruiting from there, and they are putting them in a scam compound. They are seizing their passport, and then they are getting them worked as cyber criminals, Earlier, they were recruited for some good job, some IT work, some coder, some, cyber security guys. But once they land up there, they are, pushed inside the scam compound, and they are, compelled to commit the crime. So this is the way the cyber criminals are operating. And now it's very so worrisome, that internationally they are connected. They are creating their own ransomware, they are operating, victim is somewhere else, money is being withdrawn somewhere else, negotiation is happening with someone who is in other parts of world. So now it's very difficult for law enforcement agency and police to operate and successfully crack. Because police, they don't have expertise, they don't have tools, they don't have resource, they don't have international cooperation. It's not only technical, it's not only crime related, it's technically and legally very complex to operate. So now the police is facing the biggest challenge with the introduction of AI. The biggest challenge before law enforcement agency or police is that how to track the criminal.
No, that's absolutely, sir. Like specifically the last note, what you have left it is how do we track this, criminals? Because earlier, if you take a robbery, physically the thief will be present on the bank, around the bank, or maybe if you wanted to, physical attack, that's like always there is a physical visibility of the, the human being, right? Now it's like all digitally connected. More internet and then more threats. Now it's like a more AI coming to the pictures. It's easy to morph it like I'm from India. Another 5 minutes I may access from different country. So it's not so easy to connect and take it forward. So with this note, really, I wanted to hear from you. As you had shared this in terms of the real-time experience of what exactly the challenges, so where we have it. But just the other side, really, we want, because just you crafted a lot of policies and then enforcement. We love to hear the practical stuff. Like if you see the last year to this year, the I4C is announced like a close to 200% of the cyber fraud has increased. Even now, just it's going up in terms of the AA side, right? You crafted the policy and process and then guidelines for the country level. Like how you see in terms of the enforcement at ground level. If that is in fulfilling, some extent we would have avoided, or maybe still there is a gap between the drafting policy and then enforcements on the ground level.
So first of all, I'm Rakesh Maheshwari. I was heading Ministry of Electronics and IT, the cyber law, cyber security and data governance side. See, the role of government for any policy initiative is to see that one, like AI for all, equitable reach, good usage, but simultaneously to also ensure that the law and order, that the harms to the individual, harm to the society, harm to the nation does not happen, and therefore the policies are written in such a manner that we actually require or want that the digital economy and digital platforms continue to comply, and in a normal scenario when they are complying, ideally government should not intervene at all. But when things go wrong, once again, at any level, the law should be such that one, it creates deterrence, it creates possibilities of detection, it creates maybe through the platforms possibilities of educating the users, creating accountability of the platforms, and finally, when things go wrong, as to be sort of governance function comes into picture, and as to how exactly it can adjudicate or maybe do something about whatever wrong has happened. Particularly in the context of AI, while lots of use cases, good use cases are there, in fact, including in crime prevention, fraud detection, the fact remains the ease with which things can be faked, deepfakes can be created, and because of the very nature of the internet, that the things go viral, and hence the extent of damage that can happen is immense. Commensurate actions, therefore, have been initiated by the government, and maybe subsequently, when maybe as and when I am required to talk, I'll talk a bit about the IT rules 2021, which has been very recently, just about 10 days back, has been
Yeah, no,
amended.
absolutely, sir. No, really, I wanted to come back on the specific those area like tier 1 to tier 3. Of course, subsequent discussions we can have it. So not just as Sar had mentioned, in terms of the policy creations and the enforcements at ground level. Really, just I wanted to hear from awareness standpoint, right? I mean, we cannot measure the sample from tier 1 cities, what exactly they have taken over there, right? It has to go and reach on the bottom level of people. Of course, it is going and reaching. But just I want to know like where we are now. I mean, in terms of the awareness level specific to the AA enforcement, how the weapon can be used, right? So love to hear from the your side.
Okay, thank you very much. First of all, I sincerely thanks the organizer and Cyber Crime Research Foundation who has given me opportunity, the Research Foundation, for sharing this stage and especially with the dignity. See, I am a Dr. Sapna Bansal, Professor Shriram College of Commerce and Director Institutional Outreach. As a point of education, I feel there is a difference between theoretical and practical. When we talk about cybercrime laws, rules, and regulation, the picture is in a different image. But when it comes to the practical aspects, it's altogether different because the police station, they are not equipped with the machineries and technology. And at the same time, we don't have an ecosystem. We have UPI. We have a lot of things right now. We are doing digital payment. We have DigiLockers. We have Aadhaar card. But yes, once again, this ecosystem creating a lot of problem as well because cyber attackers, they know how to leak it. And it was a time when we say a picture can define 1,000 of words. And that can be easily you can recognize. But right now you can say fake video can change the liar voice. So things are changing day by day. And as the point of view of educator, I can say that there has to be some coordination between government, educator, and yes, of course, police systems, rules and regulations. When the rules and regulation will match with the education sector and they will create awareness, maybe this problem can be solved. You better know a man in a Kanpur recently lost 1 lakh rupees, a fake AI video from someone pretending to be a relative. And at the same time, the second case recently happened, the senior citizen in Delhi paid money after listening the voice of the child, ki, okay, he stepped somewhere. And at the same time, few more cases, a tech worker in Bangalore almost lost 1.5 lakh rupees in, recently this kind of a scam. So many things are taking place like hacking tools, fake identity, malware, stolen data, phishing emails, and fake loans. Every day we are getting a lot of calls, and it's very, very difficult. Deepfakes creating a lot of problem even current scenario. So we should understand ki the things is changing, only awareness, alertness, and third very important part is that educate them in a very, very specific ground level. So that can solve the problem, as the best of my knowledge. Thank you.
Thanks, Sapna. I think you have given a punchline in terms of to follow actually. Thanks a lot. Tarun, just following up on Sapna, really just I want to know, she has touched upon the deep fake, which has created a lot of scam. I mean, of course, it's not illiterate, right? It's like a well-educated people, just they are losing in terms of the money from the end to end. So really, we want to know. This is one is on the AI. Yes, sir. Glad to have you, sir. So Tarun, just we want to know, like, one is with the AI, how we can prevent in terms of the incident. Second one is how I can detect the incident, and third one is once the incident has happened, really just I wanted to know, like, it's like a real or the fake, or how it is, and then from where it is, and just we want to know the root of this incident so that furthermore any incident can be avoided with the right set of the mitigation step, right? So love to hear from you, like in terms of the forensic side, like what are the key steps, how the AI is playing significant role in terms of detection as well as the preventions.
Thanks, Nathan. So let me touch upon the problem in brief before I talk about the solution. See, if we talk about a state like Delhi, we have a population of 1.52 crore people. We have a police force of 104,000 people. There is absolutely no way you can monitor 1.52 crore people with a force of 104,000. I am pretty sure that 50% of the people in this room would have faced an incident that you would have lost your phone or maybe your wallet. When you went to the police to complain about it, no FIR, you would get a lost and found complaint and be done with it. You may get a message on your phone saying that some inspector has been allocated for this case. 4 days later, you will get a message that the case has been closed. And the reason for that is that the entire department is overloaded with cases. The third problem, as Dr. Sapna also mentioned, Triveni sir also mentioned, the guy who has joined the police force, if he really wanted to become a technologist, he probably would not have joined the force, right? I mean, I'm not saying that he cannot become a technologist, but that is not his motto, that is not his career, it does not give him that zest for life, right? He wants to go to the field, he wants to catch criminals. He doesn't want to spend time learning a new technology, and the technology is changing at such a rapid pace that he will have to learn a new technology after every 1-2 months and start using that technology. So if you look at the problems surrounding our police forces, they seem to be unsurmountable, right? Now, the solution to this, what is the basic premise behind a crime? If you look at it, every crime, if it is not a white wolf attack, it's a network crime. You talk about somebody stealing your phone. At the end of the day, he has to sell that phone and make money. You talk about somebody stealing your wallet, it's a network. Somebody, you have all these, money laundering is a network. You have narcotic, which is a network. These are all network crimes. How do you identify a network? How do you start building the patterns to identify a network? And that is where AI can help. See, I'll take few examples. Bharatiya Nyaya Sahita has come out with a guideline that today if a person is arrested, you need to do the forensic image of his digital devices, laptop and mobile phone. Because literally everything that we are, our life is defined by our digital devices. If I get access to your phone or laptop for maybe 1 hour, I would be able to figure out 90% of what your life is, and vice versa, right? So Bharatiya Nyaya Sahita came out with a guideline that when you arrest someone, you have to do an image, clone his mobile phone and laptop and keep that data. Now that is huge volumes of data. Just to give you an example, with income tax investigation units that we work with, when they go on a simple raid on a single company, they get data in tune of 80 terabytes of data. How can you analyze 80 terabytes of data? And that is where AI plays a huge role in forensics analysis. So you dump all the data onto an AI engine and let the AI start trying to find patterns within that data. Imagine the kind of patterns that you can identify, and I'll give you a few examples, some of the use cases that we have done ourselves with revenue intelligence, GST intelligence. Just using pattern recognition, a very small AI model, on the entire GST data of the country, we were, as per their own estimates, able to identify possible fraudulent GST transactions worth 5,577 crores. And this was just a 3 to 4 months effort. So that is the role that AI can play in identifying patterns in huge volumes of data and identifying these networks. So I think now, Nathan, I think I answered your question.
Yeah, yeah, no, absolutely. Thanks, Lord. Thank you so much. See, the fundamentally, doing the same activity, it's like a one go. If you have the same pattern, if the AI will help you to detect and then give you this accuracy in terms of what went wrong and then how we can detect and then the preventive over there actually. So thank you, sir. Thank you so much for joining. See, from your rich experience, you would have handled a lot of cyber cases. And really just we love to hear from you in terms of how the AI can help you to hunt in terms of the fraudsters or maybe in terms of the threats. Because now this other side, what people are using is AI can be used to do the fraud, right? And just I'm looking on the both aspects, like how you have utilized or how you have a plan of in terms of using AI component to detect or to hunt the respective the fraudsters.
First of all, I will want to reframe this question because being a counsel, I'm not an investigator. So I'm not here to detect. There are times in fact, mostly I'm representing the accused, the condemned man, because with all the presumption of innocence, proof beyond reasonable doubt and all of that. So I would want to, speak of an ideal legal regime that I foresee with AI, technology, the policemen are there, the judges are there, all that is happening, the accused is there, the victim is there, the complainant is there. Now, the few points that I come to my mind, first of all, privacy is very important. Right to privacy. It's a fundamental right recognized by the Supreme Court in Puttaswamy's case, flows out of Article 21. So privacy cannot be compromised, first of all. Now, as an exception to the fundamental right to privacy, one of the exceptions is crime investigation, crime prevention, terror prevention, terror investigation, and prosecution. So that's an exception. So first of all, we must respect the rights of people, the privacy of the people. As an exception, we must have enough technology, law enforcement to prevent criminality, cyber criminality, preventive. Prevention is better than cure. And as my colleague said on the dais, it's next to impossible to investigate all crime that is happening. So many people come to me and they say, ye ho gaya, aise ho gaya, waise ho gaya. When a fraud is less than say 5 lakhs or 10 lakhs, I tell them just forget it. Nothing will happen. Why should good money chase something which you will not get back? So one is crime prevention. At the level of crime prevention, I would say that people themselves have to be cautious, first of all. Be careful in your dealings. That's one. Now an incident has happened. Then I would say, from a victim's perspective, what does the victim want? First of all, he wants a redressal. He wants his money back. That's one. And secondly, he wants the damn guy to be prosecuted. He wants that guy who has committed that crime on him and made his life miserable, he wants that man to go to jail. So effective prosecution. Effective prosecution is where the police comes in, law enforcement comes in. Now, I hear or I have heard people saying that, for example, in the UK, small-time thefts up to, say, 10,000 pounds, no cognizance is taken.
That means we can do more less than 10,000 crimes.
So what do you do? What do you do? So then, therefore, the police has to investigate the crime properly, prosecute the offender. That's another objective. Of course, AI plays a role over there. AI plays it's a double-edged weapon. AI will be used as a cyber crime tool also, as a weapon also, and to counter it also, you can use AI, both ways. So therefore, I will want a legal regime where the correct accused is found and prosecuted. Now, why I'm saying correct? Because the internet has layers of service providers. It's very, very difficult to pinpoint the originator of a particular fraud. So I will want, the man who has committed the crime to be booked. And then, last but not the least, where I come in, the innocent man should not be implicated. We still, I must say, after 33 years at the bar, and as a defense counsel, I must say that we still have a very colonial police force in the country. I'm not saying it, the Supreme Court has said it time and again. We still, the whole police system, Triveni Singh ji is perhaps smiling and with a smirk, that the whole police system, they start working from a confession and they work backwards. So we need a fairer system from the perspective of the accused also. Fortunately, we are a country where there is rule of law. Fortunately, we have an independent judiciary. Fortunately, we have the rights of the man who is arrested. We have the victim also, who is now being looked at with some sympathy in the criminal justice system. We are moving in the correct direction, but of course, systemic problems are there. The number of policemen to the population, number of judges to the population, all that is there. Now, you can't have, a policeman protecting every Indian citizen. So, some criminality will obviously go unpunished, but I hope that most of the criminality should not go unpunished and innocents should not be implicated. And if they are, then I am there to look after the details. Thank you.
Absolutely amazing, sir. Very impactful input. And that's where we are bringing AI, sir. I mean, you may not have to have a proportional of populations and police. I mean, we can reduce that actually, and then from there we can, add values. So amazing. Thank you so much for the great input. So just coming, from lawyer to police, right? So just I wanted to hear a couple of stuff, right? When we debate on the cybersecurity, side, we see so that's like a national threats. I mean, what are the AI coming over there? Of course, the valuation is there, but however, we feel that is like a national threats. Since, I have seen you like from the long time, you have handled in terms of the crime, where the people, the smuggling and then, other cyber crime just on the physically. Now you are into the digital area also, like in terms of the handling all the AI component and then how needs to be ensured from, the end-to-end standpoint. So just I wanted to hear from you like both of aspects from police to the, in terms of handling this AI, like what are the prevention steps where we can take it forward to prevent all the crimes? Love to hear your input, sir. Because all youngsters are there, all young chaps, right? All Gen Z, I can see that, like the entire life live on, mobile. So love to hear your insight.
So when we were selected for the police, the focus was completely on swimming, horse riding, rifle, AK-47, run 10 kilometer, it's a mornings. So जब हम लोग क्लास में जाते थे 10 बजे तो 90% लड़के सोते थे क्योंकि इतना मॉर्निंग से लेकर के और इवनिंग तक पूरे केवल फिजिकल and beat IPS or DYSP or sub inspector or constable at all level anyone can enter. He may be from humanities. संस्कृत का लड़का भी जा सकता है. He can be from physics and mathematics and he can be a computer scientist as well. So 99% policemen, they are from the humanities or science background. But this cyber crime is completely a different domain. Cyber forensic is completely different domain. So what we think, by giving 2-3 days training, we can make them smart, cyber smart. No, it's complete science. You will have to give at least 1 year, 2 years, 3 years rigorous training in cyber security tools, cyber technology, cyber forensic tools, and then this all big data platform, it's all technology. So for training police personnel, which is not happening right now, you need at least 6 months, a rigorous course. And only then you can train them, unless and until police understand technology behind the crime, I mean, if, for example, suppose somebody is committing crime through UPI. So unless and until you know the structure of UPI, how NP, National Payment Corporation works, what is the infra behind RBI, NEFT and RTGS, you cannot crack the case. If some crime is happening through website, if you don't know how the domain is purchased, how the website is created, how the payment gateway is integrated, the backend, and how the criminals are using mule accounts and mule SIM, जब तक ये पूरी technology आप नहीं जानते हैं, you cannot crack the case. So that's why what is happening, 99.99% police, they are not well trained in cyber domain. They are not well. And not only cyber technology, they have to be the domain expert as well. Because if you want to investigate a case, you should know the technology behind banking, how this ATM network and everything.
Absolutely.
It's very technical. So, and that's why I always say that there has to be a clear cut, a different IT cadre in the police department.
Absolutely.
Okay, and only then we can solve. Otherwise, it's very difficult for the police to crack this kind of.
Of course, the force is ready, sir. No, wonderful. See, the current trend, if you want to hack or if you want to bring down this infrastructures, I may not require to get into your laptop, right? If I pull down the power of your house, if you pull down the power of your internet, it's more than enough. So ultimately, I want to disturb you, right? I wanted to stop what you supposed to do that. I can stop your water, like water the flow, it comes to your house, you cannot take a bath, you cannot come to office. So that's a supply chain, it is coming in the bigger way, right? As well as now, if you wanted to bring this ecosystems, like I think most of the people you are aware, right? The entire power grid has been hacked. People are talking about internet, the power grid has been hacked and then it's like a completely shut down for this entire regions. So that aspect, now I'm finding all the mobile what is being used, everyone hand knows that is much more critical infrastructure for the country. Because it's like a weapon, right? As it rightly mentions, right to be forgotten, like what they can tweet. Once it is done, just you cannot take it back. That's done. It's like, within your friends, within your parents, and within other neighbors, you can quarrel, you can make a fight. But after few days, it will go off. But the social media, one comment you leave it, that's it, forever, it will be there actually. So with that aspect, I know that just you was the foundation, the member of in terms of drafting DBDB and data privacy and all things and all. So love to hear from you, like how, because AI need more data, data privacy where you should not send the data. So love to hear from your perspective, sir.
Yeah, so when we talk, maybe privacy is a fundamental right. Therefore, when the laws for the country, particularly the DP Act, the Digital Personal Data Protection Act, which has already been enacted, which is getting into operationalization as of today, the whole aim is collect only what is really required. Don't over collect, be transparent, store it only for the minimum period that is required for the business. If you are sharing it with anybody, there must be a reason and there must be a control.
But we say everything for yes, sir, because we won't access the app, right?
No. So in fact, as of today, probably it's only I agree to the terms and conditions and that's it. But tomorrow, you will get to know as to what data is being collected, number one. Number two, in case maybe more is being collected or has been collected, you will have the rights to ask and confirm as to what data has actually been collected, with whom it has been shared, and in case you are actually wanting that this data should no longer be processed further, you will have the right to even get it erased. Lastly, for some reason or other, because it's a cyber security issue, things can always go wrong, breaches can always happen, intentionally, unintentionally, that it will be the liability of the organization who has collected processing this data to report a breach not only to the data protection board which is coming up, but to also to the individuals whose data has been impacted. So that means transparency, trust, accountability, and possibility of financial fines, which is all there in the system.
Amazing. Thank you, sir. Thank you so much. And Sapna, just following to sir, the input, I want to hear from that responsible AI, right? I mean, how, as Vivek sir has mentioned, it's a double-edged sword. really just I want to hear from you, like how the responsibility as a layman or as a technologist or maybe as a professional, as a layman, just how I can make use of this weapon very responsible way. Of course, there's a lot of framework which is available, but love to hear from you.
Yeah, very good question. And yes, everybody wants to know ki, as a layman how we can take a prevention. Because it's a very, very important part. We all literate people actually, come under this trap because we don't know. We always share the OTP, like we use the public Wi-Fi. And sometimes we never know how to use the AI ethically. And AI ethically is a very, very important part. We are teaching cybercrime in the colleges and schools. But ethical AI is still lacking. I feel like that the diploma, degree, and more awareness program can help a lot. There was one share which was said by the Dushyant कि हो गई पीर पर्वत सी अब तो पिघलनी चाहिए, हिमालय से कोई गंगा अब तो निकलनी चाहिए, सिर्फ हंगामा खड़ा करना मकसद नहीं मेरा, मेरी कोशिश है कि ये सूरत बदलनी चाहिए. So very important, the rules and regulation. The rules and regulation, and ethically we have to make such pathways so that the Gen Z can follow. Because if we are not providing the framework, definitely people will suffer. And we are talking about Viksit Bharat, right? And Viksit Bharat and $5 trillion economy can be affected if we are not taking a step ahead. Because digitally we are in power. We are actually superpower. But ethically, yes, most of the crimes taking place in India only. You find 22,000 crore rupees we have lost because of this crime. And every minute, 505 crimes, every minute, 505 crimes taking place. So it's a very serious matter. And this point of time, government have to make certain rules and regulation. Implementation should be very strict. And the best part is that awareness and yes, awareness, education, and at the same time, make the guideline for everyone. And there has to be some two-way verification and ethical aspects. That's it I want to say.
Awesome. Thanks, Lorna.
Thank you.
See, from where she left out in terms of the awareness play very significant role, right? But even though just as a layman, how I can make awareness is a one. But however, if you take this deep fake and then in terms of the voice cloning, even though you are a SME, you cannot make out like it's a real or it's a fake, right? And what are the techniques? Maybe as a layman, just I can give it in terms of just this are the video, these are the glimpses it comes, this is a fake or this is a real, right? And because the voice is already it's everywhere, right? If this voice is there, with that they can clone whatever they want to do it. And if you have my photo and then my mannerism, just all things also can be cloned and that can be given over there, right? So that aspect, as a layman, really just I want to understand like what are the key stuff they should look in terms of the deepfake as well as the voice cloning.
So see, deepfake is going to become a national security issue very soon. Maybe as soon as the 2029 elections. Imagine it's so easy to create a video. I mean, frankly, if you are in a hostile country, it's so easy to create a video of maybe a deepfake video of a cow getting slaughtered and the head of the cow in front of a temple, or a pig getting slaughtered and the head of a pig in front of a mosque. It will lead to riots. In specific states in the country, it will lead to riots. That has an impact on your economy. And with social media, it's very easy. It actually cost as little as, and I've seen it live, it actually cost as little as 2.5 lakh rupees to make a Twitter trend, "The sun rises in the west," go viral. So there was a time there were the top 3 hashtags in Twitter. It was "the sun rises in the west," right? So you can create a deepfake video, make it go viral on social media. Half of our generation Z is on social media, more than half. They will look at it and they will believe that this is the truth, right? So this is how big a problem deepfake has become. And another challenge with that is, as of now, and I've evaluated multiple AI models, there is not a single AI model which can detect a really good deepfake generated video and tell you that it's a fake video. So the only thing that we can as responsible citizens do, when you see something on social media or when somebody gives you a call, you have to do the verification of that through multiple other sources. If you see something on social media, if it is actually genuine, it would have been covered by some newspaper media, vernacular or mainstream in the country, right? So check it out. Check out search engines. If you receive a call from someone who you think is your brother, sister, or whoever, do a cross check. Call them back and figure out whether that is, whether they are the same people or not. These are basic checks that you can do. Technology, as of now, to detect deepfake is lagging behind.
Now, of course, that's a lot of technologies and then other sense also keep coming. And so with this, really, I want to hear from you. Earlier, if you wanted to do hijack, like I may not require to do myself. I can hire a team and they can go and execute, report it, it's done, right? So that aspect, now this ramping up, you may not require to be part of any crime. But you can hire the professionals, they come and do the work, execute, they go away. So it's a cyber crime as a service which came into the pictures. You can pay and know where you get involved, and they also know where connected to the counterpart whom you wanted to make an attack on that. So from the legal standpoint, really just I wanted to see as a cyber crime as services, what are the preventions, or have you come across any other cases like that has been executed from end to end, and who is liable, whether it is who has executed or who has hired the people. So love to hear from you.
Okay. We have the law in place. In fact, the entire law of criminal conspiracy, has been there since Lord Macaulay's Indian Penal Code of 1860. That if people come together and they agree upon to commit a crime, tacitly, explicitly, implicitly, they are liable. So the liability mechanism is there in place. And we have a lot of law that has developed. The law has gone so far. In fact, if you see the Evidence Act, there's a very interesting illustration that if a place was to be bombed, and there was a conspiracy between A, B, C, D, and E. So it is not necessary for law to prove the agreement of criminality between all the five. So if A is organizing the fund somewhere in the world, B is organizing the weapon or the bomb or the making, so all by their actions you can prove a criminal conspiracy. So the law is there in place. Now, if we apply it to AI, if I apply it to the internet, the problem that arises, the experience that we have seen, of course, we derive the benefit of all that, all the confusion from a defense perspective. The problem is how to attribute certain acts to individuals, how to identify them. For example, if you have an AI, if you create something, why have 5 people? Why hire 5 people? Why not create a drone or create something that is not attributable to me? I have to only create it and put it into the internet. And that drone or that mechanism itself is committing a crime. So the attribution of an act to an individual is getting more and more complex. In the physical world, you could identify people. Whereas in the world of the internet, AI, cyber world, you can't identify people. And then we have problems of jurisdiction, collection of evidence, but the law is in place. Now the law enforcement agencies have to be smart enough, to identify the hiring of cyber criminals, because the best way to catch them is through the money trail. Money trail has become a very effective means of tracking cyber criminality, laundering, etc., etc. So there are, law also catches up with crime. The law is not, law is not so weak.
Yeah,
it catches up with criminality.
Yeah, criminals is helping to develop a law, right, to one extent. In fact, if they are not there, we don't develop on that aspect, right? Just maybe one, 10 seconds follow-up question, sir. Like, since all young chaps are there, sometime we think, like, if we do the crime from India, it's like a straight away it comes and hit on that, right? But if you do VPN to some other country, from there if you launch, the people will think it may not come to our responsibility. So love to hear your 30 seconds of input, sir.
Of course, this proxy criminality.
Because cross borders and Interpol also come into the pictures, right?
They do come into the picture, but it's very difficult to prosecute offenders at that level. What we hear, what we read in the papers, that so and so person is going to be extradited to India. That's only a tip of the iceberg. Some young lawyer, very interestingly, he narrated to me that, why are these, Nirav Modis and why are these few people being targeted? Because they have defrauded the bank. What about those people who have defrauded private individuals, private lenders, and they have run away from the country? So these are, problems. Extradition is a problem. Collection of evidence is a problem. Sovereignty of a nation is a problem. So I guess, mutual treaties amongst nations where you cooperate with one another. Interpol is there. But Interpol cannot really take care of all these problems. So we need to keep evolving, from a law enforcement perspective.
Absolutely. Thank you, sir. Thank you so much. And it's maybe I may take 1 more minute, sir. Just 10 seconds of your input for takeaway for all the people, sir. Just each one. I wanted to hear from 10 seconds. Just one takeaway for them, like what they have to do and don't in terms of cybercrime as well as with the AI.
For this, I think government will have to create massive awareness campaign among the public, so that they could know how the criminals are operating, what are their modus operandi. And secondly, government will have to put much more emphasis on capacity building, not only in police, but in judiciary and prosecutors as well. And they will have to provide resource as well. I mean, cyber lab, advanced tools, technology, and they will have to put much more emphasis in R&D as well, R&D, regarding, for example, the current threat is deepfake. So we must focus on defect detection technology. So do we have? No. As Tarun told, so no, right now no. They're the best of the tools available that can give you only 80% accuracy, not 100%. So it cannot be admissible in court of law. And that's why I think these are the things, if government is focusing, then definitely we will be able to control the cybercrime.
Yeah, I'll just like to mention, it's not just about cyber frauds, it's also about so many illegalities which do happen in the cyber world. And we'll also like to say, prevention is the best way. Understand greed. This is a normal human behavior. So something which is giving you too much of money or maybe exploiting your greed, exploiting your fears, exploiting your emotions, which is what we have to which is what we need to overcome. In the age of AI, seeing is not believing, listening or maybe hearing from your known sources may also not be truth. So maybe act responsibly before what we say is a zero trust architecture.
Only one line, stay alert. Once again, I'm repeating, stay alert, stay aware, stay secure. These are the 3 fundamental aspects you should keep in mind. Definitely you can save yourself and your family members. Thank you.
Thanks a lot, Tom. Yeah,
I think I have a recommendation for the government, not for the citizens. I think the government of a country, we have to realize that intelligence has to become privatized. It has already become so in US. In US, you do not have, the intelligence is collected by private individuals working in conjunction with the government. And the operations are in hands of the law enforcement agency. India will have to realize, like the income tax departments of the country, they have already done that. They are working with private entities to gather intelligence, and they are only involved in the operations. I think all aspects of the government will have to follow suit.
Yeah, we all work together. We'll make that.
We need a deterrent law to check cyber criminality. Secondly, no crime should go unpunished. And thirdly, we should not be obsessed with catching hold of the criminal. We must protect the rights of the innocent man. the accused also. The system has to be balanced. It cannot be a one-way street.
Awesome. Amazing, and it's a wonderful conversation. We can give a great applause to the entire leadership. And of course, AI is a double-edged sword, right? How you handle is a matter actually. So that's why we can handle with a more responsible and more accountability to ensure that things are taken care with the positive note. Thanks a lot. Thank you so much, and have a wonderful day ahead. Thanks a lot, gentlemen.
And all the guests to continue the discussion outside. We have a next session to begin with. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. Hello. Welcome to this session this afternoon. It's great to see a full room and lots of smiling faces. Thank you very much for taking the time to be here. My name is Mercedes Fogarasi. I'm a policy analyst at Paris 21, which stands for the Partnership in Statistics for Development in the 21st Century. And I work on our AI and innovation profile at Paris 21. It's a real pleasure to see everyone here today for this session on local AI here at the India AI Summit. I think this connects very well, the topic of local AI connects very well to some other conversations that we have been having already, including a panel we had yesterday on AI readiness and open data, and as well as lots of conversations continuing to happen tomorrow and through the rest of the week. So just before we get started, a quick opening remark from myself, and then I'll pass it on to some official welcome remarks, and then we'll get into a panel discussion. But of course, across the world today, artificial intelligence is really being presented as a powerful tool, and a really powerful tool for development especially. But one question that keeps coming back to us at Paris 21 is AI for whom and built by whom? In many countries, especially across the global south, data systems are already under immense pressure. Statistical offices are being asked to do more, do these things faster, but also with fewer resources. I think the mic is still on, yes, but also with fewer resources while still responding to increasingly complex policy challenges. And in that context, AI can offer a lot of solutions, but it can also widen already existing gaps. So this session and this conversation we are convening here today starts with a simple idea, in that AI only becomes truly impactful when it's grounded in local realities. That means local data ecosystems, local languages, local institutions, and most importantly, local people. For official statistics, this matters deeply. Statistics are not just numbers. They are public infrastructure. They shape how governments see society, how policies are designed, and how communities are recognized, or also overlooked. If AI is going to be part of this increasingly new and complex infrastructure, it needs to be inclusive by design, trusted by institutions, and useful for real decision-making. India offers a particularly interesting and powerful context for this conversation. The scale, diversity, and leadership in the whole conversation around digital public infrastructure raises questions that resonate far beyond national borders. Questions like, how do we build these AI systems that work across languages and communities? And how do we ensure that innovation strengthens, not replaces, public accountability? Today's panel, we have people coming from government, we have voices from technology, civil society, and international organizations. And together we'll explore what local AI looks like in practice, what has worked, and also what hasn't. Our aim is not to showcase the technology for its own sake, but to tell a grounded story. And to start us off on that story today, I'd like to invite my colleague from Civic Data Lab, Shuchita Rawal, to offer some more proper opening remarks. Thank you.
Thank you, Mercedes, and good afternoon, everyone. On behalf of Civic Data Lab and Paris 21, I extend a very warm welcome to our distinguished guests, partners, friends, and colleagues. I am Shuchita Rawal. I lead public finance and gender initiatives at Civic Data Lab. At Civic Data Lab, we are on a mission to enable data change makers to leverage data and AI for conquering some of the most pressing humanitarian problems, specifically focusing on vulnerable communities. It is an honor to be part of India AI Impact Summit, the first ever global AI summit to be hosted in Global South. Our session today focuses or revolves around 4 important keywords. As I see it, it is localization, inclusivity, data, and AI. To begin with, let's start with inclusive data systems. We all know and we all will agree that data fuels AI. And AI is actually representing what kind of data we are feeding into it. So it becomes very important that the AI starts from the ground. But sadly, most of the time, the foundation of data systems exclude the very communities for which they are being created or for which they are being made to serve. But have you ever wondered why? Mainly because these are being designed in the boardrooms, These are coded in the tech hubs, and we still are following top-down approach. And after doing all this, we always kept wondering why AI or why data systems are not inclusive, why they are not able to, or they misunderstand our local or regional languages, and why they still perpetuate biases. I think it's a time we need to rethink, and we must agree that inclusivity should not be an afterthought, but it should be an integral part of our design. And these communities for which it is being created, they should not just be a mere representatives, but also co-creators in the process. And co-creating solutions is only the way forward, as we see it. And one powerful example that I would like to share here is Bhashini, a Government of India's initiative, a multilingual AI platform that actually supports voice-to-text and translation in most of the Indian languages. And we see that this is what starting from ground means. Basically touching the point which is very close to everyone's heart, which is language. If people are able to communicate, able to interact with the services in the language that they understand, they definitely are empowered. At least I feel empowered. So I think, and at Civic Data Lab, we are very proud to be part of this initiative and helping in supporting and strengthening it further. Another important aspect that I have already shared beforehand, which is like co-creating solutions, I would just like to talk a bit more about it. We all know that data, given the critical and extensive nature of data, it is not one man's job. We all need to get together, we all need to collaborate, partner, come together on a common platform where we start sharing data sets, use cases, insights, and we all become partners or co-creators. And this is what has been in our overall, like I would say that this is the overall ambition in whatever work we are doing at Civic Data Lab. We have been forming and strengthening data and AI collaboratives across all streams of our work, whether it is gender and inclusion, whether it is climate and disaster risk reduction, climate and health, and so forth. And we would be happy to have all of you be part of our journey, and happy to share more about this and discuss more about this after the session or maybe later on. Finally, I would just like to end up by throwing few words which have been consistently came across to us in our Civic Sabha 2.0, which Civic Data Lab has convened last week. Some of these words are responsible AI, inclusive data systems, ethical AI, collaboration, localized solutions, AI skilling, participation, accessibility, safe and trusted AI, and data and AI collaboratives. And I'm sure in today's session as well, we are going to delve deep into these topics and see how we can all meaningfully engage with this and come out with a common idea. We will explore together what starting on the ground actually means in practice. With all these distinguished panelists with us, we would like to hear from their experience and look at some of the examples where local AI is actually empowering communities, where we are falling short, what is the way forward, what we see as potential benefits, challenges, and gaps. I look forward to our conversation and to concrete ideas, partnerships, and innovations that will emerge out of it. Together, we have a unique opportunity to ensure that data and AI drive inclusive development and we leave no one behind. With this, let's dive into the session, and I now hand over back to Mercedes to take forward the conversation. Thank you so much, and thanks again for joining us here.
Thank you so much, Shuchita. That was wonderful, and a really good way to start off this conversation, like you mentioned. I think the points you hit on inclusion and inclusivity in the way that we design is incredibly important. So I look forward to hearing about our speakers on that. But before I do pass it over to our speakers, I do want to introduce them, because I know you can see, well, you were able to see their pictures and their names on the screen, but not much more than that. So let me tell you about how great these people are. Directly to my left, we have Johannes Jutting. Johannes is the executive head. Yes, that is you. Wonderful. Johannes is executive head of Paris 21, so my close colleague. Again, Paris 21 is the global partnership that is hosted by the OECD, but we are a separate entity in what we do, and we have our own mandate, which is really on supporting national statistical systems around the world, particularly in the global south. Johannes is a development economist by training and also a former member of the UN Secretary General's expert group on the data revolution. He's long worked at the intersection of statistics, policy, and inclusive development. Directly next to him, we have Dr. Saurabh Garg. Mr. Garg is the Secretary of India's Ministry of Statistics and Program Implementation, and he oversees one of the world's largest national statistical systems. An Indian Administrative Security Service officer, my apologies, he has held senior leadership roles across digital public infrastructure, social policy, finance, and brings extensive experience in technology-enabled public service delivery. Next, we have Gaurav Godwani, who is the co-founder and executive director of Civic Data Lab, a research lab advancing data and responsible AI for public good across India and the Asia-Pacific region. With over a decade of experience deploying data innovations in areas such as climate resilience, public finance, and health, he works to strengthen civic and institutional data ecosystems. And finally, at the end of our line here, we have Sachi Bala, who's the deputy director at the Gates Foundation, where she leads work in India on gender equality with a focus on women's economic empowerment and leadership. With experience spanning policy partnerships, public health, and equitable development, she brings a strong emphasis on evidence-driven and intersectional approaches to social impact. Please join me in applauding our fantastic lineup here today. So let's get started, and I'll like to hear from you, Johannes, first, to maybe set the problem statement a little bit for us. Because when we talk about local AI, it can mean a lot of different things, but what problem are we actually trying to solve when we talk about global or generic AI solutions failing to address different things in official statistics and public decision-making?
Thank you very much, Mercedes. Good afternoon, everybody. Good to see you here. If I may, Mercedes, I wouldn't put this maybe not too much into a global versus local conversation. I think the global conversation that we have is very important. We discussed many things related to global AI and the problems and the challenges. I think it's now high time to discuss local, but to see the benefits of this conversation, of seeing what can local AI do. And here I have to say, I have really to congratulate the Indian government, in particular also your ministry, to put the question of welfare and to push the question of happiness. This is, if you run around the science, you see AI for improving welfare and happiness. This is the focus of the third summit. The other two summits were in the UK and in France, important summits, but this is the first global summit, as has been said, that is in the South and focuses specifically on issues related to poverty, to welfare. So I think the first point I wanted to drive home is it's really something that we need to take on now very seriously, of how local AI and data system can improve well-being. And if I may, can I speak please again about the SDGs? Have we forgotten about the SDGs? No, we shouldn't. I mean, we still have the mandate to talk about the Sustainable Development Goals and Agenda 2030, leave no one behind. We have seen some developments in the international arena, but let's please have the focus on the SDGs. We still have a few years to go to achieve something. So the first point I really wanted to drive home is the contribution of local AI system and local data system to improve well-being of all people, specifically also in rural areas and who are living a little bit behind. Second point I wanted to say, what are the key levers? How this sort of situation, how can we discuss this? The first is access, the access question. And as you know, I mean, with many of the data systems and data conversation we had, yesterday we had a conversation about AI readiness, getting the system ready and the data to be used for AI, AI for data, data for AI. And I think that's something we really should see. Are we coming into, as Stefan Verhulst, professor in New York says, are we coming into a data winter because some of the access will be closed, or will we be able to unlock data? I think this is a very important key lever to ensure that we can access data that helps people and that helps a sort of local AI system to really address problems that matter for local people. So access is very important. The second point, capacity development. This is Paris 21. We are a capacity development institution. We train and would love. One thing that I haven't seen, I'm picking this out. I'm a trained development economist, but in reality, I'm an agricultural economist by training. And what always struck me in agriculture was the role of small farmer organizations. Small farmer organizations to help farmers to understand their world and sort of to be helped to give them the fertilizer, the pesticides, the education. I haven't seen yet the small pharma organization helping them with the AI systems and helping them to relate to those sort of using mobile phones to help them. I think that's something maybe we can look into further. So capacity development through whom? Training is the second point. Access, capacity development. And last but not least, it comes all over again and again, is trust. Is trust. If the farmer, let's stay to the farmer example, doesn't trust in terms of the thing that he gets from his wonderful mobile phone, tell him he has to plant now. If he doesn't trust this because he doesn't believe in the data and whatnot, then we have an issue. So the trust will be key. Let me come to the last point, is the role of national statistical offices. I think the national statistical offices all over the world, but particularly in this country, can play a tremendous role in ensuring that local AI data system can support the fight against poverty and improve well-being. It can so do by setting standards, by helping with the quality control of the data, and by also something which has come up very recently is to talk to different stakeholder groups. We often think about unlocking data from the private sector. That's a big debate. We talk about public, sort of all the surveys, yes, but we also have citizen-generated data. Many citizen-generated, many NGOs, and can we sort of integrate that data after having it quality controlled into sort of local AI systems that can really, again, help supporting the welfare of poor people. So in a nutshell, this is an important conversation that we need to have. We are just at the beginning, and now I'm curious to hear from my Indian colleagues what they say more precisely on the Indian situation. Thank you.
Thanks, Johannes. I think that's a really insightful way to look at this. Maybe, yeah, I agree. It's not necessarily a problem, but the challenge that we have at hand here. A lot of what you touched on here is really the importance of grounding AI in local realities. So I'm curious to hear from the government perspective, Dr. Garg, if you could tell us a little bit more from that perspective, because India really is cited quite often as a leader, very rightly so, I think, in this, especially for digital public infrastructure. But what type of institutional or governance choices would you say have been most critical in ensuring that AI-enabled data systems remain inclusive, trusted, and fit for public use?
Thank you. Pleasure to be here. And also a pleasure to talk about inclusive AI data systems, because that's really at the core of what when we talk of the overall objective of AI for welfare and AI for all. In fact, one of the 7 working groups of this AI summit is on democratizing AI resources. I'm associated with that group. I co-chair it along with Egypt and Nigeria, and in Egypt and Kenya. And we are looking at this issue, and the fact remains that a lot of AI resources, whether you look at compute, you look at models, you look at data systems, you look at talent, they're not evenly distributed. And that's an area that we've deliberated in the working group also to look at what needs to be done. And this is all the more important because AI is now moving from experimentation to real public deployment. And we are not no longer at an experimentation level. And some of the things that we've been discussing, whether in the working group or outside, is how data and AI ecosystems need to be treated perhaps as a data public infrastructure. Data in the sense, a lot of data is generated, as you mentioned, by the statistical offices, by censuses, surveys, but there's a lot of data which gets generated within governments and outside governments. And at least we need to be able to identify the data sets which can be put out in the public ecosystem, which can be used for AI development. And data is the raw material for AI. And if credible and standardized data is available, that will ensure that the AI models work in a manner where no one is left behind, which is also the goal of the SDGs. Towards data governance, what is also required is a standards-based system. And that is something that we are working intimately in the government, looking at how to ensure that the metadata is uniform, that classification and standards are followed, that interoperability is maintained, that data is machine readable, so that it becomes accessible. And issues of access are critical, whether it's for compute or for models. And that's the reason, what are the different mechanisms? There's talk of the edge resources, edge compute, there's talk of small domain models. And I suppose a host of these would really help to ensure democratize AI access and ensure that AI remains inclusive. The other aspects are in terms of how we can mold AI to ensure that access remains inclusive. And what I'm talking of in terms of ensuring that semantic search can be made much more multilingual. Because increasingly, I think that's one thing which AI ecosystems allows, to ensure that voice becomes a means of being able to search and identify. And voice, which is language neutral, which is for which you don't need to be a literate, and you don't need to have a single language access. I think multilingual access and voice access is something which AI in a way enables. So AI we don't need to look at AI as always restricting access, but I think this aspect of AI is something which will only enable greater inclusiveness and ensure that people are able to access high quality information, high quality resources because of the inherent benefits of AI. And last but not the least is also in terms of strengthening safeguards. I think that's been alluded to, and that's what when we talk of AI by design, being able to ensure that the data is one takes care of safety concerns and concerns of ethical issues around it. So what would be the guardrails for that? I think that needs to be built in at the design stage itself. But that in itself should not prevent us from leveraging AI much more effectively, I think. Very often if I don't want to use that word, but for lack of the doomsayers might talk about the harms of AI, but I think we need to be cognizant of the benefits also, while ensuring that we have sufficient safeguards built in at the design stage. So I'll stop here, but just want to add, since we are talking in a forum which is a partnership for statistics, and I'm part of the statistics office in India, that is something that we are working with across ministries, across states, to ensure that the data becomes accessible and that data is standardized. And because if our data ecosystem is correct, that's really the foundation. And that foundation will ensure that AI becomes so much really AI for all and AI inclusive in all its sense. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Secretary Garg. That's really helpful, and especially the points you're hitting on about inclusion. I think you've hit it right on the nail there. But I do think it's one thing to design these inclusive systems, and then it's a real other thing to actually feel their impact. So that's why I think maybe now we turn it over to Gaurav from Civic Data Lab to go in a little bit more on that angle. If you can tell us a little bit about how you've seen local AI actually empower communities, or maybe from the civil society actor perspective as well, in a way that you can now engage with data in new ways.
Thanks, Mercedes, for having me here, and thanks to Paris 21 for co-organizing this session with us. So, since we are in the late afternoon session, with your permission, Mercedes, can I do a bit of a poll just to see the energy in the room?
Yes, I love the
right?
interaction.
So, raise your hand if you have used AI application, be it your traditional GPTs and LLMs, in not English and Hindi. Not English and Hindi. Great. Continue to keep your hand up if you feel everyone in your family, especially your elderlies, can use that effectively. continue to keep your hand up if you can find local information about your neighborhood, for example, SDG goals. I'm also wearing the SDG pin, as we were reminded by Johannes that SDG indicators we can get in the local language for your local area through those AI models. So yeah, very few hands left. So that's the problem which we are trying to solve. Like if we have to make local data work for local population, for the local development goals, we don't have the ecosystem ready yet. And it has three major areas which we have to improve upon. Number one is co-creation. Some of the times these models are created, as my colleague was explaining, in research labs, but not tested or not actually involved from the very beginning with the local communities. So at Civic Data Lab, we keep saying when we talk about the AI lifecycle, unfortunately, the local audience comes at the tail end of it when we start testing those solutions. Not from the very beginning, they get seat on the table to have opportunity to say their concerns, say what their problems are, what are the kind of opportunities they want to achieve with help of these local applications. So ensuring there is enough representation in the room when we are conceptualizing these AI models is critical. And then we involve them in throughout the AI lifecycle, find incentives for them to be motivated throughout the AI lifecycle with you. When you are conceptualizing, when you are bringing in the data sets, when you are early testing the models, when you are actually scaling up the models and ensuring it's ready for the population scale, find incentives that they are involved throughout the AI lifecycle. Second one is evaluation. We understand, and Johannes briefly touched upon it, that there is global AI ecosystem and there local AI ecosystem, and a lot is happening in the global AI ecosystem. We can see across the Bharat Mandapam, a lot of conversation is dominated by that. How do we ensure that there is a bridge between global AI and local AI? We don't want them to be in the locks with each other. We want them to work with each other. And that's where the participatory AI evaluation framework can help us enable that. So a lot of LLMs, a lot of AI models would be developed in other countries and would be brought into other geographies. That's gonna happen, that's the reality we are working with. But we need participatory AI evaluation where local experts, local domain experts, local culture experts know what are the biases in some of these models, flag them well in advance before they are raised at population scale, and help them curb all of this. And again, we find incentives for these experts, local domain experts, local culture experts, to serve us in that journey. That's the second aspect. Third is the skilling. Local AI is as good as the local skilling ecosystem who is going to get benefit of it. We understand that still certain section of communities struggle to engage in the digitization journey, struggle to engage with the AI journey as well. How do we give enough opportunity of skilling to them so that they feel they have a seat on the table, they can participate with this information, be it your data sets, be it your AI models? How do we find that space for them to skill and feel comfortable that they would have a secure job in the future as well? So that's what I would feel if you have to unbundle local AI, these three elements, co-creation, participatory AI evaluation, and AI skilling need to be unlocked parallelly to make it happen.
Thank you very much, Gaurav. I hear what you're saying, especially on the scaling aspect of it as well, and that's what's really key here. And so maybe if we want to hammer in a little bit more on that, because I think it's important that we talk about initiatives that go beyond pilots and really looking at that impact and that success as well. But turning over to you, Sachi, because I know you have a lot of experience both within the Gates Foundation and in other areas as well, working across different countries and institutions. But from your perspective at the Gates Foundation now, what is one recommendation that you would give to governments who are really interested and want to invest in AI for data systems, especially keeping in mind something that actually strengthens inclusion in public decision making?
Thank you, Mercedes, and thank you to the organizers. This is a great session. I also feel like so much has already been said. You know, I think I was just making note of some of the words everyone has said. around trust, co-creation, and I think what Gaurav said about skills is also something that sort of was reflected across the panel. If I had to say one recommendation, and I'm just going to give you the headline, but I want to dig deeper into some other themes, I think we need to treat AI as an institutional capability and really look at inclusion in design and in the co-creation aspect at the outset, rather than as a secondary or a tertiary area of focus. And I think something that we must keep reminding ourselves is that AI is not a standalone tool. Having dashboards and doing pilots is exciting, and it is something that could get people interested in focusing on the value that you can get out of AI. But it really sort of how well we are able to utilize AI and really make it work for people is by looking at whether it can be embedded in existing trusted institutions with trusted data and aligned with statistical standards, all things that Mr. Garg said, but also looking at what is the use of that data and what is the use of that AI functionality at different levels. And that's going to look different. At the national level, it'll look different, and at a community level, it'll look different. It will look different if you have a shared device or if you have your own individual device. So thinking about the usability, I think, is something that also needs to come in right at the outset. I can dig a little deeper there, but I wanted to sort of, go back to what Johannes said about the lack of application of AI in agriculture and at the last mile in some form. And some work that we've been doing with the Government of India, with the National Rural Livelihoods Mission, is really making sure how can we tap into AI capabilities that exist, but make sure that we are working with trusted frontline workers. So women who are from the community, women frontline workers who actually can be skilled and be provided with the tools which allow them to access data, access AI analysis, and share that with women farmers. And because it's the combination of being skilled on a technical area, whether that is on livestock management or on specific aspects of agriculture and cropping, and it's coming from a trusted person who is also equipped with the right information and AI-powered tools, I think that's really, in a sense, such a great use case of what we can do to make sure that AI is actually local and is being used by the community, and actually then strengthening what the data systems are and how AI can actually, continue getting better at responding to the needs of the community.
Thank you. I like the way you've put that kind of two-way street into perspective as well. The importance of having that trust go two ways and have the importance of understanding and the skills as well that come along with that, as well as the access. So all very important points. We've got just less than 15 minutes left in this session, and I do want to open up for Q&A. But before I do that, so it gives everyone a chance to think of a question, a short and concise question, so that we can take as many as possible. I want to ask one question to our speakers, maybe a little bit provocative, a little bit pushing, really on that local-global nexus, which we all see maybe in different ways. But can we ever really have truly local AI in a world where foundational models and platforms are really controlled by these big global actors? So you don't have to answer that question, but a little seed to think about. And now, if anyone has questions from the floor, I will come pass the mic to you. Fast hands. I see a fast hand there. If you can introduce yourself as well, please.
Thank you, panel. I'm Anubhuti, and I'm from Nalanda University. My question is from Ma'am Yu and Gaurav sir. If you could answer how the government launched yesterday only Bharat Vistar program, and we see how it is integrating, and it will be useful for the farmers to look up to the schemes and everything. How do we make sure at this level, when we are implementing this DPI structure on the local level, how do we make sure that, not to criticize, but I come from Rajgir, where my university is based. We don't have stable internet connections in such areas. How do we make sure that the people are actually able to access such database, and they are able to reap benefit out of it. So how do we make sure of that? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Let's see if there's some other questions. Maybe we can bundle some questions here.
Hello, all of you. My name is Vineet Prakash, and I've recently started an organization, Quantum Nebula. It's a startup. So basically, the organization intention is to bring the combination of the AI and AI offerings, and so that we can bring up the processings and the another pattern on the quantum side, because I saw the name quantum, so I came here. So the question is, do you think that the quantum and the AI can bring the right set of use cases across the healthcare and the other verticals as well? Do you think so? Based on your experience, I've done a couple of research around, and I have a patent in quantum recently on the authenticity. But I would like to hear from the jury as well. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Maybe is there one more question? Yes, I'll see the hand right here, and then we'll leave it up to the speakers to answer whichever.
Hi, I'm Himali. I'm a data scientist. So my question is, since this session started with talking about involvement of community, so currently, as I understand, there's a lack of knowledge among digital users on how their data is collected and how it is used. Even though the DPDP Act is there, but the legitimacy of it in the society is not yet there. Like, people are not aware of how much data the companies actually have on them, and what probably company has more data on a person than the person actually understands. So how do we bridge this gap through community participation? I want to understand that.
Very interesting. Thank you for that. I think the community participation aspect is incredibly important for us to talk about continuing so. So speakers, over to you. Feel free to take the mic and jump in on any of those.
So starting for the first one on connectivity and internet problems in rural areas, I think one must realize that now we are entered a situation that, number one, mobile connectivity is near universal. It's more than 98 or 99% in terms of availability of mobile connection. Internet connection, because of the Bharat Digital Project, ensuring that optic fiber connectivity is there to every panchayat, that also is near universal. And a lot of these activities, whether it's Bharat Vistar, there was another one, Maha Vistar, which was already in operation. Bharat Vistar was launched, if I'm not mistaken, yesterday by the Honorable Prime Minister. So a lot of them are also don't necessarily require a smartphone. Many of those activities are also available on a feature phone. So I think because of ubiquity of the mobile phone, access is something which perhaps is not so much of a problem, and maybe a decade or two back it was. But that's what I would just like to flag that and leave it at that. On the quantum and AI, I think quantum would have a lot more impact on the cyber security. Obviously, you have quantum computers and you will have compute so much more faster, but that's still something in the future. But in terms of quantum infecting cybersecurity, is more threats which are real. And I think at the same time, there are enough work being done to ensure that quantum can also be used more effectively for good, rather than looking at it only at what could be the negative aspects of that. And the third point was on data. I think data privacy is something which is topmost in terms of concerns that there are at an individual level. But I can say that each of the data sets that are collected, especially by the government, have very clear protocols behind them. I think what you are alluding to is the data that is captured by a lot of the, for example, the social media aspects, etc. And I think those are things which are work in progress, if I can put it that way. But the first is obviously awareness has to be at an individual level, and then comes the second aspects on what needs to be done to ensure that in case there is a violation. And I think the DPDP Act at least has a framework around it. And we can, of course, discuss how it will get implemented in future, but I'll stop here.
Thank you very much, Secretary. Over to you, Sachi.
I'll just build on Sir's point from around data connectivity. And also add that, I think when we are building solutions in India, and if we are thinking about what happens at the last mile, we're making sure that these solutions are not dependent on connectivity at 100% of the time. So I'll just reference like maybe a couple of tools that frontline workers are using, and that could be in the health space, it could be in the agriculture space, it could be in education. The way that these tools are currently being designed is that you have offline capabilities. You are able to utilize them when you are even in a remote area, and then once you have access to internet, strong internet again, or data capabilities, you are able to actually upload the data online onto the cloud. I think it's really important that when we design, we make sure that we are looking at the last user. It's not for the average user who is going to be sitting in a city with 100% connectivity at all times. And I think it's really amazing to see that actually the government of India has made that effort because of this idea around democratizing and making sure that we are actually getting the best capabilities at the last mile. So I think the way we are looking at tools, at the design and the usability of tools today, we recognize that there will be these few instances, they may be near universal connectivity, but there might be some instances where data is weak, or we are not using smartphones, etc. But the way that applications are being designed and the skilling that is being provided to the frontline workers make sure that that doesn't mean they are left out of that of this movement. And I think that's a really strong start. Of course, as connectivity improves and as skills improve, this is something that's just going to get stronger and stronger.
If I can just add in 30 seconds to what Saurabh and Sachi mentioned. Two things which, and actually in both the use cases of connectivity as well as on data security, data privacy perspective, there is a very critical role of civil society organizations to take this knowledge, localize it, contextualize it for the citizens they are serving. One body alone can't ensure a digital application or an AI application is reaching the last mile. There's a series of intermediaries which we have to activate. So local civil society and local academic institutions play a vital role here. We just need to find more incentives to support them. And second is, again, we have to make sure that information is localized. There is a need for multilingual aspect to be strengthened, and the project Bhashini is trying to do that. How do we further see a larger landscape there where voice data could also be ensured, because a lot of languages are not having scripts. So how do we ensure that some of the DPDP Act laws are explained in voice for the local languages, for local dialects, is going to be a game changer, which we would see in upcoming years.
Can I just add something to this conversation, and also to bring it back to the international level, because I think the Indian example is super interesting for all over the world. I mean, we at Paris 21 work a lot in Africa. And to be very honest, one point that I think we are not discussing eventually enough is supply versus demand. For me, this is often a very much supply driven. We have AI, we throw it at the people and then see if demand is coming. Hey, we have to see what is the real, can we turn latent demand? Can we make farmers, citizens demand those services? So if we do this, what are people concerned about living in rural areas, living in cities, whatnot? They are first and foremost concerned about public services. Public service meaning healthcare. If I go to a hospital, do I pay under the table payment? It says officially it's free for all. No, but often you have to pay under the table. Is the teacher showing up in school? Is there quality education? Is there security? Is there sewage? Those things matter for people. So how can we turn this latent demand into something? I think that their civil society can help, but also a for-profit sector. And I think we should also, and that's something maybe for the researchers here we could think about a bit more, is about what are the lessons learned from the ICT revolution. 25 years ago, 30 years ago, I was working for a research institute in Bonn in Germany. And we started research about ICT, information communication technology. Is it good or bad for poor people? I mean, not in the sense of oh, bad for poor people, meaning does it benefit the poor? Have mobile phones benefit the poor more proportionally? I would say definitely yes. What were the success reasons for this? I mean, many of the things that then also a private sector has come up with. Now look at Kenya. You have insurance payments via mobile phones. It's even more advanced than in rich countries. So can we get those things in the AI world as well, and what is needed? So I think we have to focus also a little bit more on the demand, make it effective.
Thank you very much. I think those were all really interesting ways to answer these different questions we've had. All very different questions as well, covering different areas of this debate here. I know we had that alarm clock that went off and all woke us up a little bit, and it's definitely our cue to wrap up here. So just in wrapping up, I think what we've come to hear a lot from all of our speakers is really this importance of inclusion. I don't think that's news to anyone, but I think the angles that you've all presented here and coming from the different perspectives has really shaped how I understand inclusion in this space of AI and where the different stakeholders and different groups all play a key role, as well as the stakeholders that we have in the room, citizens, people coming from different types of institutions, different countries and backgrounds as well. That is what can really make these systems, these solutions, the strongest. And I think that's also where we can understand the demand. As you're saying, Johannes, it's exactly true. I think a lot of times in tech, the demand is preceded by the supply. So how can we flip that and make sure that these solutions that are being invested in, both in terms of financial resources, but also environmental resources, how can we make sure that they're responding to the demand that's out there rather than just throwing spaghetti at the wall to see if it sticks? So we've got about 10 seconds left. Let's use that time for applause. Thank you all for coming out, and thank you to our speakers.
Namaskar, our distinguished guests, respected dignitaries, industry colleagues and innovators and friends. I welcome you to an interesting conversation today and not a monologue, with a set of speeches. That is the agenda actually. And instead we would like to everyone in this room to participate and take pride in becoming part of this historic movement of India Impact AI Summit, because this is the world's largest AI expo, and what better that our Honorable PM has himself been putting in efforts to make India reach to this place that we are now hosting many nations. There are dignitaries, there are industry colleagues from many nations who are, joining hands. They are seeing India progress on this front. So this is a proud moment for us, and let us, enjoy. Let us contribute to this moment. So the point of conversation, discussion in front of us is the India AI stack, strategic framework for our national growth and pride. Before diving into the discussion, I want to read an adaptation of Ramdhari Singh Dinkarji, Rashmi Rathi, or modern take on patriotic verse of that. It goes like this: नूतन युग का नूतन भारत नई चेतना लाता है, सोवरन एआई की भाषा अब यह भारत गाता है, ज्ञान शिखर पर फिर आरूढ़ एआई से शक्ति संचित है, भारत के सपनों को सच करती यह एआई क्रांति अद्भुत है. So I read these lines for our esteemed panelists who have joined us today and have embodied the character to develop India AI stack. Our panelists have lived these lines by their work in their respective fields and immensely contributed in building nation's strength and to give wings to the AI revolution in India. Please join me with a round of applause in welcoming our guest today. In the order left to right, I'll introduce our panelists. So Swastik Chakravarti is the Vice President, Technology and Network Technologies India Limited, where he leads strategic technology innovation and AI-led product development for large-scale digital transformation solutions. He drives the design and development of AI-enabled platforms to offer complete sovereign AI platforms, including GPU systems, AI storage, and AI cloud stack. And maybe if I can have the liberty to introduce myself also, I am Hriday Vikram. I'm Senior Vice President and Chief Sales and Marketing Officer with Network Technologies. So I have been on the on the AI front in HPC for last 20 plus years. So I want participation from each one of you to make this movement actually. Moving forward to Dr. Tav Pritesh Sethi, Professor of Computational Biology, and also serves as founding head at Center of Excellence in Healthcare Information Technology at IIIT Delhi. He has also contributed to research at AIIMS New Delhi and served as a visiting faculty at Stanford University's School of Medicine. He was CSIR Quick Hire Fellow at the CSIR 4th Paradigm Institute. Please give a round of applause for Dr. Tav Pritesh Sethi. Then we have Dr. Manan Suri. He is a professor at IIT Delhi, specializing in neuroformic computing, artificial intelligence, hardware and advanced memory technologies. He is also the founder of Sairan AI Solutions. He has been featured in prestigious lists like MIT Technology Reviews Innovators Under 35 and Forbes 30 Under 30 Asia. Dr. Suri leads pioneering research and on next generation brain inspired computing systems that promise to revolutionize AI hardware. Then we have Colonel Amit Mehna, Director AI, DGIS Indian Army. He is a senior Indian Army officer serving as Director, Artificial Intelligence, Defense Geospatial Information Service, that is DGIS, for his distinguished service of the highest order to the nation over 28 years. He has also been awarded the Vishisht Seva Medal, VSM. Then we have Dr. Sultan Singh. He is a distinguished geospatial scientist and director of Haryana Space Application Center. He also serves as Chief Geospatial Officer for Haryana State Development Authorities, including GMDA, and driving geospatial governance, implementing AI for urban planning, infrastructure, and environmental monitoring across multiple authorities. Under his leadership, HARSEC has executed over 270 geospatial projects spanning agriculture, water source, forestry, disaster management, and disaster resilience. So we have such esteemed panel, and we all would like to enrich ourselves with the thoughts coming from them. So let us try to take part as much as possible. So goal is definitely to provide various perspectives on the topic of India AI stack, fostering and engaging the informative experience rather than having discussions in isolations, I would say. So for our audience, quick understanding, India AI stack comprises of 3 important elements. Application layer, that basically covers the foundational models, text, speech, vision, multi-model, different type of models. Then the second layer comes hardware layer, where the applications, the models, where these applications run on. How each ingredient are being enriched by Indian manufacturing ecosystem, and how the implementation of the hardware which is used for India AI stack, how this is getting done in the country, we are going to know about both the layers. Then comes the important aspect that how these organizations, be it PSUs, central PSUs, state PSUs, defense organizations, or the education research institutes, they are implementing both the layers, that is the AI stack, the applications layer, as well as the hardware layer. Because with these 2 applications only, with these 2 layers only, we can really see the India AI stack in real action. And that is what we would like from our esteemed panelists, that how they have implemented during their tenure, what they have done, what difficulties they face. So that is the objective for all of us to know that how India AI stack is getting built in India, how it is basically leveraging the technology. So before I dive into the session, I'll quickly introduce the flow of the session to the panelists and even the audience as well, so that we can be on time, frankly speaking. On covering all the inputs, I request our esteemed panel to first share their respective thoughts on the importance of India AI stack, the strategic framework for national growth and pride. I request the panelists to cover their thoughts initially in 2 minutes. Thereafter, we'll dive into the detailed discussion, and we'll have some questions for which our audience would like to hear from you. So maybe in the order, starting with Dr. Tavpritesh Sethi, sir, please let us know that what India AI stack means to you and what you have done in the past, building this India AI stack for the country. So starting with you, sir.
Thank you, Hriday. Thank you, NetWeb, for having me here. I think India, as we know, it's a famous saying that if we solve it for India, we've solved it for the world. And I think it's very much true especially for healthcare, which is my area of expertise, and I work in health tech and health AI. So India AI stack for health, I think, is a very important component that should have all the layers of sovereignty, explainability, also inclusivity. I think there's several countries that have been trying to build AI from several lenses, right? There can be more capitalistic approaches. But India, I think, has taken a very balanced approach towards building inclusive AI, and that's what all these discussions on responsible AI are about. Doing that is not simple. It's easier said than done. The blocks are already there. The building blocks of having data sets, for example, and having a framework like ABDM is a fantastic step towards that direction, which allows interoperability of data and then perhaps applications to be built. My particular work has been focusing on ICUs a lot, building models that can predict which baby is going to crash in the next 24 hours with things like sepsis or shock in the tertiary care settings. But very quickly we recognize that that's a very small proportion of what healthcare is. What we really need is in the stack, how do we build these models for low resource settings? I work with AIMS, where a nurse may be visiting a bed maybe every 30 minutes, and monitoring equipment exists. maybe not all ICUs have that kind of resources, right? So we've also built models which actually do some very interesting novel tasks like resolution transfer, where such equipments may not be collecting high density data. So how can we build the transfer learning to settings where low density data can also help with the same kind of accuracies? I think those are some of the things that we've been doing. Then we contribute to antimicrobial research, drug discovery and all of that, but happy to talk about that more later. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Tav. Dr. Manan, if we can have your inputs on India AI Stack, please.
Thank you, Hriday. Thank you to NetWeb and the organizers. So in my opinion, there is no understatement that AI is important, and we are headed to an AI-dominated age. So the India AI stack is important because as a nation, we should inspire to be AI OEMs, and not just AI service providers. Sector after sector, for whatsoever reasons, the economy or the approach has been more towards services. But when we are faced, AI is an inflection point. So we have a chance here to aspire to become a OEM. So when you have to become an OEM, you have to own the stack, right? And so that is why it is important, not just from a sovereignty point of view, but also from a national value creation point of view.
Change the service economy to the manufacturing economy.
So that is the core thing here. Now, in our own experience, how we have contributed to the India AI stack, we have contributed on two sides. One is the application side. Our team at Siren and at IIT Delhi, we have built many indigenized applications, specifically for Geo AI or Geospatial AI, Defense AI, Computer Vision AI. These solutions have been, built indigenously. They are also deployed, and they are operational as we speak. And proud to say that some of the co-panelists and their organizations and institutions also use that. And it is so that is the fundamental owning the stack at the application layer. And the best part is some of our deployments run on NetWeb hardware, which is flawless in terms of the physical layer. So that gives you some confidence how you're owning the stack. The other area where we have been contributing is the R&D. That is, what are the future building blocks of this AI hardware puzzle? It's GPUs. You start with extreme CPUs, GPUs, accelerators, FPGAs. So on the academic side, we do a lot of work on the hardware building blocks, nuts and bolts of semiconductor IP. That is neuromorphic computing or brain-inspired computing. So that is something which will probably hit the ground, say, 5 years from, as a product which will hit the ground, say, 5 years from now or so. So these are the, again, I can go more in details, but these are the stack level interventions that we are doing in our work.
That clearly describes, how the India stack is important from your perspective. And I think, one thing very beautiful here is that just imagine that now the situation for the country is such that on one hand we have the, the solution providers like Siren AI Solutions. We have got the contributor in terms of IIT Delhi. And then we have the users on the other hand, the Indian Army, and then the manufacturers who are manufacturing the systems. So this is called the true sovereignty, that we have got application, user, and the manufacturers all sitting on the same dais. That is the true sovereignty. That is the true achievement of India mission, or I would say, India Summit. So, definitely we appreciate the efforts of, Government of India, Honorable PM, that we have resulted into this situation. Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you. Colonel Amit Mehta, please.
Hello. First of all, thank you, Mr. Naveen and Mr. Hriday, for inviting me to this panel. As far as sovereign India AI stack is concerned, it can't be more important to the Indian military, right? I've seen our journey started about, say, about 2.5 years back as far as the AI absorption within the Indian Army was concerned. And what we saw was over-reliance on, all the foreign stacks, whether they are LLMs, open source LLMs, the hardware, everything. And recent, the skirmish which we saw, Openness, it further, emphasized the need to absolutely go sovereign, right? Reason is we are planning to have even the critical aspect of military decision making at some point in time being aided by the AI part. Not given to AI, but aided by the AI. So the commanders with their own cognitive, thought process which they have developed over a period of time, the processes, the workflows of the military decision making, how does AI help it, help the commander to, fructify whatever he's thinking, maybe give a different option, give a different thought process. But this can't happen if I'm, over-reliant on some foreign technology or a foreign stack. Military decisions are made in the shortest span of time. The OODA loop has to be faster than the adversary. And if we have to do that, if someone on whom I'm relying, say a foreign technology, pulls the carpet under my feet, what do I do and where do I go, right? So the requirement is that absolutely sovereign stack is the dire need of the Indian Army. There are some steps which we have started over a period of discussion. We will have those steps. I'll elaborate on that. We have been working with, like co-panelists like Sairan and everybody, wherein, just to give an example, simple thing like, say, an application layer of satellite imagery change detection, right? I've seen some models working outside. I've gone and visited some foreign militaries also. They are using their own stack. But let me tell you, the terrain there and the terrain here is totally different. The objects there and the objects here are totally different. What we are looking for from my perspective is not what they are looking from their perspective. So they are working on or training a model on their own concept of warfare fighting, where I have to train it on my own set. And once I have to do, I have to rely on absolute sovereign India stack. And this is one example where we worked very closely with the team from IT, from Sairan. And the model is a functional model today within the Indian military. Thank you. We'll discuss more about it.
Sure. Thank you. Thank you for inputs, Colonel Mena. So, Dr. Sultan, if we may have your inputs, please.
Thank you. First of all, thanks to organizer, and I great regard, thanks to all audience in front of me. Then thanks to their thoughts, they are keen to attend this kind of sessions. In Haryana, we are thinking like in a different way of that. Space to citizen stakes. All citizen stakes, how can we build in the complete sovereign staging system? So we are working on that. Means every stake of citizens, right from birth to end of the heaven, how can we work out that platform? We are working on that almost last 7 years. For that, we need to very, very high-end computing infrastructures. So we are seeking that way of the understanding. And Haryana, in terms of area, is very small in compared to other states. But using this such kind of the technology, we are working in. I can say that we are basically create oxygens in between citizen and governance. So we are basically media of that. On that account, we work each and every citizens using this technology. Probably Haryana is only state. Every citizens know about the entire satellite utilization up to parcel and pixel level. So that is our basic capacity building at the end user. For that, this AI summit is more important. Probably in across this entire participations, Haryana is more actively in across the all. In morning, I'll see that everywhere the Haryana stakeholder is actively and adventurously they are the participate. So we can detail out in that in continue. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. And I think we definitely appreciate, even we all understand that how, state governments function, despite all the limitations, despite all the restrictions, I would say, in simple words or in, frank words, you still use the technology, especially the AI, in such a way that you have implemented those, the AI framework, so that you can make the departments like SCRID function in the state. Haryana Space Application Center has basically, designed and delivered such GIS solutions which are even deployed across country. We really appreciate, and I'm sure with the questions following, we would like to know more about that, how it has been done practically. So over to you, Swastik, now. Yeah. Please, your take.
Yeah, so thanks Hriday, and thanks the esteemed panel members, and also you know, the viewers or the people who are in the room. With reference to NetWeb, we have been you know, in this journey of manufacturing high-end computing systems for last 25 to 26 years. Now, off late with you know, AI and proliferation of AI, and that's why the India stack comes into picture, wherein you have high-end AI infrastructure, which is housing different you know, chips which are primarily deployed for AI applications, and then you have that application tier which is leveraging this underlying platform, the investment of the customers to basically take it for citizen-centric services or for the usable business-related applications. At NetWeb, we are focusing on both these aspects. The first thing first is that we are one of the 7 global manufacturers, design manufacturers of NVIDIA. So we have servers which are configured with the latest and greatest you know, GPUs that being manufactured by or that is being offered by NVIDIA. One of the biggest advantage for us is, since we are the design partners, we get to have access to the you know, systems which are going to be released in the market maybe 6 or 8 months down the line. We have that access, you know, right now, so we can keep our customers way ahead of the curve. So when NVIDIA or principals launching their product, I mean, we have our products ready so that customers can leverage the latest and greatest technology much more faster. That is one aspect. And towards that, you know, if I have to take certain names, like, you know, we had been having H100, H200, and B200, B300, and we have all the systems ready today, and also for the future, right? You know, there are NVL72, which is going to be a kind of rack scale GPU design. But where we have made a difference, again, the relevance of India AI stack comes into picture, wherein we are creating a differentiated value of the same architecture, but making it available for our Indian customers with the Indian usage needs, which is NVL4. In a 2U form factor, 2 numbers of processors and 8 numbers of B200 GPUs, basically tells you 2 things. One is, you know, we can actually increase the computing power per rack, and the second thing is that a local innovation can actually keep our customers well ahead, you know, than any other innovation that are happening. On the other hand, from an application perspective, we are also talking about, you know, some of the solutions that we build. You know, Sir has talked about some of the healthcare solution, but one of the perennial problem for India happens to be the public health system, and how do I actually build that? So we have been doing a lot of application development so that I can reduce the time to cure for the common Indian citizen. We can also increase the productivity of the doctors. We can also increase the productivity of the lab workers, as well as, you know, the radiologists who are doing this. So I think, you know, from a NetWeb perspective, both in terms of the stack, which is infrastructure, as well as the applications which leverages this underlying benefit, is the maximum. And icing on the cake happens to be, if we have to reach the edge AI, so we are also having our smallest form factor systems that can be deployed at the edge, which can do an edge AI, and that can deliver to the rural or the most remote part of the country, and that is the biggest benefit of an inclusive AI, bringing those you know, citizens also within the purview of serving the government or citizen-centric services through those platforms as well. So that is the way we are structuring our hardware and software.
Thanks, Swastik. I think that clearly, you know, defines the definition of India AI stack, and how, you know, what importance even the hardware carries and what India has achieved on that front. So, I mean, delving into more details, I would like to start with Dr. Tav. Sir, we have been seeing that on the medicinal research side, India has been progressing, you know, in many ways. But for an outsider, you know, maybe there can be some members in the audience who may not be able to understand that how do you basically use the foundation models, which is part of India AI stack, still you are able to basically render such services which are directly helping the citizens. That chain is not understood by the audience, even by, you know, many times, despite we being part of the technology world, we also don't understand that how the benefit of those India AI stack foundational model is benefiting the, the patient or the user or the citizen. So please throw some light on that.
Sure. I think, Swastik, we were outside just chatting and you hit the nail right on the head that being a very diverse country and the technical terms that medicine has, if you just take a model out of the box and essentially try to, and we tried doing, taking all the foundation models 2 years ago that were available at that time, and we were deploying for the Madhya Pradesh primary healthcare settings in the Sanjeevani clinic, not the Sanjeevani, but the Sanjeevani clinic model, right? And the use case was very simple. We have a data science driven model which will basically enable, let's say, the drug stocking, the drug stocks not being out of stock, right? So we discovered some incidental, very interesting findings such as the antibiotic overuse, etc. But that's another thing. The use case that we were trying to build was not all nurses know how to interact with these kind of models, right? Not all pharmacists know how to interact with. So can we build a voice interface for this? If you pick up out of the box model, it won't work in this setting. And that's where I think the India AI stack, we need customization with all the dialects, with all the languages and dialects that we have. We need those kind of interfaces to be built along with the application layer that needs to be built for the models. I think that's just one example where we have to think as India differently than just using English or just using Hindi or a single language. We are a very diverse country, right? So that's one side of things. The other thing is that I think there's a lot of scope for, as Swastik said, about the public health data itself to be actually collected. ASHA workers are the most overused and I think overworked segment of the health collection, I would say, layer of public health system in India, right? Perhaps 18 different applications that they have to enter data with a redundant data entry in many of these applications as well. And we have to make their work easier by using AI, right? And that's not, and that's again where voice-based interfaces come into picture, ABDM frameworks, once only data entry mechanisms, they come into picture. And that's what we are also contributing in the space of antimicrobial research, working with the government of Karnataka and PATH and ICMR and Tata 1mg, to contributing to at least that one application like the pandemic that's already here is AMR. How can we actually make that data layer also strong on that aspect? Because every country across the globe is actually entering into a post-antimicrobial world. So those are the kind of challenges which are unique to India, but also opportunities which are unique to India to leapfrog because I don't see an ABDM-like architecture anywhere. We'd actually make that happen, and of course, voice-based interfaces would be a way to go. I think
maybe the India AI stack, what you are defining for the medicinal research, maybe the day may come that the same model may further be tuned for the respective territories of the other territories of the world.
Absolutely.
I think that is how on one hand we are talking about sovereign AI stack for the medicinal research helping country. Thereafter we are talking about the same AI stack getting replicated and tuned for the respective other territories of the world. And I think that defines that how we are progressing on that front and making use of India AI stack. Thank you so much. So Dr. Manan, my question to you is that, you have been working on the innovations on the, non-volatile memory and the neuromorphic hardware acceleration and all that. This is something which is very different from I would say, a normal user, normal citizen perspective, because they never get to understand what is this area and how this is going to use the India AI stack. Can you please throw some light and let us understand that what are your plans, what you have seen in your tenure, that this kind of hardware innovation can also make use of it, please.
Sure, thanks. So I'll just try to cut aside the jargon and make it more translatable. So let's just consider one thing. A typical GPU would consume anywhere around few hundreds of watts, right? You plug in 4 GPUs in a motherboard and you start talking about a power supply of 2000 watts with a gold rating, right? That's what we are looking at.
Yes.
If you plug in even 4 GPUs. Now consider biological intelligence, right? 2 meals a day, maybe 3 meals max, or sometimes even on 1 meal, and whole day biological intelligence is running multimodal models. So the dissipation of biological intelligence is estimated to be around 20 watts. That's human brain or any intelligent organism doesn't dissipate more than 20 watts of power in a day for all the signals that they're processing, whether it is speech, vision, or text or whatever, and all of this simultaneously, and your GPUs would draw 300, 400 or 2000 watts for the duration that you run them. So neuromorphic computing, essentially it hits at the core of energy dissipation. And we have to see, even from a usage point of view, as AI becomes more and more mainstream, as we all start finding more value in AI, as it starts solving our problems, the consumption of AI will be much more. So for a billion scale inference, or for how do you get that, where do you fulfill that energy requirement from, right? So the core essence here of neuromorphic computing or bio-inspired computing is to come at those building blocks which are energy efficient, right? Because if AI has to succeed in the long run, then it has to be more energy efficient. So that is where the the core motivation lies.
And how do you plan to use the India AI stack for that part?
So again, India as a civilization, the ethos of the Indian charter is sustainable. More green consumption, or getting more output on less resources, plus whatever
So this is hitting on the the fundamental layer of hardware in that case, and probably that is where you are starting with hitting at the aspect of energy, which is ultimately translating to taking advantage of maybe reducing the energy.
New hardware. So
I see.
Absolutely, we talk about AI for all, the impact for all. So if this has to really go in a sustained way, so it has to be more energy efficient.
Do you think that this model can be directly helping the citizens of the country someday, or it has already reached that stage?
So
the way you are trying to transform.
Think about it in the sense how traditional compute or electronics industry has evolved, right? We initially there was functionality, then there came the concept of 3-star electronics, 4-star electronics, or carbon emissions, or you take air conditioners which don't have an emission of a certain point. So I think AI will also go through that cycle where your building blocks will have to become more and more energy efficient. The hardware building blocks will have to become more and more energy efficient, and that will feed back to the wider audience or wider citizens in general. That will make AI sustain.
Interesting. That's very interesting actually. That how the low energy stack which you can infuse at the maybe edge level, which may definitely leave an impact on the lives of billions of citizens, and I think this is something we can see arriving very soon in the market also, even maybe if this is at conceptualized stage at this stage, but I think this can see the reality very soon if I'm right. Yeah.
Absolutely. So a lot of these concepts, they have crossed the prototyping stage. Now it's just a matter of mass production or mass industrial adoption, but they have certainly crossed the prototyping stage.
Interesting. So I go back to Colonel Amit Mehna. So Colonel, I think there is absolutely no doubt that sovereign AI, India AI stack, as you rightly explained in the initial inputs also, that plays a very important role. But now the question is that do you think that this is absolutely non-negotiable? Although you have explained, if you talk about developing models, you need definitely something curated for army. You need hardware, definitely that has to deal with the problem of infiltration or intrusion happening at the hardware level. So please throw some light that is this non-negotiable for you, that India AI stack has to exist and it has to proliferate?
So before I delve into the answer proper, let me just bring about what we are looking at, right? I have trained an open source LLM, right, for any kind of decision making, a simple tool like say I am asking a small VLM, what is that you see in this image? The VLM or the LLM has been trained on some data set. I do not know what. When the critical time comes and I have fine-tuned this LLM for my specific need within the military, at the critical juncture, what kind of biases, hallucinations it can inject into my military decision making, and military decision making is very critical because it involves person dying or living. And there are humongous collateral damage which can be also inflicted if a wrong decision is taken. So therefore, I don't want to leave even an iota of chance on an open source LLM which is fine-tuned or tuned by us for a critical decision making within the military. So how do I subvert that, or how do I, overcome this? So what we have started is we are training as we speak today a military LLM to start with a small 10 billion parameter model. Within few months, you will hear the news that the first military LLM of India is, onboarded, which has been from the scratch made on by the team within the Indian Army, trained on the military data set, absolute military data set which we have trained on, so that there are no biases, there are no hallucinations, there is nothing. And this is the journey which we wish to take from 10 to 50 to 70 to 100 as we go deep dive into how do we want this LLM to function with the deep reasoning, what you see, 253 billion parameter nematron models and all. I'm looking at such journey, and this is the journey which we intend to take. Now coming as far as the infra is concerned, right? You are aware, we have taken the GPUs, the H200s, the H100s, now people are going for B200s, B300s, and this complete infra is coming up in various locations within the military, within the Navy, within the Air Force now. But finally, the dependency is still on the hardware. I do not know what bug is there today. I do not know.
That's right.
So what is the option now? So the option is, I'm now looking at, obviating the requirement of GPU altogether. Let's see. This is a problem statement which we have given to the environment, and this is a problem statement for all of us in the audience too. What I'm looking now is, I'm not directly jumping to the LLM. I'm saying, let me make small SLMs first, right? And there are some, teams and some startups and some industry who have shown some kind of promise in training a SLM on a CPU instead of a GPU, inferencing on a CPU. So CPUs are still, although they are foreign made, but still, the journey of the CPU has been long enough, and therefore I can still rely on the Indian players or the Make in India thing. So let me see, can I join these SLMs to make a multi-agentic platform, train different SLMs on requirements specific to the army, and give an answer which the LLM is designed to give. So my journey starts from there. So this is an open statement which we have, given a challenge to the environment, and let's try and see, how far we can remove the requirement of a GPU altogether. The third most important facet for us is also what some of the co-panelists touched upon is a sovereign capability at the edge, right? So there are requirements which are met by central resourcing of these GPUs today, say at Delhi or say at wherever we have the networks. So I place that central resource, I train those models, I place those models on the central resource. But at the same time, I'm looking at the AI capability at the edge. And the edge is what you talked about, small boxes, so which have got VLMs, which have got, agentic VSS, which have got YOLO models for object identification. And therefore, I want to obviate the requirement of, sending this complete video stream back to the central resource, choke my bandwidth, and do the analysis there at the edge, and finish the task, give the analysis to the commanders who are looking at it. So this is our journey which we have started. And as I told before also, we are opening out in a major big way to the industry, to the academia, to the startup, the complete ecosystem. We have established a stall here at hall number 4. We are showcasing what are the dual-use technologies which the military is using today and how it can benefit in the civil industry, and vice versa. Obviously, we have to learn and take from each other how do we get these technologies into the decision making as such. So this is where our journey is, and I'm sure there are ideas afloat in this complete floor and the complete Bharat Mandapam. Once the voice reaches that, what is the Indian Army looking at? How do you join this into our journey to make it absolutely sovereign? Network has taken the lead, and let's see how others join our train. Thank you.
That's very interesting to know. In fact, this is for for the knowledge of our audience also. So what Colonel Mehna has talked about is that Army has worked on, if you please correct me if you find me wrong somewhere, has worked on all the layers as of now. First is the paramount important thing was that they wanted to develop their own LLM, and I'm sure that adoption of AI does not limit to the level of LLMs or creating SLMs or VLMs. I'm sure about it. This is a good way, and seeing that how enterprising our army has become, that now they have put out their booth out there talking about their product. This is the progress. This is what we talk about, what India AI has achieved. And let us have a round of applause for our army as well, because we all understand, they work under so restrictions. There are many limitations. Still, they have reached to this level. That is very tremendous. And on top of it, he's clearly talking about that there is no negotiation possible across all the layers, be it hardware, be it the LLMs or SLMs, or even the adoption of AI at the edge level. There is no negotiation possible at all. So there is something which is very interesting, and I think this clearly reflects the efforts of army which have gone into it. Moving on to Dr. Sultan. Dr. Sultan, I have been I've been fortunate enough to know about your work in the past, and do you think, because in your case geospatial data has been used in many forms. I mean, frankly speaking, I have been knowing that you use the same for studying the crop yield, serving the data to the ministries, and thereafter, you also understand that whether there is a land which is unutilized, whether there can be, change in crop which can take place. So all that work is going on. That is just one aspect of agriculture, and you have been dealing with, mapping the entire city, mapping the canals, mapping the rivers. Everything has been done by us. When did you realize that India AI stack or your sovereign AI stack is important for you? Because there is something important that you might be having some ready-made software available, but was it important to go ahead in that direction and build in India AI stack for that purpose?
Yeah, this is a different kind of way I can understand. Initially, for understanding, we need to existing any operational established software, any technology is there. First, we operate that since 2006 to 17 or 18. Then we come out with our actual requirement, like Colonel Mrs. already expressed how we come out this Indian system. Then we realize we need our own way of that. In Indian ecosystem, each and every citizen, their own thought, own will, and own commitment on their own way of the understanding. So I can say every 11 kilometer in geographical area, everything is a change. So the variety of that understanding, no one is international, any software is understand Indian ecosystem. So this is a more important. We only solution is the Indian AI system. I can say within India is a multiple India.
True. That's so true.
So for that way we realize in Haryana we also classified as per the agri-ecological zone, topographical zone, thought of the citizens we understand, how dialect that they understand. So on that way we understand this only sovereign system is serve our purpose. Initially I can say being an academic, I can understand the entire ecosystem, the all academia activity. So that is a basic limitation. Without Make in Indian sovereignty, we can't process them. No one is any international, even the operating system existing in there, they are not able to serve our actual delivery. Because our individual, within a family, if it is a five person, every have their own understanding. So how we integrate and how we create the all LLM and all system. So that is a basic limitation. That solution is there. With the help of geospatial. Geospatial is nothing, each and every pixel of the location we need to integrate.
You need to map.
With the map is one-to-many, many-to-one integration. So I can say in terms of consumption of this high-end parcel image, in coming time, I can say, as I understand, one citizen use the almost 2.4 TB data sets, one single citizens. So that is we understand how can manage that way. So for that we need a high-end computing in analytic way. So every citizen is very fast. Thought is so fast. How can we work on that? So that is a basic our approach, but we are mainly work on the citizen-centric governance. So every citizen stake we can make in this system. And we have a lot of things is there. And anybody can, audience can visit our one of the stall is there, hall number 4. And then we are open for the all academia and all R&D.
Very, very interesting actually. You know, the way they have made use of geospatial data and further rendering services to the different ministries within the state, that is something which is very commendable. And again, you know, state governments function in a very different way. Priorities are very different. You know, functioning in a central government environment is so different than functioning in a state government environment. And really appreciate your efforts on that front. So Swastik, I come back to you and would like to understand that what is the current status of readiness of hardware to achieve India AI stack capability or to achieve India AI stack sovereignty?
Yep.
Is data center to edge readiness there already?
Yes, absolutely. Absolutely, and NetWeb is actually a front runner for this kind of deployment, as Colonel sir has also mentioned, right? There are edge AI applications which are on the rise, and having a kind of edge deployment, we already have launched our edge server or edge deployment with AI. And then how do I actually connect back to the data center? And there is an application stack which will basically work beautifully, which is called, you know, a kind of edge to the core connectivity, so that it is called speculative decoding. So we have applications using that, so that, you know, the local inferencing can be done there. In case of any bigger thing is there, it will basically forward it to the bigger model which is running out of the data center. So with reference to the data center, we are readiness with NVL4, which is going to be, you know, a kind of 4 GPUs in a liquid cooled machine, and you can have you know, at least 21 numbers of the servers, considering power is there. So that is NVL4 is what we have launched. We would invite all of you to come to the hall number 4 with the NetWeb booth, where we are showing not just the server but also all the individual cards that are actually bringing that server. All of them are being manufactured here in our Faridabad factory. So that is one. Along with that, we have B200 and B300. Both liquid cooled and air cooled systems are positioned there. We also have the latest generation of H200 based PCI based servers that are also being there. So we are cutting across that entire spectrum of the hardware required for us to be more impactful addressing the India AI stack that we are talking about. And sir was basically mentioning about, you know, CPU based inferencing. Yes, we have capability to run even the CPU based inferencing on the SLMs, and we can cluster multiple number of CPU servers put together to create a distributed inferencing cluster. So that is also possible for us. So I think from a hardware and application perspective, we are there,
nice,
which can help us build more capabilities using this India AI stack.
Nice. This is very important. I think this is for the consumption of audience also, that what we have talked about is that on one hand, there are 4 different verticals who are progressing on the India AI stack. There is a vertical, you know, related to healthcare, medicinal research. Second vertical, which is dealing with the cybersecurity, the low power AI centric edge devices. Third vertical, which is directly related to the army. Army themselves are behaving now as an enterprise and, you know, started building their own solutions. On the other hand, then we have got state government departments also who are now, you know, not shying away from building their own sovereign AI stack. So I think that beautifully exemplifies that how India is progressing on that front. And at the same time, to empower these divisions, empower these verticals, the hardware which was required to be manufactured in the country is what Swastik has talked about, is now getting manufactured in India itself. And important part is, the same was not the situation, I would say 2015, 2016, before 2015, 2016. And I think now we have arrived an era where we are talking about producing world's most powerful GPU platforms. What he talked about, there is NVL4, which probably houses 80 GPUs in a single rack.
Yes, absolutely.
With liquid cooling.
Yeah.
Which takes care of your training happening at the data center. At the same time, we are taking care of the AI happening at the edge level also. What Colonel Mena clearly talked about, that we want this AI adoption to take place in such a way that the user sitting probably at the I would say the border touching the bordering nation, there also we want AI to leave an impact for that army man to see how it can basically help the user to take an advantage of quick decisions, maybe looking at what is there in your stock in infantry, or maybe if we talk about the ASHA worker who is working day in day out, and the ASHA worker is not basically aware of that what is the medicinal stock I have, how the different type of treatments may be required to be given to different patients. That is what this AI stack or sovereign AI stack is going to embody the character of that application. Likewise, what Dr. Manan talked about, that how basically cyber security related or the low power AI edge devices can be designed now in the country, and at the same time how GIS applications can leave an impact. So this is something which is clearly showcasing and progress, showing the impact I would say the India AI has done on the overall industry. So now in the interest of time, I would like to hear from audience also that what are your please let us know that what are the curiosities you have in your mind in terms of understanding that how healthcare is behaving, how healthcare is basically catching up with the AI speed, or the Indian Army. If there are any questions, please, you are welcome to ask, please.
There is another concept of federated learning models.
Okay.
So are we experimenting on that also? We have some individual SLMs placed at geospatial location, right? Then we transfer that learning from there to the parent model.
So Dr. Dav, if you can.
Yeah, in the healthcare space, that's very, very important. I think it's something that we are also doing between tertiary care hospitals like AIMS and Max, because obviously data exchange is not so easy, but also even between different AIMS that we just signed an MOU with CDAC, where several AIMS who subscribe to the same the HMIS model, how do we make models move? And believe it or not, every single setting has a different kind of challenge. So federated AI is definitely one of the things which is super important for healthcare, especially in the current DPTP scenario as well. So we want these models to be sovereign at the local setting as well. And I think Sir mentioned about even at the citizen level, right? Giving sovereignty, ultimately the control of the data, patient data to the person. That's what ABDM is about. So thank you.
Great. I think that, yeah. Next question, please. Yeah.
You spoke about my question to you is specifically on what are the top 3 metrics and how do you decide that the AI I'm deploying will work on the edge? Right? How do you decide its impact?
It's not easy to explain here in this audience, right? And there are a lot of things which I can't speak also. But suffice to say that the agentic AI platforms which we are talking about today, there are a huge bouquet of these agentic AI platforms all across, whether LangChain, Crew, whatever you talk about. The most important facet is how do I tweak this platform to the army needs, right? And we have very specific use cases. They are not generic use cases, enterprise type, what you use in banking or any other industry for that matter. For that, you will need a very specific data set, which we will give. We will define, sitting with the developer, domain expertise which you will require, because we have seen in this journey of 2 years, the most difficult part is transferring my domain knowledge to you. You can work in a banking sector within a month, but you will take at least 6 months to work with me, because you will not be able to understand the requirements which are very, very peculiar to the decision making in the army as such. So that said, I can't go into more details. You can have one-on-one with me whenever you wish to. But these metrics are defined with us. What we are looking at is defined with us. Very soon we are also, opening out to the industry, and there is something in the offing which we can have one-on-one.
So this is interesting, and I think Dr. Manan, if you can also throw some light on this. I understand, Colonel Mena has to basically, he wants to limit himself in terms of, sharing data in such public forum. But since you are also dealing with, with such problems, how do you see, I mean, the question he asked, and do you think that you also design these cyber solutions which are using, AI models and all? How do you decide? Do you, invest time or, to see that whether it is impactful or not? Because this is something, this is a very closed domain and there is no data available as such. Deciding what is going to work, what is not going to work, how do you basically work in, what is your strategy in that case?
Yeah, so there is a very systematic process to it. The very first thing that you need to achieve is the functionality, right? First you get the something functional doing the job that you desire. And once the functionality is achieved, then we go on to the metrics, whether it is it can be any metric, whether it is accuracy, whether it is latency, precision, recall. So, that is the typical direction. Now, edge and data sensitivity again brings more unique aspects to it. They're different compared to enterprise. For enterprise, the evaluation is more standard. For edge, when you have data sensitivity involved, so sometimes you let go of the the standard metrics, and many times what we have seen in these new use cases, you have to devise your own metric depending on the use case, because you may be chasing an industry metric, you may achieve a very good score on that metric, but at the end you realize that it has no equivalence or no correlation to your use case. So we have been in at least in our work, we have been in a situation where the industry standard metric is of no use. Like we have to devise a new metric for
this
that.
This has to be absolutely curated, based on whatever observations your system receives and all.
Yeah, and unfortunately, after certain time we say AI is automation, but it becomes more human, because then you are literally conversing with the user. That does this help you? You may have a very high precision, you may have a very high accuracy or a very low latency, but if it doesn't meet the expectation of the the human at the other end, so that is the the ironical part of I'm undoing the whole panel when we are arriving at the end.
Correct, I understand.
But I hope you get what I'm saying.
I get a point. Any more questions, please? Yeah, please. Yeah. Okay.
And I would like to ask Dr. Manan especially that do you at some point of time see that the farmers will be using AI to understand what are the weeds in their field and understand how can they actually remove, or even as you say, I mean you're talking about the healthcare industry, will they be able to understand what is the disease that their crop has, what is the stage of infestation, because it's a very it's a massive area that we're talking about, and once they get used to this, I think a lot of problem in the farming community will be solved.
I get a point. So basically you want to say that when the practical usage of AI in the space of agriculture can be seen by us.
By the farmers, not by the corporates.
I get a point, yes. Basically the end user.
Yeah, so the theoretical answer to your question is that yes, there are solutions, there are problems also, and there are solutions which are in agriculture which are being solved very well by AI. If you look into the domain of precision agriculture, and we also have other space scientists here.
Yes.
The hyperspectral data or any space data is being used very aggressively to monitor the aging of the crops or the nutrition value of the crops. Now, whether the farmer gets to use it, it's more of a economic question that at what cost, at what infra cost the solution is delivered. So there might be entities, there might be public, there might be entities which can afford and obtain that solution, but whether the last mile farmer how
so
they can
economics plays a role there.
Yes, I can extend on that. Basically, farmer in our state, right from we can say seed to seed we monitor.
I see.
Right from the day, a moment you are seedling in your soil with the particular moisture, to finally, I can say up to bite also. We are working on that also. Today you buy some food, I can track that also. But right now in our state, we are monitoring right from sowing to till harvesting each and every parcel of the land up to, or I can the less than the 1 acre, then growth pattern of that particular plant, if it is any stress due to any environment conditions, due to irrigation stress, any fertilizer in it, everything every day. We use that daily satellite imaging every day. We are using that.
But
No,
I can
that's
just
I'll
add to
come
this.
out. That
Yeah.
is available. Data is available. Depends upon which satellite data, which sensors we apply. Either optical, either microwave, either SAR, either thermal, and many of the weather related. It is a combination. We predict the yield before the harvesting. How much yield is particular, even than 10 by 10 meter area of that. So that is there. Or then entire system is used by the farmer.
So I think the
We can work
dissemination of the
one-to-one.
information thereafter takes place in their in the State Department scenario, because whatever data they capture, they disseminate the information to the respective department. They issue the directives to the farmers, or they guide them with some recommendation. That's how the practical usage may take place. For now, your question is quite valid. The practical usage, the farmers himself should be capable of capturing the data on his own and make use of it. I'm sure. I think the day is not
This is
very
a very
far.
simple. Stubble burning is one of the chronic problem in this NCR region.
I would request the participants to ask the question outside because other speakers are in the queue. We would
Yes.
present a goodies to all the speakers. Thanks
Sure.
for
Thank you.
coming.
Sure,
Thank
sure,
you.
sure. Thank you. In the interest of time, we'll have to wrap this up discussion a little fast. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, the esteemed panel.
May I request the dignitaries to please join on stage? Mr. Sanjay Kumar Agarwal, Mr. Simon Thorson Vibush, Ms. Elizabeth Ford, Dr. Alok B. Mukherjee, Mr. Anand Chandra, Mr. Maulik Bansali, and Mr. Hemendra Mathur. उनको बैठा Okay, may I request for a group photograph first for the dignitaries? Thank you. So we start with the session. Good evening, distinguished guests, esteemed panelists and participants. On behalf of FICCI, it's my privilege to warmly welcome you to this important session, From Policy to Harvest, Leveraging Generative AI for Data-Driven Agriculture Transformation, being organized as part of the AI Summit 2026. Indian agriculture stands at a pivotal juncture as we work towards enhancing farmer incomes, strengthening climate resilience, and ensuring food and nutritional security for a growing population. The emphasis must increasingly move beyond policy intent to implementation excellence and measurable impact on the ground. In this transformation journey, digital innovation, particularly generative AI, offers unprecedented possibilities. From precision farming and predictive crop analytics to climate risk modeling, personalized advisories, and smarter supply chains, AI has the potential to reshape agriculture into a more data-driven, efficient, and farmer-centric ecosystem. The key question before us today is how we can responsibly and effectively integrate these technologies within India's evolving digital agriculture architecture to create scalable and inclusive outcomes. We are deeply honored to have with us Shri Sanjay Kumar Agarwal, Joint Secretary, Department of Agriculture and Farmer Welfare, Government of India, whose guidance and leadership have significantly contributed to advancing digital reforms and innovation in the agriculture sector. We are also privileged to be joined by an eminent panel representing government, global institution, industry, technology, and agri-entrepreneurship. Mr. Simon Thorson Vibush, Chairman, FICCI Committee on Crop Protection and CEO Bayer Crop Science Limited and Country Divisional Head Crop Science Division of Bayer for India, Bangladesh, and Sri Lanka. Ms. Elizabeth Ford, Representative and Country Director, World Food Programme India. Dr. Alok B. Mukherjee, Director, Research Analytics and Modeling, Leads Connect Service Private Limited, and Chief System Scientist, AI Programs, BL Agro Industries Limited. Mr. Anand Chandra, Co-Founder, Executive Director, Arya EG. Mr. Maulik Bansali, Chief Executive Officer, NetWeb Software. To steer this important dialogue, we have with us Mr. Hemendra Mathur, Chairman, FICCI Task Force on Agri-Startups and Venture Partner Bharat Innovation Fund, who will be moderating the session. With these words, I once again extend a warm welcome to all the distinguished speakers and participants, and I now request Shri Sanjay Kumar Agarwal to kindly deliver the special address. Thereafter, Mr. Hemendra Mathur will take the discussion forward. Thank you very much. Good evening, everyone. First of all, I would like to thank FICCI for organizing this seminar for discussing a very important topic, agriculture and AI. When we are thinking AI, how can we forget agriculture transformation through AI? Earlier, whenever we used to think about agriculture, the image in our mind comes with a poor farmer using the old technology, using the hull and bale, but now things are changing. Now we have educated farmers,
we have progressive farmers, and farmers who are using technology as an essential tools for agriculture. And AI is moving towards agriculture sector. Today, Government of India has launched Bharat Vistar, a AI-driven model to enrich every farmer, to reach every farmer. Because without farmers, if technologies are not reaching to the farmer, it is very difficult to increase the production. It is very difficult to increase the quality. There are many challenges before the agriculture sector. And low use of technology is major challenge before all of us. Farmers are not getting good market. Farmers are not getting good prices. Farmers don't know what is the market demand. Farmers have very few knowledge where their demand can get, their produce can get better prices. They don't know the right advisory. They don't know from where the seed will come and where they can sell the produce. There are many questions which remains unanswered, and because of that, farmers are compelled to sell their products at lower prices. They grow what is not needed in the market, and ultimately, farmers become a matter of concern for everyone. Now, young farmers are coming. The youth role in farmer, the young farmers are coming. They are coming with a vision to enrich farming. They are trying, they are using many technology. They are not satisfied what their father used to grow. They want something new. And their technology is making lots of changes. Earlier they wanted advisory. It was difficult to get advisory. Now every mobile is having some chatbot and they are getting advisory. Earlier farmers used to have some grievances where they should go. Now at the click they can lodge their complaint and they can get the answers. And today what our Bharat Vistar chatbot Bharti is going to solve many such problems. And we are going to use in different languages. Language was a major barrier for all of us. Our farmers, they don't understand, many farmers, they don't understand Hindi also. They want to chat in local dialogue, or local dialect. And our chatbot is being used for different languages. And later on we are going to use all the languages of our country. Farmers' need is, second is, they want weather advisories. Weather is uncertain and again a major challenge for our farmers. Now all types of weather advisories, weather forecast are easily available and accessible. They are more accurate than earlier because of many AI technologies are being used. The market prices. Earlier what is market prices, it was difficult to know. Now all the mandis, all the markets are integrated with one system. You want market price of Bareilly, you want market price of Chennai. At a click you can know. Transportation was a major issue. Now transportation is there. Agriculture mechanization. Again a challenge before all of us that our farmers are using very less technology and mechanization. Now young farmers and the progressive farmers are using it extensively. And with use of AI, they are doing irrigation, they are doing use of fertilizer, they are taking use of pesticides, and all based on AI. Now storage, cold storage, warehousing, these were also problem areas for us. Now with the help of various private partners, credit, warehousing, logistic is also made accessible to farmers. Now any farmer wants to store his food grain. Earlier he used to sell at throwaway prices. Now he can take decision that I am not going to sell it right now. I will keep it, but I need some money. So now financing is also available through technology. So it's a complete ecosystem is coming, and that ecosystem is working in such a way that ultimately farmer will benefit and the consumer will also benefit. Now we have a challenge that our farmers are aging. The average age of farmer is more than 50 years. Young students who wants to become some to do some career, they don't want to come in agriculture sector. Through AI, through technology, we can bring those talent to in agriculture sector also. Because unless they will come, the more progressive farming, more remunerative farming, more export-oriented farming, more diversified farming will not be possible. We want to diversify our sectors. We want to come out from paddy and wheat culture. Many things we are importing. We want to be self-sufficient. We don't know where is the deficit and where the production is. Now through various decision supporting system in agriculture ministry, agri-stake, we are doing digital crop survey, and all these data are coming agri-course. And in future this agri-course will provide data to everyone. We have a great database and we are accumulating that database and we are creating that database for better use of AI. Now many AI tools are giving advisories, but they don't have sufficient data to support that advisory, to validate that advisory. Now in agriculture sector, we will not have dearth of data in future. Through PM Kisan scheme, we are giving at least around 10 crores of farmer every month some pension, some incentive. And that data is coming into our system. If any farmer is having any problem, they can go to chatbot and they can ask any question and AI is answering their problems. Why my installment has not come, why my payment is delayed. So just I want to summarize that agriculture sector is not very far from AI. And if you want to develop this sector more, we have to use AI extensively, and various private partners are helping in this regard. We alone can't work, and we need support from all the private stakeholders who are working in this sector. And I hope together we will achieve the aim to make agriculture more vibrant. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Sanjay ji, for a very insightful address. Good evening, everyone. I know it is the last session of the day, but we'll try to make it interesting. Good to see a full house and especially a lot of young minds sitting in the room. So very, very delighted to be part of this gathering. Thanks, Vicky, for organizing this wonderful session. And the topic that we have today, how AI can transform agriculture sector. And I'm really blessed to have a fantastic set of panelists with representation from policymakers and industry, software providers, and bunch of startups. So I think it's going to be very interesting. So before I get into question and answer, just a couple of minutes to set the context for the panel. As I always said, agriculture is heaven for data scientists, not just because it is a large part of our agri and food economy, but also because of the gigabytes and terabytes of data that we generate almost every second from 160 million hectares of farmland and 150 million farms, 14 agroclimatic zones, different types of soil, 7,000 mandis, and you can go on and on. So I think we are sitting on a repository of data which is quite spectacular. And I don't think any of the big AI giants have really scrapped it. You know, they've scrapped whatever is available on the web. But what about the data which is lying in our universities, in our weather stations, and things like that? And that's where it becomes far more interesting, and the volatility of the data and the variability of data. It can hurt ego of the best of the data scientists, in terms of how to model such various data points, how to triangulate it, and how to make sense out of it. But yeah, we all believe that it has a huge power. AI has a huge power to solve for challenges that we see in the country in terms of especially farmers' access to markets, price, soil testing, pest detection, biodiscovery and all that. So that's where I think we're going to discuss some of those opportunities that are there on the hand, and how do we scale some of these use cases, and how industry and policymakers can play a very critical role in enabling use of AI to solve for challenges that we see in the country. So with that context, I'll start the discussion. Probably Elizabeth, if I can start with you, that's okay. Okay. So Elizabeth represents World Food Program that we all are aware of. Elizabeth, I would like you to talk about how AI can help, especially in the post-harvest value chain. I'm sure most of the audience will be aware that we waste almost 1/3 of the food that we produce, both in volume and value terms, and that needs a lot of attention. And that's where we need technology. So Elizabeth, if you can share your thoughts on how do we use AI to drive food security, to drive nutritional security at scale?
Thank you so much. Can you hear me?
Yes, you are.
Good. Well, thank you, Vicky, for organizing this dialogue. Let me, first of all, I want to just situate this in a broader context. At the World Food Programme, we are particularly concerned about the food crises that are currently happening around the world. When we think about AI and technology, we're thinking very much about how can we use these technologies to address global hunger. And I just wanted to share a few overarching figures with you because it's quite staggering, and I think it's important for our awareness. Global hunger is at an unprecedented level globally. 318 million people are facing crisis level hunger, and it's really very much concentrated in a handful of countries where we see particular acute need. For example, in Gaza, in parts of Sudan, Afghanistan, Yemen, Haiti, the Sahel, the Horn of Africa. And at the World Food Programme, we have launched a new AI strategy. We're the first UN agency to have done that so far. And it's very much around how do we use data for predicting crises, for analyzing also when a disaster hits, where are the hungry poor, what kind of situation they find themselves in. So very much around early warning systems, but also for targeting our programs and finding data to make the right decisions at the right time. That's at the global level. And just to highlight a couple of tools that we have, one is called Hunger Map Live, and it's very much, it's based on satellite data. You can see where people are facing food and nutrition insecurity around the world in practically real time, and that enables us and partners and governments to be able to address that. I haven't answered your point about post-harvest losses. In India, the cornerstone of WFP's partnership with the government of India is very much around strengthening the food systems, the big public distribution system that is the largest safety net in the world, food safety net in the world. And of course, so much grain is moved every single day as part of this public distribution system. And World Food Programme has worked on streamlining these supply chains, for example, through route optimization, optimizing the routes that go from the farmers to the warehouses to the 600,000 plus fair price shops. So that people can get their entitlements. Also, smart warehouse solutions with sensors to reduce the post-harvest losses within warehouses at all the different levels. And I just launched an exhibition just now where we were showcasing these solutions. One is, for example, very new one is a robot, an autonomous mobile robot that circulates around the warehouses and that can provide alerts when the spoilage is happening or where there might be other pests, rodents, and so on and so forth. So we're trying to work very much with the government to bring these technologies and these innovations to improve the quality, I would say, of the food, but the quality of these safety nets that is designed for the most vulnerable people, which is really the lens through which the World Food Programme is viewing all of this, may be quite different from some of the other panelists here.
That's great. I think WFP coming up with proprietary AI tools and taking a lead on it is very enlightening to learn about. With that, coming you to Simon. Simon is a veteran from the crop protection industry. He knows India probably than more Indians know. So Simon, the question to you, of course, I think agri inputs is a large industry and the multiple possible use cases of how AI can be used, especially developing new molecules and R&D, and of course farmer advisory. I think Sanjay ji also talked about that. So can you throw some light on how we can use technology, AI, to drive some of these innovation on the agri input side?
Yeah, I'd be happy to do that. Thank you, Hemant and Sanjay ji. I really appreciate what you said in terms of saying government and private need to work together here, because going back to how, Hemant, you opened up, the complexity of Indian agriculture actually has been waiting for something like AI. And when you look at the atomization of land ownership, the smallholder farmers that we have in the country, we have struggled for decades to try to really help them to advance, because often we wouldn't understand their own fields. The interaction points were not often enough. Let me try to give you a very concrete example and move a little bit away from just making better chemicals, right? But imagine all of us, right? We go to UP. In our minds, we go to UP and think of a FPO that has, give it 200 farmers, 200 hectares of direct seeded rice, right? Now, imagine we've been watching these fields with satellites. We know more or less what was temperatures over the last couple of months since growing season. We've been looking at moisture in the fields, and we actually have this FBO together with a Better Life Farming Center, a buyer, which has, let's call them 5 or 6 drone DDs, a government program, right? Where in the mornings they would fly drones just for surveillance reasons and look at those 200 plots and identifying each individual plot, whether it needs fertilization, whether because of the weather data we're trying to, we could already see there's risk of diseases coming in, potentially pest migration being seen, and then you start applying what needs to be applied. You apply fertilizer where the field might need some fertilizer. You apply pesticides where you need maybe just in the vicinities and not on every single field, because you can predict that if you kill the pests on the sides, they're not going to go to the other fields. Each individual farmer on their apps, on the Farmrise app, will know what is the interventions which are happening in their fields and can potentially also say whether they want it or not, right? A trace is built on what exactly happened on that field for this batch of rice. And then you have somebody like, I don't know whether in the room, Fortune, buying that rice off of the FPO and exporting that rice to a UK supermarket, where this UK supermarket knows exactly what has happened to this rice. Now, this rice has been grown with low water input. It's not paddy, it's direct seeded. It has not emitted as much methane, and the farmer will probably get a better price because it goes into export and there is a trail of evidence that this is sustainably grown rice. Now, if we get things right, you'll even have the cherry on the cake, and the government will have a carbon trading system in place where he gets carbon credits for growing that rice. All that is only possible for 200 fields with AI. Now imagine this around the country on maybe 20 million hectares, right? I mean, this is probably the biggest of wishes one could have. but only AI makes something like that thinkable.
Fantastic. No, thanks for sharing that example. That's very inspiring. I hope it percolates to different parts of the country, and you get few million hectares under this kind of surveillance. Yeah. So that's represents two organizations, BL Agro, which is a large agribusiness, and Leads Connect, which is a startup within BL Agro, and has done phenomenal work on developing some interesting tech tools. Look, the big question is, of course, AI is great and it's doing a lot of good for everyone. The big question is AI making money? You know, what are the use cases where you see an ROI coming, especially for someone like you, who's already using it at scale?
Good evening. I hope I'm audible. Namaste and good evening, everyone. This is Alok Mukherjee. And firstly, thank you so much, Vicky, for giving this opportunity to share our thoughts on this very important topic. Yes, sir. My answer would be yes, with some challenges. But before I go into the details, I would like to share our experience in this regard. We have been working on agriculture. We are an analytics organization with core focus on agriculture and climatic statistics. So when we started this journey, so I just want to give a kind of some pointers, and then with this curve, we will understand that what is the reach and what kind of developments happened actually in the context of application of AI in agriculture, and the business aspects also, and the interventions also. When we started, we worked with governments also, the private sectors also, foundations also. We have been working. Currently, we started with one district, currently standing at 155 districts across India for different things. When we started with the yield dynamics, yield modeling project and all. And then in this regard, when we are talking about ROI and all, in this journey, we saw and delivered, and we got opportunity, the market, the entire ecosystem opened up, and especially in last 5-6 years, we have seen this it's kind of a huge transition. So what happened? Today, we see the AI, the use of application of AI, kind of in the smart irrigations, the precision farming, the dynamics. We see the application of AI and the solutions development driven by AI on the forecast dynamics in the context of productivity dynamics, the crop mapping, and one more thing. In the opening remarks, sir mentioned one very important thing, that like the farmers, the way they were cultivating. Now it means a kind of a change is required and all. Now we see, and we have been working with the value chain, because we come from the entire value chain, 360-degree implementation of value chain. So now we see a huge implementation of AI in the dimension of, in the context of value chain dynamics, identifying new value chains. Recently, I would like to share that we did one kind of pilot study in Uttar Pradesh only. And there we implemented this, our proprietary algorithms and frameworks to understand that the current cultivation pattern, if it can be changed, and at least 20 to 30% other crop can come into the picture. So it just doesn't increase the income of farmers, plus it takes care of the ecological dynamics also. So if you see, now AI, where does AI stand in the context of agricultural dynamics? So it is in the precision farming, it is in the productivity dynamics, not just post-harvest, it's a pre-harvest analysis, entire the value chain spectrum, and the market linkage and the price forecasting side also. So the entire dimension is now opened up through this one. And one more very important thing, that since these options are coming, and one more thing in the context of this one, why this is encouraging. Now, if I have some kind of chatbots, okay, fine, we'll keep building, we'll make our advisory engines more robust and all, more parameters, more stacks will come into the picture. But what happens? Now we are lesser dependent on a very kind of a asset-heavy infrastructures. And plus, then we see one. I would like to share one use case. I will not go into the details. I will not take much time. We are working with some of the FPOs in Haryana. There, we were supposed to take care of the soil dynamics also in the context of yield forecast. And there is a huge demand of soil sensors. Now, I want to give one example. For one district, if I have to go with 100 sensors, instead of that, if I have some kind of proprietary algorithms or frameworks, AI-driven, if it can help us to reduce this number of 100 to like 10, 20, and this one, then cascading analytics can be taken into the picture. It helps both sides for scaling also, in the context of finance also, the costing requirement and the fast deployment of this one. So sir, my answer would be yes, that the situation has been very encouraging, because day by day we have witnessed that the use cases are increasing, and the penetration of AI right now, it's no more kind of alien thing on the ground also, sir. Thank you.
Thanks, no, thanks for that positive remark. Anand, coming to you, I don't know, I'm sure a lot of people will know Arya is one of the largest aggregator of grains in the country. They only talk in millions of tons now. So Anand, coming to you, especially for a startup, of course, when agri-tech started, I think the focus was more on digital, and AI, what didn't exist. And now it has become more and more mainstream. So how do you see how startups can use it, can create value, especially the kind of work you do for providing credit, for example, for doing quality assaying, for providing storage in the post-harvest value chain?
No, so hi, good evening, everyone. Hemant, I'll just correct you. AI word still existed in agriculture. It was called as artificial insemination.
I was about to say that.
So that's the first time when I heard, doing my BSc in agriculture, I heard about AI. So which was like 25 years ago. Coming to the topic, even I think as a country, we always get excited when new technology comes in. I remember 3 years ago, we were focusing more on blockchain, and we thought blockchain is the panacea for all our problems. And hope is not a bad strategy, but it should not be the only strategy that AI is going to solve all our problems. We should be excited about it, but before anything happens, the structural issues, or I would say the perception agriculture which we are dealing with, needs to be sorted out. That data which we talk about, I have two datas in front of me, and both are contradictory to what is there. Global Hunger Index rates us 102 among the 123 countries which participates in that. But the day India put a ban on export, all the WTO members were crying, please send wheat, please send wheat. How come, a country where people are starving, people are requesting to export? And they were crying. So first, data at the perception level has to align with what this country is capable of, number one, at a global level. Number two, at the policy level, we always been 22 years in the industry, we always talk about private-public partnership. There has to be an alignment on that front. Still, the efforts are there, but it gets diluted by the time it reaches to the end. The third and the more important point is, while we talk about agriculture, we should not always restrict it to farmers. That's what I see most of the forums. The discussion should not be only on the farmers. There are other participants who are equally important to run the supply chain and show. The discussions I enter always gets concentrated on the farmer, which is important. The fourth important structural issue, which I always keep on, as a feedback to government, sir, is the welfare and the business should be separated. That is, the structural issues once sorted out, trust me, technologies are enough available to solve most of the problems we have. Otherwise, data, Hemant, as you asked me, people, AI, end of the day, who will pay for it? See, a farmer has to pay you for the data. If the cost of AI is so high, who will pay? End of the day, it will come back to the government and come back to us through taxes. It's a vicious cycle. Yeah. So, while we evaluate any technology, we should start with a hope, but we should also start with a caution as to the value it will generate, which will make the consumer or the farmer or the users of those or the people using it pay for it. What value added? And in the country, till in last 22 years, I have not seen people paying you for data. Everybody wants data. But when it comes to taking out money from your wallet, we will see, we'll come back. And then those data which get used are those islands of excellence in certain pockets, say one person here, one FPO there, two FPO there. if something is very critical, like the UPI infrastructure which government has created, look at its acceptance, because it had a use case, and it had, like a grocery store, a rickshawala, everybody found utility in it and got adopted. So something like that is what is needed in agri.
Thanks. No, thanks for bringing some very difficult points. But it's important to have a contradictory point of view. And though I've also sat on forums and I've got beaten for it when I say don't build AI for the farmers, build for the layer which can be trusted by the farmers. So. And that's where the value chain becomes more and more important. Agriculture to me is a case of embedded AI rather than a farmer-centric AI. You can embed AI in so many ways and across the value chain. So with that, coming to you, Maulik, and sorry for keep you waiting. I've taken the liberty of proximity. The question to you is, how do we make the question which Anand raised, who's going to pay for it, and frankly, AI needs a lot of investments. We're seeing venture capital putting billions of dollars. Every $30 billion deal looks like just another deal in AI. So how do we, make it more and more affordable? Where does public platforms come into picture? Where DPIs comes into picture? Where data sharing comes into picture? And as that point is also being raised, how do you make authentic data sets available so that AI tools become far and more robust to be used by farmers or anyone in the value chain?
Too many questions, right? And fantastic, views from our friends here. So thank you for having me. If you look at two different data sets, again talking about data, right? One is what's the workforce that's in farming, in agriculture, in the country, close to 48%, right? On the other hand, if you look at the contribution to the GDP, right, which is much less than 20%, less than 1/5 of the GDP, there is a huge gap out there. So what it means, honestly, in my understanding, that putting technology on the side, being a technologist, but thinking the context of it, right? There is a huge gap to be really filled. I mean, we're looking about productivity which is much, much, much less. That's what it means. Per person, per farmer, productivity, how much it is. I think it tells some story about that. So I think there is some gap to really work on. And it's a transformational need out there, in my honest opinion. And can AI help there? Yes, it can. But we need to look at from the context in terms of what and how. And the point of making it affordable is very, very essential. All the large language models that we've been talking, very cost heavy, resource hungry. We all know it, right? Can they help? Of course they can help. What we need is more focused, more solution, more sector driven, more task driven, smaller models. And I'm sure someone like friends like Alok can possibly second to that. And Anand, you can also possibly can relate to that. So I think we need something which is very focused, smaller, not giant GPT-like kind of a heavy model to look at. That's one. Second, we need something which is more focused on various different data sets. Possibly there are various different things that you solve, and Simon talked about pest detection and disease, for example. How do you solve that? We talked about value chain. We talked about logistics. Yeah. In every which way, if you think about, it's a model in its own way, and different problems therefore to be solving using that model. So there is no one single LLM possibly that can really solve it. And if it does, it's too cost heavy, too resource hungry, right? But what we need is more focused approach out here. That's one. Second, I think it's equally important to understand how are we really building that infrastructure, right? In terms of solving that problem, right? I think public-private partnership is very essential. We heard about that. There are initiatives which I know, I do not know how much far it has gone ahead, is in terms of how about the agriculture producer organizations or cooperative societies possibly buying a pool of resources cloud credits, for example, and giving out to the farmers and to the users. And I think government possibly also can intervene then in terms of giving out such credits to the farmers as well. And to the point that Anand made, UPI, it has done wonderful, impact. It has made a wonderful impact, right? Data is essential, but access of data and making that available at large, democratization, that is even more essential. So first is, of course, to bring the data together, right? The data sets, right? That's the first thing. I don't even worry about compute right now. Honestly, I don't. I would not. Not that it is not important, but data is even more important to be able to then kind of extract necessary data points from it, and then, of course, work on how we are able to really make it accessible, affordable, right? So, for example, we just heard about Bharat Vistar, right? It's an amazing AI tool which kind of shares the resources. Can we do that for other data sets as well? Can we do that for other parameters as well, right? I think that brings down the cost of access. Of course, it also democratizes furthermore. It will be more accessible by startups, like in case of UPI that we've been seeing, to be able to then integrate within their solutions, within their applications, to come up with some wonderful solutions. So these are few ideas possibly that we should possibly look at and work on. And I think more than just solving one problem, I think if we do that, it's not just about scaling and helping AI scale. Honestly, it is actually nation building, if you think about it.
Absolutely. I think frugal engineering is critical, and this sector is known for frugality. I think the startups I know who have done the best are the ones who are the most frugal in terms of spending and figuring out where does capital need to be deployed. And I think the point you made around data infrastructure, shared infrastructure, I think that's extremely critical for these AI tools to be more affordable. With that, Elizabeth, I'll come to you. I think clearly for a sector like agriculture, policy is at the core of it. If you have to scale anything, I always say capital is a multiplier, but policy is a bigger multiplier, especially in sector like agriculture. So how does policy enable adoption of technology? You have Sanjay ji sitting next to you. If you can make some recommendation, how government should be looking at it.
Thank you very much. So let me share that one of the groups that at the World Food Programme we've worked with closely, and where there's really extra support required is with women farmers. There are so many excellent government schemes that seek to support women farmers, but we do see when we speak to them that often they are feeling a bit left out. Sometimes the status of women farmers is much lower than men. They tend to, they can be seen as not necessarily as farmers in their own right, but as doing work that is an extension of housework. That's something that, that we've noticed through our work at the grassroots. They often need a special support to access certain schemes and training and financial products and loans and credit and so on. The reason I'm mentioning this is because perhaps some of the colleagues in the panel would have ideas on how we might join forces. We've talked about public-private partnerships, bringing AI and technology solutions to support these groups would be excellent. So one of the things that we've worked on with the government is to set up climate adaptation information centers, for example, some chatbots and apps that can provide advice on whether it's climate smart approaches or plant clinics, very practical things like that, where we're trying to bring technology to that level. And I would say that what the gentleman said about small models and testing small models, I see an application there in terms of partnering at the field level, where we could be very happy to look at things like that. Thank you.
Thanks, no, wonderful, and thanks for bringing the gender lens. I think that's extremely critical. Not many of us realize whenever think of a farmer, it's a picture of man which comes into a mind. But go to villages, I think the number of women which is employed in agriculture is large and growing, especially horticulture and animal husbandry. So totally with you, Elizabeth, on this. Simon, coming back to you, I think you gave a very good example of that FPO. Now, I think one of the challenges that we see with a lot of advisory and a lot of solutions is that it is not contextualized or curated plot by plot. You know, it's more generic. First of all, is there a need for it, or you know, and if yes, can AI play a role out there to make it very farm specific? Probably what AgriStack also intends to do whenever it gets open sourced.
Yeah, it's a very fair question. It's a touchy question, right?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, obviously, when I look at FPOs, and be it also women FPOs, I look at the opportunity for collectivization, which means decision making is done more in cohesion, right? What I was trying to get at is, obviously, if you start using drones, ideally all farmers will let those drones fly over their fields and take pictures and also give recommendations, right? I think we are not at a point yet where we can say the farmer has no intervention right? It just doesn't feel right in the country yet. So I would say it needs to be a recommendation, which might be because the FPO puts pressure on and says, hey, we are only going to do DSR. Yeah, so either you are a DSR farmer or not. But I think we need to find a middle way in this country always, right? What is important to me, though, is also when we're talking smaller models and stuff, is the topic of AgriStack, right? There is a need for public infrastructure on data, right? Because if everybody generates their own data, and especially with advice we see it today, one model says A, the other says B, it's completely contradictory. It's a bit like the guy from Bayer and the guy from Syngenta goes there and recommend different products, right? That's something we need to overcome, and I do believe in a longer run, you're going to be sitting here as a government and say, we don't necessarily want people to do certain interventions on their own. Yeah? We will come to a point where what I call the pesticide is taken out of the hand of the farmer, and it is applied by a machine which is controlled, where it's very, very clear that there is a trail of evidence why it needs to be done. Yeah? So it will be at points where I do believe the intervention will become universal and the farmer will not take the decision any longer.
Thank you. Thanks, Simon. With that, coming to you, Alok, and Anand, maybe you can also comment on it. I think one of the challenges that we are seeing is climate and the kind of rains we saw last monsoon. It's not just the intensity of rain, it's the distribution of rains. The heat wave that we have seen this year, you know, we are already one of the hottest summer for Delhi in the last 5 years. And as some of you will know, 1 degree increase in temperature is 5 millions of wheat getting lost, right? So that kind of impact. So how do we tackle this whole climate change issue? How do we make supply chains more climate resilient using some of these technology tools? If you can comment on that.
So I have this to say on this particular question. And before I go into this one, I just want to take a liberty just to share one thing. I've been hearing this one, like when we are talking about LLM, SLMs and all, so it's like data centers and the huge requirements and all. So if we change the requirement from the data driven to context driven, the day we orient this one, the moment we go into this picture, just I want to give one example that when we build things like this one, suppose one vegetation indices or something, where just a raw example. If we fix that at particular stage, this index gives this kind of idea about the agriculture plus a kind of indicative analysis for soil, then what happens? Suppose hypothetically I have 5 parameters, the maximum combination is 120, I can reduce it to 30. So what happens? Data points decrease. So these kind of dynamics need to be taken care of. So it requires the shift from data driven to context driven analysis. Now coming back to this question, sir, very important. Now, but we need to understand that when the climate thing is coming to the picture, the story cannot be confined to the farmland. The ecosystem dynamics should come into the picture. Ecosystem dynamics means the entire idea is the land system aberrations. What we see is the consequence and all. So it means if we are even aiming or targeting the agricultural dynamics, means what is the impact of climate change on that. So what actually happens, the journey starts from the root causes, the process parameters. So I would like to give 2-3 pointers on this. Process parameters means the land system dynamics will come into the picture, landscape profiling come into the picture, atmospheric profiling will come into the picture, soil dynamics will come into the picture, all stacks then merge into one. So what happens, different domains, different skills has to be merged at one go. So what kind of architectures we may have to tackle this one? So I would like to share one thing, means the entire respected AI fraternity is here. We started the journey with the conventional ML, then the deep tech, and then right now we're talking about strong AI architecture. Why? To tackle this one only. Because if we have to have a solution on this, so entire ecological dynamics should be put on one scale seamlessly. Now this requires the understanding of local complexities, the thresholding, the trigger parameters from different domains. So it means we have, if I have to say, it means not hypothetically, it's a kind of a Bayesian architecture. It goes in that direction. We cannot have a black box kind of understanding. And then we understand that my data is also authentic or not, or it's triggering or not. But it's right for that analysis. So here actually AI, not just AI, I'll make it very specific. Strong AI architectures will have a very, very strong role to play, and actually have been playing, sir.
So Hemend, to answer, I think climate change is for real. It's knocking our doors. There's no two way about it. But I think the first department which needs, or the first industry which needs AI in the country, especially for agriculture, is the media. If 5 million tons for 1 degree would have damage, India would not be in a position to allow export. They have huge stocks with us right now. Our warehouses are full. Government, I think, sir, can comment. So the department which needs data right now, AI data, is the media, because they blow things out of proposition most of the time, and especially when it's related to farmers. It's a very sensitive, and this negativity sells much faster than a wildfire in a forest. So the data, so it's for real. We have to be prepared for climate smart agriculture. There's no two way about it, but not at the cost of spending our entire energy towards it. See, we as agriculture, what is happening, we are taking too many priorities in one go, which makes the execution difficult. We'll have to pick up 2-3 things on a 5 to 7 year horizon and do it. But what happens, we pick up something, too many things, that's where things are taking time.
Thanks. No, that's a good message for the media to be more realistic and data driven. Thank you. Thanks, Anand. Maulik, last question to you. So clearly you talked about data infrastructure. Now when it comes to agriculture, there's a hardware part. So we are using a lot of remote sensing. Simon talked about use of drones. There are weather stations under WINDS project. There are about 2 lakh weather stations which are going to be installed. There's IoT being used, there's sensors being used. So how do you see hardware play coming in? That's one sort of source of data. And of course the data that you need to store to run these interesting AI algorithms that most of us don't understand. But yeah, you need a lot of infrastructure for that, right? All I know is that it consumes a lot of energy, right?
I think one you talked was more from the data acquisition point of view. I think which is more operational need, operational technology. Classically, we call that in industry, which is an essential item, but that too can be worked in a very frugal way. Coming to the point that we heard about LLM and small models as well. See, what we need here, the best models here are not the biggest models. Okay, the best models here would be the deepest models, more context-aware models, right? So thinking from that point of view, then you come to an understanding in terms of what infrastructure would you then require, right? It would require edge computing. Possibly you will need to run these models on your phones, smartphones, right? You will need to run on your local CPUs more than just GPUs, right? So architecting it, designing it is something which is very essential to it, and how we kind of break this into what is really required to even deploy, right? And again, coming to the point that we talked earlier, but how do you really do it? The point is, edge computing is out there, cloud computing is out there, right? But we have to figure out a solution somewhere in middle, in between, such that it is available as an infrastructure to people at large, right? Which again comes to the point of digital public infrastructure, right? And digital public infrastructure, by that we mean it is governed, it is democratized, accessibility is out there, right? Bringing out the cost down, and therefore you have more innovations around it, you have more API economy around it, right? What we are seeing is an API economy, right? Even within UPI, what we are seeing is API economy. So I think it kind of helps to kind of scale as well. It brings the cost down as well. So I would not worry much about, honestly speaking, again, on the compute power. For example, it can be something which can be designed for your simple CPUs and some edge computing as well, and to an extent GPUs as well, but not that heavy. If we are talking about small focus models here, which is very important and essential. Thank you.
Thanks. No, that's a very practical suggestion. Sanjay ji, any closing remarks from you? I think there's a lot of excitement in the private sector about the public stacks, AgriStack and Bharat Vistar, which got launched. Just educate us. When do we use it? How do we use it?
Now, I think when we talk about Bharat Vistar, we want to extend it throughout the country. Vistar means to extend it as far as possible to all the stakeholders. It is not only farmers, but various stakeholders are involved in this process. And ultimately, through Bharat Vistar and through various other AI technologies which we are using, we are also going to save the taxpayers' money also. I would like to give one or two examples, like procurement. We are going to save huge money to save some fake procurement which is being done in the name of farmers. Similarly, fertilizer subsidy. That is a huge challenge before us, that our subsidy burden is increasing day by day. Now through all AI help, through soil testing reports, now farmers are using fertilizer. They don't know the problems, but they use fertilizers. So through AI, there are so many things which we are planning to do. And that digital public infrastructure, that agri course, is coming in a huge way. The data is not a problem. We have a huge database. We have a low, but now time has come that with the help of AI, we are able to use that huge database that was lying with us. And now we are capitalizing that database and making it useful for a larger benefit of our country. So I think all together we can do wonders, and agriculture, farmers need it, all the stakeholders need it, and ultimately our country will benefit through all these efforts, and hunger will not be a problem for our country. That I can assure everyone here. Thank you very much.
No, thanks for that positive note. Can we take some question, Hemant? I know we have gone beyond time. 2 or 3 questions. So yeah, let's get the questions first, and please be brief and as much as you can. Yeah.
Just request to understand, when you are inviting Paytm of API in UFI, Paytm is positioned now for UFI. When you are inviting them, in UPI produces Paytm like product. In UFI, when you are going to release that, Unified Farmer
ID. I think if you can say, we have already working on farmer ID, that is Unified Farmer ID. More than 10 crore farmers are already listed, and they got unique farmer ID. And it is going to cover all the farmers in next 1 year. And by the time, every farmer will have a definite unique ID with them. And with that ID, they can take credit, they can go for bank loan, will take fertilizer, they can take any advantage from seed to market. And everything will be connected with that farmer ID. And that is already in there. In last 1 year, more than 8 crore farmers have been added to that. And this silent revolution, like Aadhaar, today we all are having Aadhaar ID. I think in coming time, within a year or so, every farmer will have a different comprehensive ID that will be connected with his land records also. And ultimately, it will work as Aadhaar for all the farmers, and it will be linked with all the schemes, all the benefits, all the land records with that ID.
My question is to Simon. You mentioned very rightly that the decision regarding the pesticide spray can be taken away from the farmers. Can the entire decision taking in case of agriculture or horticulture be left to the AI in a given circumstance? And from, say, resource to root, from supply to demand, and the farmer is merely a stakeholder as owner of the land that he has got, and also his involvement is very minimum. You know, we have a system called Batai. Batai in the sense the farmer is absent farmer and is given to somebody else. In this case, the AI happens to be the one which takes a decision. And can you think about doing this kind of experiment in case of one particular FPO and see how the results come out? Because you know the problems. He has given a complete summarization of the problem. You have the solution. He knows about the data as such. But then,
Sure.
at least we can put it together.
I understand where you come from, and I mean, there is a question of infrastructure, and that starts with mechanization. Do we have AI-ready mechanization in the country, right? So, simple answer in the long run, yes. And when I was many years back in Bangkok, I was saying exactly because you saw this. Farmers would own their land. They would be off-site online farmers, right? They would use WhatsApp and whatever and tell their laborers to do what to do, right? Now, obviously, we've come a long way. And yes, in theory, you should be coming to a point where AI can do most intervention for the farmer, but the farmer will still take a choice. He will say, I'm an organic farmer, I want to have high yields, I want to, whatever, preserve my land this year, right? So I don't think it's going to be 100%, but the decision points will be much more, as you say, contextual, and might be limited because, yes, a government might at one point say, I don't want people to decide on fertilization themselves if AI can do it better, because maybe the simple solution, I don't want to pay so much subsidy. The better solution, obviously, because I want to have ecological services come in, right? And ultimately, that's where you want to come. You want to have an incentive system where the farmer that takes the best ecological decisions actually earns most.
Thank you. I think one last question, yeah, doesn't matter.
It's a very interesting panel. I come from the AI side, so my question is purely towards the food processing and the food waste. This is something that I'm doing a project in Northeast, and I find that the amount of food wastage that is happening, which is post-harvest, it's not at the consumer level, it's the food waste because of lack of market access. At the same time, there are a lot of food processing possibilities which are there, but that doesn't get really accomplished. Now, there are two different ministries really handling it, so it doesn't become a viable proposition. Every effort that is really happening is to really address to the farmer, but then food processing becomes a different industry altogether. So why can't we really look at what kind of systems we can develop to really look at the food wastage and try to see how we could reposition the extra food that is not getting marketed through a food processing mechanism. Now that's the research that I've done, and I have practical this thing which is there. We have also identified certain certain vegetables and fruits which can be really brought into that area. This is through a proper data analysis. Now these are things that we really don't know who should be addressing it, and that's something that is a question for you. Plus, where do we really get that food wastage data? Right now, there is no data available. So there has to be a conscious mechanism to really look at the kind of food wastage which is happening. Most of the time, the farmer is not able to really accomplish what he can just because of the wastage in terms of all kinds of problems that one has in terms of transportation, in terms of market access, in terms of perishability and so on and so forth.
I think when we talk about seed to market, the concept is that there should not be food wastage. Rather, farmer should get the right price for his food. Because there is no wastage, but they are not getting the right price for the product. So now in current two policies, the recent two policies of Pulses Mission and All Seed Mission, we have kept this into mind. And we have added food processing mills, that pulses processing mills and oil processing mills are also included to be set up in that particular area where this is grown. More than 1,000 pulses mills, at the same time more than 1,000 oil seed mills, oil processing mills are being set up under these missions so that this wastage or this forced selling can be reduced. And as far as other marketing concerns are there, because perishable goods are there, many agriculture products are perishable. So there some such problems comes many times. So now the FPOs, Farmer Producer Organization, they are playing very good role to address this problem. They are providing a bridge between farmers and market. And I think in coming time, as they are going to be more strong, things will be better. And through this only, we can reduce this gap of wastage.
So my question was in context
think
with
we have
Northeast.
need to
Northeast
close.
has a typical problem of this because of many other variations. Is there some specific effort that can be done to really have an AI mission on that, where we can actually address, because I am volunteering to really work on that.
Yeah.
That's
So
something that
please,
we're very
please share your
interested to
data and your findings with us.
Sure.
And our government, there is a 10% funding is reserved for Northeast. As most of the development schemes, welfare schemes, we have a separate dedicated funds for Northeast.
Okay.
And if you have data and some findings, certainly it will help us. Please share with us. Thank you very much.
So thank you. I think one good thing about the last session is that we can extend it, and we have taken the liberty of extending it by like 30 minutes. But yeah, thanks to all the panelists for some wonderful insights, and to all the audience. I think it's been for all your curiosity and your patience. And thanks to my FICCI colleagues who have worked hard to make this session work. Thank you.
That would be